Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. After all, Kakashi has never relaxed his practice on swordsmanship. Just as Kakashi wanted to leave, a huge black stone pillar next to the registration office caught his attention. Tetsuken followed Kakashi's gaze and said, "That's Samurai Stone Pillar, which was engraved with the names of all the winners of the Samurai Conference. My goal is to engrave my name on it." Tetsuken couldn't help clenching his fists as he said, his whole body was full of fighting spirit. Kakashi ignored it, but walked to the stone pillar and touched it lightly with his right hand. On it, there is a name he is familiar with. Tsukumo Hatake. San, did you also attend the Samurai Conference back then? Chapter 187. The competition starts the next day. Kakashi and Tetsuken come to the Iron Plaza. Jintaki, did you see that? That is the arena of the Iron Plaza. Only those who win the preliminary rounds are eligible to fight in the arena. That is the greatest honor for the samurai. The arena of Iron Plaza, which basically occupies 1/3 of the Iron Plaza, is reserved for 2 people for a decisive battle. And it is indeed looks imposing. The ring is made of the strongest black stone, which has high hardness. The battle between the samurai is very destructive. If the arena is made of ordinary stones, then the arena will be destroyed after a single battle. In that case, it would be too much trouble. Suddenly, Tetsuken pointed at the high platform in the distance and said, "Jintaki, you see that? The person that is on that high platform is the Land of Iron's leader, Lord Mifune." Hearing this, Kakashi looked at the high platform, and sure enough, there is a thin figure on top of the high platform. Looking at his face, Kakashi knows that it was Mifune who had taught him flash steps 6 years ago. It's just that compared to his appearance at that time, Mifune at this time was already a bit old. Time is not forgiving. Even if it is someone as strong as Madara Uchiha, he still can't resist the erosion of time. It is no wonder that Orochimaru has such a great obsession with immortality. It's really hard to accept the once young and powerful body, became weak and old body. Lord Mifune is a true samurai with absolute strength. He is my goal, and one day, I will surpass him. Tetsuken's confident words sounded in Kakashi's ear. Kakashi just chuckled at this. Although he has not known Tetsuken for a long time, Kakashi can feel the powerful strength in Tetsuken's body. In time, surpassing Mifune is not an unattainable dream for Tetsuken. Tetsuken's voice was so loud that everyone around him could hear it, but no one showed Tetsuken contempt. Because, most people here are also had this goal. They are all young samurai, and it is the time when they are full of passion. They are full of passion, and they think they have the ability and talent to do this. Although the reality will slowly wake them up, it does not prevent them from thinking about all kinds of fantasies at this time. Not long after, the Iron Plaza is already full of people. Seeing that it is almost time, Ozaki stands on the central high platform of Iron Plaza and starts his speech. "Young samurai, welcome everyone to the Samurai Conference." Ozaki's voice was very loud, and with the help of chakra, it easily reached the ears of everyone present. The originally noisy Iron Plaza instantly became quiet. "First of all, I would like to welcome everyone here. The Samurai Conference happens once every 3 years, and today is the new Samurai Conference. Next, the preliminary round of the Samurai Conference will be held. I believe everyone already understands about the rules. There are a total of 26 divisions, and they are on the 26 arenas over there. Only those who win on each of those 26 arenas will get into the finals." Ozaki's sharp eyes swept in front of everyone, and then he said, "Now, let the competition begins." Following Ozaki's order, samurai jumped to those 26 arenas. Those samurai are the referees for the preliminary round. Okay, everyone have 1 minute to return to their ring. After 1 minute, the referee will start reading the participant numbers. Silver, I will go to the C group first. Good luck. Tetsuken finished speaking and starts running. Kakashi didn't care, and walked to the Z group on his own. Kakashi's number is 6, which is relatively early. According to the 1v1 mode, he should be the third pair to fight. 1 minute passed quickly. Kakashi looked around, and saw that there were a total of 12 people in the Z group, that is to say, there should be more than 300 people who participate in this competition. Compared with shinobi, samurai's number is indeed a lot less. Kakashi's thought did not last long. Soon, the referee in the Z group announced the start of the competition. Z group, number 1 Inoue versus number 2 Matsushita Godo. As soon as the voice fell, 2 young samurai jumped onto the ring. The samurai conference has restrictions on age and the participant age cannot exceed 30. Therefore, all the samurai who come here are the younger generation of samurai. Inoue and Matsushita bowed at each other, and then put their right hand on the handle of their sword, and their left hand supported the scabbard. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect that these 2 men both practiced sword drawing technique. Sword drawing technique, or usually called sword style. The user put their sword in the scabbard and observes their enemy's movement. When the sword is drawn out of the scabbard, it needs to be like a flash, so that it will kill their enemy with one blow. It has a very high destructive power. But there are also major flaws in sword style. If the attack misses, then the user is likely to fall into a very passive situation. All the people present have obviously discovered this. Sword style is also a high-level technique in swordsmanship. It is very easy to get started, but if they want to master it, only few people do it. After all, drawing a sword day after day is monotonous and tasteless. If the user didn't achieve certain mastery in sword style, then it won't have much power. Most people will choose to give up this kind of sword technique as it does not necessarily yield gains. However, it is clear that the 2 people at the arena right now have already achieved certain mastery in sword style. Samurai is someone who pays attention to their beliefs. So the duel between samurai is often a collision between beliefs. Of course, the prerequisite for this is that the strength of these 2 is similar. Otherwise, no matter how firm your belief is, it's useless. Tigers won't be killed by sheep just because they lose their teeth. Inoue and Matsushita are looking at each other with eyes full of solemnity. Since they were all samurai using sword style, the duel will end in an instant. One slash, either lose or win. The 2 faced each other for about a minute, but the observers were not impatient at all. Kakashi nodded slightly and thought, the basic skills of the 2 people are indeed very solid. Although their strength is average, if they can continue to persevere, they may be able to achieve success in the future. A breeze blew, and Inoue's eyelashes trembled slightly. Kakashi's eyes lit up. There's flaw. It's now. Matsushita also noticed this, and whispered, sword style, slash. The white light of the sword instantly bloomed from Matsushita's scabbard, like a crescent moon. Inoue was shocked and attacked at the same time, but unfortunately, it was obviously a step too late. With the same crescent moon, Inoue's sword was blown by Matsushita and fell into the arena. Inoue only felt that his right hand was numb, and he lost all of his strength for a while. Upon seeing this, the referee immediately said, the winner is Matsushita Godo. Hearing this, Inoue's expression was extremely bitter, and he retired sadly from the arena. And Matsushita showed a hint of joy. The strength of these 2 is actually similar. If it weren't for that breeze, the outcome would be unpredictable. But luck is also part of the strength. The next 2 samurai apparently did not have the level of Inoue and Matsushita. Amidst the sound of fighting, the 2 struggled to decide the winner. Kakashi looked dull and didn't have any interest in this fight. The previous matchup between Inoue and Matsushita was still a bit interesting, but the level of these 2 are not good at all. Kakashi took a quick look at C Group and found that Tetsuken had come down from the arena. Seeing his relaxed look, it was obvious that his opponent did not cause him much trouble. But it's as expected. After all, with Tetsuken's strength, as long as his luck is not too bad, it is certainly no problem for him to be the winner of C Group. Next, Sakata Jindaki vs Aso Fukigi. Chapter 188. Kakashi's sword skill also jumped and landed on the arena. Kakashi did not hesitate, and also jumped up. Start. Isn't that person Aso Fukigi? One person said with amazement. What's the matter? You know him? You don't know him? The man looked incredulous. I don't know, what's the matter? Is he very powerful? At first glance, I can see that you are rookie. Aso Fukigi is a very terrifying figure. He has great sword skills. It is said that since his debut, no one can endure 10 moves of him. So awesome. He may be the most powerful samurai in this competiton. The young man's luck is really bad. It is his first round and he already needs to go against Aso Fukigi. I'm afraid that he will lose without doing anything. I don't think so. I saw that silver white-haired guy is not nervous at all. He should have confidence in his own strength. Humphrey, what do you know? He must have doesn't know about the strength of Aso Fukigi, otherwise, how could he be so calm? You know, Aso Fukigi is not an ordinary person, even Jonin level shinobi has been defeated by him with just a few slashes. What? He's so strong. That person was completely shocked. After all, Being able to single-handedly kill a Jonin-level shinobi is not something that an ordinary samurai can do. So, his gaze on Kakashi couldn't help being filled with sympathy. His luck is very bad. Their voices are not small, but in such a noisy place, only a few people can hear them. Unfortunately, Kakashi heard it. The opponent actually was able to kill Jonin-level shinobi, which made Kakashi quite surprised. Jonin is a village's high-end combat power. If this person really has the ability to kill Jonin, then it means his swordsmanship has reached a very high level. But there is one thing that the two said correctly: Kakashi really has never heard of this person's name before. Also unsheathed his sword and looking at Kakashi with a cold gaze, and whispered, "Brat, your luck is really bad. To met me in the first round, I advise you to surrender right now. Otherwise, there will be a few more holes in your body later." Kakashi was taken aback for a while. After all, it's been a long time since someone had spoken to him in this kind of tone. He doesn't know why, but suddenly he feels some kind of nostalgia. With a chuckle, Kakashi gently pulled out the Millennium Sword. Since he was going to participate in the samurai conference, Kakashi did not seal the Millennium Sword in his wrist. Also Fukiki was surprised after seeing Kakashi pulled out the Millennium Sword. He then looked at Kakashi's sword, and his eyes couldn't help but show a trace of greed. "Brat, you are very courageous, but in the face of absolute strength, courage is useless. You have a good sword. Just give it to me as compensation for sparing your life." Kakashi looked at his opponent with a strange expression as he didn't expect that his sword would be targeted. But after thinking about it, he feels that it is reasonable. For a samurai, a good sword is really important. Many samurai cannot find a good sword in their entire life. Therefore, a good sword is very attractive to the samurai. Millennial Sword is considered top-notch in terms of materials and craftsmanship. Except for the artifact level, there are only a few swords that can be compared with Millennium Sword. No wonder the person in front of him is greedy. "Sorry, but this is my partner, so I can't give it to you." Aso's face became cold, and said, "Humphrey, you're not worthy for that sword." Aso clenched his long sword with both of his hands, and his figure moved. He slashed at Kakashi with his sword. Swordsmanship needs to be fast, accurate and ruthless. After these three things are achieved, the battle will end in just a moment. The name of White Fang can make the people of the shinobi world scared is because he has achieved these three things to the extreme. The enemy often has lost their life before they can see where his knife is. Aso's movements are fast, but in Kakashi's eyes, it's still too slow. The people below only saw an afterimage flashing across the arena, and a bright light smashed down from midair like a lightning in the night. This sword looks terrifying, and the audience below couldn't help but cover their eyes, as if they are about to see the scene of blood splashing on the spot. Stream sword technique. Splitting mountain. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and the Millennium Sword on his right hand slashes. Ding. With a loud sound, and the two swords clashed at each together. Aso's pupils shrank, he blocked it. On the high platform in the distance, both Mifune and Osuke looked at Kakashi's fight. "These two are?" Mifune asked curiously. "Lord Mifune, the older one is also Fujiki, who has been famous in recent years. I heard that he had mastered his vivid sword technique." "Oh? Vivid sword technique? It's indeed a good one. And, who is that young man?" Hearing this, Osuke then looked at Kakashi, but he shook his head and said, "I don't know who he is. I've never seen him before," Osuke said as he immediately flipped the roster on his hand. Mifune was not in a hurry, and continued to watch the battle between these two. For some reason, the young man with silver white hair gave him a familiar feeling. It seemed that he had seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it. It's no wonder that Mifune can't remember Kakashi. After all, it has been 6 years since their last meeting. Kakashi has grown up and hasn't worn a mask. So, it's normal for him to not recognize Kakashi. "Lord Mifune, I found his identity. His name is Sakata Jintaki, 20 years old. He seemed to be a Ronin and just happened to pass by the Land of Iron at this time, so he participated in this competition. It looks like this young man is not simple," Mifune said profoundly. "Is the Lord Mifune optimistic about him?" Osuke said with a smile. "Yes, his basic skills are very solid. You see that he is using ordinary sword technique, but he hasn't lost the advantage at all. That also Fukigi can't do anything to him." Osuke nodded and said, "Yeah, this Sakata Jintaki is indeed very good. At the age of 20, he has trained his basic swordsmanship to this level." "Haha, Osuke, when you were at this age, your swordsmanship level is not as good as him," Mifune said with a smile. Hearing this, Osuke feels quite embarrassed, so he quickly changes the subject. "Lord Mifune, do you think that young man will win?" "Yes, moreover, it will not be long." Aso's heart has been in turmoil. Hearing Mifune's words, Osuke looked curiously at the Kakashi's fight. How is it possible? How can my vivid sword technique useless against you? Also looked at Kakashi with an incredulous expression, seeming to have been greatly impacted. The expressions of the audience below were even more amazing. They originally thought it would be a one-sided battle, but they didn't expect the situation would evolve into what it is now. Just now, Aso moved and attacked Kakashi, but the attacks didn't harm Kakashi at all. Many of the people present were also experts in swordsmanship, so naturally they could see the gap between their strength. The young man with silver-white hair is much stronger than this so-called Aso Fujiki. Of course, this is not because Aso is not strong. On the contrary, Aso is very strong. At least most of the people present admit that if they are the ones fighting against Aso, they wouldn't able to take more than 3 moves from Aso. Thinking of this, the samurai couldn't help but looked at Kakashi in surprise. Who was this young man? Why anyone didn't know where he came from? Chapter 189 title at the end. It seems that you are already tired. Kakashi said as he dodged Aso's sword. Damn it. How can you have this level of strength? It must be fake. Aso became angry, waving the sword on his hand at will, completely unstructured. Seeing this, Kakashi just shook his head, his mind was too weak. This is not Aso's fault. After all, since his debut, neither Jonin-level shinobi nor powerful samurai are able to defeat him. Since his debut, he has not ever tasted defeat, which has also created Aso's arrogant character. Now that he can't defeat Kakashi even with all of his strengths, his mindset starts to crumble. If a person's growth process is too smooth, it will inevitably make them feel superior. And when they encounter setbacks, they won't be able to move forward because their mindset starts to crumble. Seeing Aso's desperate appearance, Kakashi felt the fight starts to bore him. Shaking his head, Kakashi gently sheathed the Millennium Sword back into the scabbard. Upon seeing this, Aso was taken aback, and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you going to admit defeat? No, your heart is unstable, so you are not worthy of using my sword." Aso was furious after hearing Kakashi's words. "You damn brat. You sure talk big. When I became famous, you are still no one at all. You were just lucky enough to have a good sword, so how dare you be so arrogant? Now, I will show you my most powerful move of my vivid sword technique." Aso squeezed the sword on his hand, the chakra inside his body bursted in an instant, and then blue chakra appeared on his sword, forming a blue blade. Vivid sword technique. Shadowless strike. The blue blades turned into countless shadows of the blades, filling the sky. It appears. Vivid sword technique's strongest move. Shadowless strike. Like countless swords falling from the sky, blocking the enemy's way. That young samurai is in danger. Matsushita said in amazement. After seeing this technique, the enemy won't be able to survive. Go to hell. Aso yelled, and the sword on his hand slashes down mercilessly. In the distance, Osuke saw this scene and was shocked. Lord Mifune. This Aso Fujiki has actually able to reach such level in vivid sword technique. It seems that Jinkaki is in a dangerous situation. Mifune revealed the words. With a sardonic smile, he said, "Is that really the case?" Kakashi's eyes narrowed, and he secretly said in his heart, "It's a great skill. It's quite similar to Hidden Leaf Village's 3 Sun Moon Dance, but if it is only at this level, then it won't be enough to defeat me." Seeing the countless shadow of blades in the sky, Kakashi did not rush. He stretched out 2 fingers, gently clamped it, and his sword was tightly clamped between his fingers. In the blink of an eye, the countless shadow of blades in the sky disappeared without a trace, and the originally terrifying ultimate skill attack was actually disappeared in an instant. Everyone in the audience couldn't help swallowing and starts to thought. What a terrifying judgment. What a terrifying decisiveness. What a terrifying hand speed. In the distance, Osuke and Mifune were also taken aback. This. How is it possible? Osuke's face was full of disbelief at this moment. Although he is also confident of defending against this move, his method is definitely not as simple as Kakashi. What kind of terrifying control, explosiveness and vision are needed to do that? Osuke knew very well that he couldn't do this yet. Mifune was equally astonished. Although he knew that that move would definitely be ineffective Kakashi, he did not expect that Kakashi would be able to defeat it with such a simple move. Aso looked at Kakashi with horror on his face, and said tremblingly, You are not human." Kakashi felt amused, and lost interest in continuing the fight. His index finger and middle finger moved and snatched Aso's sword, and then he moves very fast and stood behind Aso. Holding Aso's sword on his hand, Kakashi gently placed it on Aso's neck. "Referee, can you announce the outcome?" The referee came back to his senses at this time and said, "The winner is Sakata Jintaki." Kakashi left the long knife on the ground after hearing this, and slowly walked off the arena. Seeing this, the people around gave way to him. This is how the samurai respects the strong. Or it is fear. For a while, All the samurai in Z group looked at Kakashi in completely different view. This guy is a terrifying opponent. At the same time, no one felt that they would be able to defeat Kakashi. There is only one winner from each of the group. Obviously, in the eyes of everyone, this place has been taken by Kakashi. Lord Mifune, this young man is really powerful. Even if it is me who fight him, I am not sure I would be able to defeat him. Ozuk said with complicated emotion. Mifune nodded when he heard Ozuk's words and looked at Kakashi with eyes full of appreciation. If such a young person can protect the Land of Iron, the Land of Iron certainly won't have any problem for a few decades. Let's take a look again. Mifune said lightly, suppressing the joy in his heart. Yes. Lord Mifune. Kakashi stood below the arena, not watching the competition on the stage, but looking away. Look at that. There is a man over there who is using 7 swords at the same time. An exclaim sounded, attracting Kakashi's attention. Hearing the sound, it was the G group, and Kakashi saw a tall dark man in a strange stance, with short swords all over his body. Taking a closer look, Kakashi then saw that there are as many as 7 swords. 2-sword style is not uncommon in the samurai world, and sometimes you can even see 3-sword style, but using 7 swords are really the first time. So it attracted a large number of people to watch. 7 swords? That person is stupid. How can he use 7 swords at the same time? Who knows, but his stance seems very good. Humphrey, it must be a gimmick, I don't believe it. How can he fight with 7 swords? He doesn't have 7 hands. You idiot, you bastard. Surrender under the skill of this master. The tall dark man said with a strange rap tone, making everyone look dumbfounded. His opponent can't bear it even more. What a joke. You idiot. Die. The samurai on the opposite side directly launched his own attack, and his sword slashes through the air. The tall dark man didn't care. He starts to spin and turned into a tornado of swords, and countless sword shadows of the sword swayed back and forth. The 7 swords look like they are parts of him. The people below have not seen what is going on, but the opponent has fallen to the ground. When everyone saw this, they can't help but sucked in a cold breath. What a terrifying sword technique. I can't see anything at all. 7 swords can really move at the same time. There is no awkwardness in their movement. Kakashi, who is in the distance, frowned. Isn't he 8-Tails' Jinchuriki, Killer Bee? How could he be here? Chapter 190 Identity Lord Mifune, look. Ozuk said with a surprised tone as he pointed at Killer Bee's location. 7 sword style, even if Ozuk has been in the Land of Iron for so many years, he has never heard of it. This man's sword technique is really weird. I can never imagine someone is using 7 swords at the same time. Mifune exclaimed. As a master swordsman, Mifune naturally has a deep knowledge on sword techniques. But Killer Bee's sword technique is something he has never seen before. However, with Mitsune's eyes, he can see the advantages of this sword technique. The seamless connection of the 7 swords is enough to create the illusion of unbreakable combo. At this moment, if there is not enough speed, it is impossible to resist those 7 short swords as the movements of the swords are completely irregular. Even Mifune is somewhat eager to try to fight against the terrifying power of that sword technique. Killer Bee's 7 sword style was naturally not made out of nothing, but was inspired by 8-Tails. 8-Tails have 8 tentacles, so Kairabi came up with the 8-sword style. The 7 swords at the moment are real swords, and there is one more sword, which is a sharp blade formed by the coat of the 8-Tails' chakra, becoming 8-sword style, making it even harder to guard against. The first time he saw this 7 swords style, Kakashi was also quite surprised. This strange sword technique is really unique. It will be hard to guard against this sword technique for the first time. Against this kind of sword technique, there are only 2 things to do: see through his attack pattern, and more importantly, become faster than him. Winner, Killer Bee. You idiot, you bastard. This master has won. Killer Bee then put the 7 swords into the scabbard and walked down the arena. That guy is very powerful. Where did he come from? I don't know, I have never seen him before. Hey, this samurai conference is really full of hidden experts. There are so many new faces. There is the one called Tetsuken in the C group, and there is that Jintaki in the Z group. Now in this group, there is this Killer Bee, who is very strong too. I don't know who the biggest black horse in the end is. Who knows, but it is definitely not our business. These 2 people are also self-aware. After reading these battles, they know how big the gap between them and these hidden experts is. Kakashi looked back after seeing Killer Bee got off the arena. Kakashi is quite surprised after seeing Killer Bee right here. However, the Land of Lightning is near the Land of Iron, and it is estimated that Killer Bee is sneaking out Hidden Cloud's village. Otherwise, with Lord 4th Raikage's temperament, it is absolutely impossible for Killer Bee to participate in this kind of competition. The next few fights are very simple. Kakashi only used a few tricks to subdue his opponent and successfully passed the preliminaries. The preliminaries of the Samurai Conference are over. A total of 26 warriors have been selected for the semi-final. We will continue the competition tomorrow to give the participant a day off. At the end of the Samurai Conference's preliminary round, a large number of samurai were removed from the competition, but everyone knows that the really exciting part is yet to come. After all, the preliminaries are just the beginning, and experts will not use their true ability at the preliminaries. The next fight will be different. Those who can enter the semi-final will without a doubt show their true ability as they fight against stronger enemies. Hey Silver, it looks like we both got to the semi-final. Do you want to have a meal together? You want me to invite you to dinner? Oh, is it too obvious? You know, my situation is not good right now. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little helpless after seeing Tetsukin's thick-skinned face. This guy is really strange. He can become so thick-skinned after only one day of acquaintance. But Kakashi didn't dislike it. After all, Kakashi feels that Tetsukin is a good guy. Well, don't talk nonsense anymore, let's go. Hey. After the preliminaries are over, the Iron Plaza has once again restored its tranquility. Lord Mifune, there are a lot of really good samurai this time, the Killer Bee just now, Sakata Jintaki, and Tetsukin. If these three people can work for our Land of Iron, then the strength of the Land of Iron will be enhanced by several times. Ozuk said excitedly. But Mifune was not so happy, and frowned slightly. What's wrong, Lord Mifune? Ozuk, the name Killer Bee seems familiar. Ozuk was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it, his eyes suddenly lit up and then he said, Hidden Clouds Village's Eight Tails Jinchuriki seems to be called by this name. In the previous Third Shinobi World War, he had a brilliant performance. Is it the big man just now? Mifune touched his beards and said, It's possible, you should go and investigate it. Yes. Lord Mifune. Ozuk said as he left the high platform. But who is that Jintaki? Why did I feel some kind of déjà vu after seeing him? Mifune shook his head, and didn't think about it. Maybe the next time I see him, I will remember it. As for Killer Bee's participation in the Samurai Conference, Mifune didn't care. The Samurai Conference does not stipulate that shinobi cannot participate, as long as the shinobi do not use ninjutsu. After all, the purpose of the Samurai Conference is to test the samurai's swordsmanship. If they win by swordsmanship, then naturally there is no problem. But, if they rely on ninjutsu, then they are breaking the rule of Samurai Conference. Killer Bee left the Iron Plaza and walked into an alley. B, you are too blatant. If it is like this, Rukongai will find you soon. Eight Tails said. It's okay. After all, every time I escape, I'll be caught back in less than a week. So it's the same. Killer Bee said still with strange tone. The Lord Fourth Rukongai is very strict with Killer Bee's whereabouts. Although Killer Bee can always find a gap to escape to play around, but it won't be long before he will get caught. Well, just do whatever you want. Huki-san, do you think that the Samurai Conference can sharpen my sword technique? Today's opponents are so weak. B, don't underestimate the Land of Iron. The samurai here are very strong. You idiot, you bastard. Why didn't it look like that? You should train your perception again. The leader of the Land of Iron, Mifune, is very powerful. I can feel the strength inside his body. And I think that he is as strong as Rukongai. Is there someone as strong as brother? It's really amazing, but he doesn't participate in the competition, so it's useless. Not necessarily, I just felt that there is a strong kid in the Z group. He is a shinobi like you, but his swordsmanship is also very strong. Oh? Killer Bee showed a hint of excitement on his face. Those who can make Eight Tails say that they are strong will definitely not be weak. If this is the case, perhaps his participation to the Samurai Conference will be worthwhile. In the Hotel of the Land of Iron. Jintaki, what kind of sword technique do you practice? Tetsukin said while wiping his sword. The sword technique? I can't tell you, it's family secret. Kakashi said absently while leaning on the window frame. Family secret? Then your father must be very powerful, right? Tetsukin was inexplicably excited. Kakashi smiled and said, You can say so. Jintaki, you are already so strong, isn't your father even better? I really want to see it. Then I'm afraid that you will be disappointed. Why? Did your father retire? No, my father has been dead for more than a decade. I'm sorry for making you remember that. It's okay, I'm used to it. Are you ready for tomorrow's competition? Of course. Jintaki, tomorrow, maybe your opponent is me. Kakashi turned his head and looked out the window, and smiled. Let's wait and see. Chapter 191 North Star Sword Technique. Welcome everyone to the Samurai Conference. Today is the semi-final. There will be a total of 26 samurai in the fierce competition. Who will enter the finals? Please wait and see. 26 samurai, through the form of competition, the matchup is 1 versus 1, so there will be 13 winners who will enter the finals. Now I ask for the samurai who win before to come to draw. The host said as he took out a big box. There are 26 balls in this box, the numbers are 1 to 13. Those who draw the same number will fight against each other. The 26 people stepped forward to draw the ball from the box. Kakashi is from the Z group, so he is the last one to draw. Kakashi's gaze was not placed on the box, but on the Killer Bee's body. The skin of Killer Bee is very dark, and he is also very conspicuous among crowd. Among the people present, except for Tetsuken, Killer Bee is the only one who can make him go serious. After all, he is the existence known as the strongest Jinchuriki before Naruto took control of Kurama, so he really should not be underestimated. Kakashi feels that Killer Bee is very dangerous. It's not that Killer Bee makes Kakashi feel a sense of crisis, but it is the 8 tails inside Killer Bee's body that makes him feel something dangerous. Tailed Beast, although they later became the plaything of Akatsuki member, Obito and Madara, but Kakashi knows that in this period, they show absolute strength. So far, the only tailed beast Kakashi has seen is the half of the Kurama that was sealed inside Naruto's body. That kind of power, although it is separated by a seal, Kakashi can feel it. It can only be said that Kurama is indeed the strongest tailed beast, even if it is only half of him, it still makes Kakashi feel the gap between them is really huge. This is the kind of gap that makes Kakashi more motivated to practice. After all, in the later period, Kurama is nothing. And Killer Bee who is in front of him, is able to fully utilize 8 tails' strength. So he is definitely a very strong opponent. Killer Bee seems to be aware of Kakashi's gaze as he looks back at Kakashi. The eyes of the two met in midair, and there was a spark. Killer Bee stretched out his fist towards Kakashi, then immediately took it back, with a look of excitement on his face. Seeing this, Kakashi smiled. It seemed that he is aware of my strength too. Soon, it was Kakashi's turn. Putting his hand into the box, he didn't think much as he took out a ball directly, and saw a 7 written on it. 7? Not bad. Kakashi did not stay there and went straight down. Well, everyone has drawn their number. The samurai who got number 1, please enter the arena. As soon as the voice fell, 2 people landed on the arena with a loud sound. Hey, Jintaki, what number did you draw? Tetsuken came over and asked. Kakashi directly showed his ball. Tetsuken looked at it and was disappointed. So you're on the 7th, I'm on the 6th. It seems that we missed each other again. It looks like we can only meet in the finals. Oh? That's pretty good. Otherwise, you may not be able to enter the finals. Kakashi said with a smile. It should be you that should feel lucky. If you meet me, you can only lose. Kakashi hasn't said anything yet, but the samurai next to him coldly snorted. Humphrey. Arrogant. Kakashi and Tetsuken looked at the one who said that, only to see a young man in a blue samurai suit looking at Tetsuken contemptuously. It's just a fluke that you win a few fights in the preliminaries. Do you think you are very good? I will show you the real power. Your next opponent is me, Miyamoto Goro. Miyamoto Goro said as he showed the ball in his hand, that had 6 written on it. Miyamoto Goro from Miyamoto clan? It is said that he is the most outstanding person of Miyamoto clan in 100 years. The person on the side whispered. After hearing this, everyone looked at him. The reputation of Miyamoto clan is not small. Miyamoto Goro reveals a prideful expression, obviously enjoying this feeling. Tetsuken curled his lips and said, Humphrey, I was thinking which dog has such a big words, but it is just a small character of Miyamoto clan. You shouldn't be too arrogant. After all, you are only a frog in a well. Hearing this, Miyamoto Goro gets angry. He points at Tetsuken as he roared, What do you say? Who the hell are you? How dare you insult Miyamoto clan? The disdain on Tetsuken's face became more obvious, obviously didn't want to explain more. Seeing this, Miyamoto Goro became angrier, and immediately put his hand on the hilt of his sword, as if he was about to draw his sword in the next second. At this time, Kakashi said softly, Miyamoto-san, this is the samurai conference. I am afraid that your behavior is a bit wrong. It won't be good if you're disqualified because of this. Hearing this, Miyamoto Goro was taken aback. He looked around, and sure enough, the samurai wearing armor of the Land of Iron was already looking at him. He knows that if he really draw his sword at this time, these people will definitely rush forward and take him out. Weighing the pros and cons, Miyamoto Goro then gave up the idea of drawing the sword. He came here to make a name for Miyamoto clan. So it is really not worth it for him to attack Tetsuken right now. HMP. Count yourself lucky. I will finish you at the competition, but on the arena, no one will save you. After Miyamoto Goro finished speaking, he went to the other side of the arena, apparently afraid that he couldn't hold his anger anymore. Humphrey. What an arrogant guy. Tetsuken snorted coldly. Jintaki, why are you reminding that guy? It is better for him to be disqualified. Tetsuken, it's not like you said it out like that. Since you're underestimated, it is natural for you to prove it with action. Is there any style more practical than defeating him on the arena? You are right. Let me show you how I defeat him later. Tetsuken said and coldly looking at Miyamoto Goro. Miyamoto Goro also noticed Tetsuken's gaze and glared back at him. Murderous aura permeated between the two of them. Kakashi is not surprised after seeing this. Although the samurai is not as exaggerated as shinobi, they also kill a lot of people. After all, this world has never been peaceful. Soon, the people in the first 5 groups were divided into winners and losers. The samurai who draw the number 6, please enter the arena. As soon as the voice fell, Miyamoto Goro could not wait anymore and landed on the arena. Brat, come on. Let Miyamoto-sama teach you how to behave. Humphrey. Arrogant words. Tetsuken coldly snorted. He then jumped and landed perfectly on the arena. Start. Brat, I will show you the power of Miyamoto's sword technique. Turbulence. Miyamoto Goro held his sword with both of his hands, and stabbed 7 times toward Tetsuken with the tip of his sword, like waves of water in a turbulent current. Tetsuken's expression was slightly solemn, and the sword in his hand turned into a whirlwind in an instant. The impenetrable sword shadows easily diffuses Miyamoto Goro's strike. Mifune, who was on the high platform in the distance, showed a look of surprise. This is the North Star sword technique that has disappeared for a long time. Chapter 192 Famous The North Star sword technique, one of the top 10 sword technique, ranking even above than the Miyamoto sword technique. But in recent years, the North Star sword technique has been declining, and there is no expert who can use it anymore. So it was gradually forgotten. However, Mifune had seen the glory of the North Star sword technique before. Miyamoto Goro could not help but be surprised. Whirlwind sword shadow? North Star sword technique. You are the successor of the Hakubu clan. A few decades ago, the name of the Hakubu clan in the Land of Iron, and in the world of samurai, was definitely very famous. Although the clan had faded away from their former glory and had been forgotten by the average person, but someone from a big clan like Miyamoto still remembers it. I don't expect anyone to remember the name of the North Star sword technique. Tetsuken said with complicated emotion. The people underneath are already frying. North Star sword technique. Isn't it been a long time since we heard that name? Yes, it's been more than 20 years. I didn't expect that people from the Hakubu clan would be coming to the samurai conference. What is North Star sword technique? The person who asked this was scorned by those around him, and they obviously expressed disdain for his ignorance. Kakashi didn't respond as Tetsuken had already told himself before. The top 10 sword technique, North Star sword technique, was once very popular. It just gradually disappeared with the changes of the times. This world is still the time of shinobi. This kind of sword technique is hard to be practiced. Miyamoto Goro's face became very ugly. He, who was born in a big clan, naturally knows how terrifying the North Star sword technique was. The reputation of the Hakubu clan back then was very loud, and it can be said that they are the strongest force in the Land of Iron. If the strength is powerful, it will inevitably for them to be arrogant. It is said that they provoked Hidden Leaf Village White Fang. In a rage, Hidden Leaf Village White Fang defeated all the samurai of the Hakubu clan with only the use of swordsmanship, and also make the Hakubu clan hide for more than 15 years. Since then, the Hakubu clan has disappeared from the Land of Iron, and no one knows where they have gone to. Some people even speculate whether this clan was directly uprooted by Hidden Leaf Village White Fang. No one has ever expected that they would see the successor of the North Star sword technique here today. Humphrey, it's just an old sword technique. Although Miyamoto Goro has a disdainful look, there was faint fear in his eyes. Tetsuken did not care and just said, after this samurai conference, the North Star sword technique will regain its glory. After that, Tetsuken's hand that is holding the sword tightened, and then, the sword was covered with formidable chakra. Today, my Hakubu clan will reaffirm its status again. This kind of momentum is astounding, and Miyamoto Goro can't help but look at it. A samurai can have such a powerful chakra. Let's finish this. Star Crusher. Miyamoto Goro saw Tetsuken put the sword's hilt on his forehead, and the tip of the sword pointed at Miyamoto Goro. For a while, the whole place fell into silence. It seems to be like a starry sky full of mystery. Miyamoto Goro was horrified and his body is trembling a little. This is the secret technique of the North Star sword technique, Star Crusher? It really is a terrifying sword technique. Mifune touched his beard, showing his great appreciation for Tetsuken. Upon seeing this, Kakashi said as he sighed lightly. It seems that it's over. On the arena, Tetsuken moves like a meteor and appeared in front of Miyamoto Goro. In the next second, Tetsuken's sword tip is already on top of Miyamoto Goro's throat. As long as Tetsuken is willing, Miyamoto Goro will become a corpse. Miyamoto Goro looked at the tip of the knife in fear, and at that moment, he was even going to die. The feeling of being stared at by a beast made him stand upright. The winner is Hakubu Tetsuken. As the referee announced the winner, Tetsuken showed a smile, put his sword in its sheath, and slowly walked off the arena. This battle has made the Hakubu clan regained its reputation. Hakubu clan is coming back. The purpose of Tetsuken's participation in this competition was to make the Hakubu clan famous again. Jintaki, did you see? I am amazing. Tetsuken triumphantly moves toward Kakashi to show off. Kakashi didn't care, and said faintly, your opponent is too weak. So it's nothing special. Hey, you really can't let me show off like that. Okay, it is indeed that my opponent is not too strong. Tetsuken said indifferently. The people on the side were a little speechless when they heard their conversation. Miyamoto Goro, who was a very strong samurai, was actually called weak by these two. This is too much. But when they recalled Tetsuken's terrifying sword technique just now, none of them dared to express any opinions. Well, these two people do have the strength to say something like that. Well, it's time for me to fight. Kakashi finished speaking and jumped into the arena. Don't take too long. Tetsuken teased. Don't worry, I may be longer than you in other things, but in this thing, I definitely shorter than you. What did you say? Kakashi's mouth curled up, but he didn't explain anything. Start. Kakashi's opponent is a big man, and the big sword in his hand is not a normal size, it is similar to the size of Sever's sword. Just looking at this size, Kakashi knows that the person in front of him is a power-type samurai. Brat, you have such a small body. You can't compete with this master's sword. Don't blame me when you are hacked to death by this master. The big man smirks as he was obviously full of confidence in himself. Kakashi pulled out the Millennium Sword, looked at the big man and then said, sorry, I don't have much time to waste with you. Let's end it quickly. I need to rush to the next fight. Hearing Kakashi's words, the big man was furious. Brat. How dare you to talk like that? Courting death. The big man waved the big sword in his hand and slashed down towards Kakashi. The momentum was heavy, and even gusts of wind sounded in midair. It looks like this guy has powerful brute force. Tetsuken murmured. This kind of momentum and brute force is fatal to the average samurai. If a person without enough strength can't dodge this attack and being hit by it directly, the result will be devastating. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and the Millennium Sword on his hand turned blue. Under the cover of chakra, the Millennium Sword became sharper. Sword slash. There is no fancy move, just the collision of between the normal sword and the big sword. Clang. Sparks are flying. The Millennium Sword and the big sword collided with each other, and the big sword was directly cut off from the middle by the Millennium Sword. Clang. The broken blade fell directly on the ground, and Kakashi's Millennium Sword had reached the big man's chest. The big man's eyes were filled with surprised expression. The winner is Sakata Jintaki. Chapter 193 Kakashi vs Killer Bee. Jintaki, you are really fast and cruel. That slash really frightened that person. Tetsuken said as he patted Kakashi's shoulder. Are you scared too? Kakashi said with a smile. Humphrey, how is that possible? I just can't wait to fight with you. Tetsuken said eagerly, obviously his fighting spirit has been ignited. You need to win your next fight then. I should say the same to you. Kakashi didn't answer, but looked up on the arena again. Killer Bee has jumped to the ring and looked at his opponent. But soon, Killer Bee shook his head, obviously not satisfied. With one strike, 7 short swords flew out instantly and landed at his opponent's feet. The speed is so fast that his opponent can't even react. Looking at the short swords that almost hit him, the other party swallowed his saliva, and he was full of cold sweat. I admit defeat. The winner is Killer Bee. Jintaki, that Killer Bee is very strong. With 7 sword style, that guy is really strong. Tetsuken's face is very solemn as he said that. It was the first time for Kakashi to saw that Tetsuken showed such an expression after knowing him. But it's no wonder. After all, Killer Bee's swordsmanship is really amazing. Perhaps Shinobi doesn't feel much about it. After all, they have other means to defend against such swordsmanship. But for the samurai, their battle is such a head-to-head confrontation with swords. Therefore, they can only resist Killer Bee's 7 sword style head-on. Power, speed, skill. Obviously Killer Bee has all 3 of them. Yeah, he's very strong. We need to be careful when fighting him. Kakashi nodded in agreement. The final fight of the semi-final soon ended. Next, The remaining 13 samurai will enter the Iron Arena and fight in the finals. As before, the draw will determine their opponent. The draw was carried out again, in the same way as before. When Kakashi got the ball, he couldn't help but surprised. Number 1? The first one? Kakashi muttered to himself, then looked at the others. Who was my opponent? Soon, Kakashi found his target. The same ball with number 1 written on it was held by a dark right hand. It's him. He has pale yellow hair, a pair of small black sunglasses, and 7 short swords on his back. It is Killer B. As Kakashi looks at Killer B also saw him and saw the ball in Kakashi's hand. Seeing the same number on the ball, a smile appeared on Killer B's face. You idiot, you bastard. It's finally your turn. For the contestant who got number 1, please enter the Iron Arena. Without saying a word, Killer B entered the Iron Arena. Compared with the previous arena, the Iron Arena is much bigger and stronger. Hey, Jintaki, are you the first one? Tetsuken asked worriedly. Yeah, it seems that I am going to fight that guy first. Well, I need to go. Let's talk later. Kakashi finished speaking and entered the arena, while Tetsuken's expression looked very serious. Jintaki, be careful. As long as Tetsuken recognizes a person, no matter how short the time is, he will express his kindness to him. Kakashi is the only person that Tetsuken has recognized after coming to the Land of Iron. You idiot, you bastard. I finally got a decent opponent. Come on, surrender under this master powerful swordsmanship. Killer B takes all of 7 swords out, and starting to use his strange stance again. With Millennium Sword in hand, Kakashi didn't have the ease he had before. The opponent in front of him right now is not comparable to his previous opponents. Lord Mifune, I didn't expect them to meet up so soon. In the distance, Osuke said to Mifune. Mifune's expression was solemn, but he didn't say anything. Lord Mifune, who do you think will win? I don't know. These 2 people don't seem to be mere samurai. Killer B is the 8 Tails' Jinchuriki. Although his swordsmanship is good, but it is not his main attack. As for Jintaki, I always feel that I have seen him before, but I can't remember it. But looking at his situation, I estimated that he is a shinobi. He's also a shinobi? Osuke was surprised. Mifune nodded and said, yeah, Jintaki's footsteps are much lighter than ordinary people. Obviously this is a characteristic of the expert among shinobi, and it is also a characteristic of an Anbu. After all, Anbu are working on missions such as assassinations. So they always lowered the sound of their footsteps unconsciously. And this is something a samurai would never do. As expected of Lord Mifune. Your perception is really keen. I didn't find it at first. I only discovered it after finding out about Killer B's identity. But if these 2 people are all shinobi, they won't be able to become our Land of Iron's people? Haha, yeah, but it doesn't matter. After all, I have found a suitable candidate. Hakabu Tetsuken? Yeah, that young man is a good seed. He also has all the qualities of a samurai. That's great. Osuke said joyfully. Yeah. Come. A short sword with a red handle shot out across the sky. Millennium Dance. Kakashi points his sword tip at the short sword and the short sword was blocked easily. Ding. The short sword was inserted on the ground, but it was just beginning. Kakashi felt that a gust of wind had blown in front of him, and the sword had struck again. So fast. 2 swords on the left, 2 swords on the right, 1 sword on the top, and 1 sword at the bottom. The remaining 6 swords moved from 6 directions almost simultaneously. When Kakashi saw this, not only did he not feel nervous at all, but he also smiled. Interesting. Millennium Sword turns into afterimage, and in an instant, there are 6 collisions almost at the same time. Ding 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 ding. At this moment, Kakashi and Killer B looked at each other. You idiot, you bastard. It looks like you're good. You are not bad either. The 2 are separated in just a very small distance. Then there are countless swords moving again. The scene looks dazzling. It was just a brief contact, but everyone in the audience couldn't help but stare at each other. Too fast. They just saw some sword shadows, and they couldn't even see the trajectory of the attack. Tetsuken was dumbfounded, and then smiled bitterly. It's really terrifying. If it was me, can I resist it? Tetsuken simulated the battle scene in his mind, but showed a disappointed expression. Not enough, my level is still not good enough. I didn't expect Jintaki to be so strong. No wonder he didn't want to fight with me. It seems that he thought I'm not qualified to be his opponent. Thinking of this, Tetsuken was a little discouraged. On the arena, Killer B and Kakashi stood opposite each other, and the atmosphere is somewhat tensed. Who are you? Chapter 194 Hatake Clan Sword Technique, Broken Moon. Is it important? Kakashi chuckled. You idiot, you bastard. You are right, I will defeat you first. The strange stance appeared again, and the 7 swords appeared on Killer Bee's body again. Kakashi can't see any expression on Killer Bee's eyes because he is wearing sunglasses, but he knows that Killer Bee is serious now. After putting away his playful thoughts, Killer Bee's manner of holding the swords became completely different. His previous opponents were too weak, and that's why Killer Bee was never serious. At this time, he met Kakashi, and Killer Bee finally felt his fighting spirit burns hotly. This is Killer Bee's purpose to participate in the samurai conference. Kakashi tightened his grip at the handle of the sword on his hand as he felt that he also needs to get serious. After being in this world for so long, it was the first time that Kakashi found a similar opponent in swordsmanship. When he first came to this world, his swordsmanship was far from this level. At that time, he fought a few rounds against Mifune. Rather than saying it was a duel, it was better to say that Mifune was teaching him. Later in Hidden Leaf Village, there was no opponent at all. Since White Fang, there is no sword master in Hidden Leaf Village. Shisui can be called one, but Shisui is younger than Kakashi, and his level has not reached the point that can make Kakashi is excited to fight him. After Kakashi's swordsmanship becomes so much better, he never met someone who can make himself feel pressured in swordsmanship. But right now, in front of him is Killer Bee. He is excited to fight against someone with only swordsmanship. It's been too long. Unlike when he had just came to this world, after 6 years, Kakashi has mastered so many amazing skills that he had never thought of before. And this kind of terrifying growth rate made Kakashi a little bit astonished. Even a little shocked. Kakashi knew that he had a long way to go, and that the plot was still 6 years away. In these 6 years, his strength will continue to grow. Kakashi's swordsmanship is now stuck at the bottleneck. After practicing swordsmanship for 6 years, Kakashi never gave up. But Kakashi never broke through the belief of the sword that Mifune said to him before, that is, the meaning of the sword. That feeling is wonderful, and Kakashi can't explain it. He knew that he was now in front of that door, but he couldn't get in no matter what. He has been stuck here for too long. This time he came to the Land of Iron. He plans to find a way to break through this bottleneck. Unfortunately, his previous opponents made Kakashi quite disappointed. Perhaps their strength is comparable to Jonin level shinobi, but for Kakashi, Jonin level shinobi is no longer someone that he needs to take on seriously. Too weak. But Kakashi felt the long-lost pressure from Killer Bee. This feeling made Kakashi feel quite excited at this time. The Millennium Sword on his hand trembled slightly, as if he felt the master's heart, and became excited. The sword has spirit, and the Millennium Sword has a part of the White Fang sword which is quite spiritual. After being with Kakashi for so long, its spirituality is not low. Kakashi even felt that if the Millennium Sword could be given a little more time, maybe the Millennium Sword can become a weapon like Saimada. Of course, these are all speculations. After all, in the whole Naruto world, except Saimada, there was no weapon that has spirit. Come on. You idiot, you bastard. I feel that I can write a perfect rhyme when I go back this time. Killer Bee said with a light voice, and he jumps into the air. Kakashi looked up and saw that the dark figure turned into a sword shadow. The 7 swords protected him by making wind blades that is surrounding him. If a watermelon was thrown over, it would be instantly cut into countless pieces. His speed is so fast that it has raised a whole notch from before. Ding. 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 In a short moment, the Millennium Sword's speed was almost as fast as the 7 swords. A terrifying confrontation. Kakashi's right eye kept scanning, trying to find the gap between the short swords. Killer Bee's 7 short swords are not only fast, but they have a very strange movement. The people underneath are no longer talking, just staring blankly at the confrontation on the arena. For the samurai, they can learn a lot from watching such a terrifying confrontation. Every expert has a trick, and each style is a great inspiration for them. It's a pity that some people can't even see the trajectory of these 2 movements, so they can't get any inspiration. These 2 people are really terrifying, even if they are not shinobi. With such swordsmanship, they are already at the top of powerhouse in the Land of Iron. I am afraid that only Lord Mifune can match them. Ozak said with complicated emotion. Mifune didn't speak, but looked at the 2 men more solemnly. After a long time, Mifune sighed. Not only did the 5 great shinobi village has a lot of talented people, it also never had a shortage of powerful shinobi that are proficient in swordsmanship. Mifune suddenly felt that the pressure on his body had increased a lot. Although Mifune have no ambitions, he still wants the Land of Iron to have the strength to protect itself. But looking at the existing power of the Land of Iron right now, and then at the 2 people at the arena, Mifune felt a little helpless. Is the gap really big? A sword flew out, but Kakashi dodged it. The short sword then stabbed into the ground instantly. Shua shua. Another 2 short swords fly out. The Millennium Sword stops for a moment, and then it immediately turned into 2 after images. Ding ding. With two crisp sounds, the short swords were blocked again. A huge shadow shrouded Kakashi's head, and when he looked over his head, huge soles of feet fell from the sky. So fast. Boom. With a loud noise, Kakashi's location was directly transformed into a small pit. Kakashi took a step back to dodge the attack. It almost got me. Killer Bee's tall body is now close to Kakashi. He carried 6 short swords at this time. Kyarabi showed a faint smile and whispered, "Fly like a butterfly." What? Kakashi was shocked. Sting like a bee. Flash steps. Kakashi's figure disappeared in an instant. In the distance, Mifune's pupils shrank. Flash steps. How can he use flash steps? Silver white hair? Is he Kakashi? No wonder I feel that he was familiar. In an instant, the dots were instantly solved in Mifune's mind. Flash steps, developed by Sakamo, was passed to Mifune, and then Mifune taught it to Kakashi. Therefore, in this world, apart from Kakashi and Mifune, there is no one else who can use this technique. Unless that person was taught by Sakamo, but this possibility is too low. Hatake clan sword technique, Broken Moon. Kakashi's figure reappeared again, right behind Killer Bee. There is no light of the blue lighting on Millennium Sword like usual, but there is a sense of greatness. Killer Bee's face color changed. This sword technique is too dangerous. Chapter 195 Identity Exposed. B. Use the tailed beast's chakra cloak, or you will be seriously injured. Killer Bee didn't hesitate. He knows that A-Tails' words are never wrong. The bright red-tailed beast's chakra cloak is instantly covered Killer Bee's body, and 8 blood red tails start to form. The sword hit the tailed beast's chakra cloak at this moment. Slash. The tailed beast's chakra cloak was actually cut open. Killer Bee was a little shocked. After all, this is the first time his tailed beast's chakra cloak was cut open. In the moment tailed beast's chakra cloak blocked the attack, Killer Bee quickly flashed away and left his previous location. On the arena, the silver white-haired young man stands opposite a blood-red 8-tailed monster. The audience below the arena was shocked and unable to speak. What is that? Blood-red chakra? What is that monster? Why is it here? Fear filled the crowd, and Tetsuken rushed into the arena without saying a word, and stood next to Kakashi. Jintaki, are you okay? Kakashi shook his head and said, I'm okay. What's wrong with that guy? It's okay. He just used a tailed beast's chakra cloak. Tailed beast's chakra cloak? What is that? Tetsuken asked suspiciously. Kakashi hasn't spoken yet when Killer Bee has already removed the tailed beast's chakra cloak. There was a shallow wound on his shoulder, which was healed in an instant. At this moment, Killer Bee's face became very. It was because of what 8-Tails told him. B. The guy in front of you who is called Jintaki, his left eye has a seal, and, if I'm not wrong, that slash just now should be the White Fang's sword technique. There is only one person in this world that would be able to use that technique at this time. Are you Kakashi Hatake? The son of White Fang? The bastard who injured my brother last time? Tetsuken was shocked, and the look at Kakashi in disbelief. Jintaki? Are you the son of Sakamo Hatake? Yeah, I am sorry. I didn't deliberately lie to you before, Kakashi said apologetically. Damn. So you're White Fang's son. Damn. Tetsuken yelled, and the sword in his hand was instantly pulled out and slashed towards Kakashi. Kakashi was shocked and quickly blocked the sword. Tetsuken, what are you doing? Tetsuken's eyes are red. He stares at Kakashi and then said, in the past, Sakamo Hatake defeated my father, and he died in depression. This hatred, I will get it back for him. Kakashi smiled bitterly when he heard his words. How could I found someone with hatred for father here? But it's not a strange thing for Kakashi to find someone like Tetsuken. After all, White Fang has taken a lot of lives, so a lot of people wants to get revenge at him. Sorry, this is a matter of the previous generation. If you want revenge, I'll be waiting at any time, but not now. You should go down first. Kakashi said, hitting Tetsuken's chest and get him out of the arena. Kakashi, my brother's account, I am afraid I want to settle it right now. Killer Bee is more fierce than the light, apparently angry about the fact that Kakashi wounded Lord 4th Raikage 2 years ago. B. Calm down. This person has defeated Lord 4th Raikage, so his strength cannot be underestimated. Don't worry, I know about it. Seeing Killer Bee said so, 8-Tails didn't say much. The two of them have been together for so many years and know each other very well. Although he doesn't know what Killer Bee is going to do, since Killer Bee wants to do it, 8-Tails will definitely accompany him. This is a tacit agreement between the two of them. With swords drawn, the atmosphere starts to get tense. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared between Kakashi and Killer Bee. There was a white bandage on his head, and his long beard drooped from his chin. It is Mifune. Mifune looked at Kakashi and said, Kakashi, it's been a long time since I saw you. I didn't expect you to have grown to this point. Kakashi bowed slightly. After all, Kakashi still respects Sword Master who had taught him before. Mifune-san, thank you for your care at that time. Haha, it's nothing. If Sakamo know that you have grown this strong, he will be very pleased. After Mifune finished speaking, he looked at Killer Bee and said with a frown, Killer Bee-san, this is the samurai conference. You used the Eight Tails' strength just now. You have broken the rule of the samurai. I am sorry, but you are disqualified. Please leave. Mifune's words were neither humble nor overbearing. He didn't hesitate even with Killer Bee's identity. You idiot, you bastard. I'm going to fight this guy. It doesn't matter if I'm disqualified. Killer Bee's target at this time has become Kakashi, so naturally he doesn't care about the so-called samurai conference. And in Killer Bee's opinion, no one in this samurai conference is qualified to be his opponent. Killer Bee-san, this is the land of iron. Please respect the rules here. Killer Bee was quite upset, but he didn't attack. After all, the land of iron always exists as a neutral country, and Killer Bee is very clear about how strong it is. If he insists on going his own way, the land of iron will become the enemy of Hidden Cloud's village, which Killer Bee doesn't want to see. The situation was a little awkward at this moment. Kakashi sighed. With his pride, he wouldn't let Mifune and the land of iron block Killer Bee. It's just Killer Bee, so Kakashi is still confident to defeat him. Mifune-san, this thing happens because of me, so I will solve it. Kakashi walked towards Killer Bee and said, come with me, it is not suitable for us to fight here. After that, Kakashi instantly left the place. You idiot, you bastard. Killer Bee screamed and followed after Kakashi. Mifune did not stop them, and just watching those two left. Just now, Mifune has seen Kakashi's skill. Although Killer Bee is strong, Kakashi is not weak. If those two really fight, it will be hard to tell who will be the winner. In addition, the two of them are important people in their respective villages. Therefore, Mifune believes they will have a sense of understanding to not start a big fight. Lord Mifune, do you want to send someone to watch them? At this time, Ozaki also came over and stand next to Mifune. Mifune shook his head and said, no, they are shinobi. So we should let them solve it themselves. Ozaki nodded and asked, will this competition continue? Below the iron arena, the samurai look at each other in dismay, and apparently hadn't reacted to what had just happened. That silver white-haired young man is actually Kakashi Hatake, who is famous in the shinobi world. His strength is terrifyingly strong. Jintaki. Tetsukan's face was bleak, no one knows what he was thinking. Everyone, it was just a small accident. Those two abstained. Then, the competition will continue. Mifune gave an order and left the iron arena. The host once again took up his post and presided over the competition. It's just that compared with the fierce fight that just happened, the rest of the battle is like playing house, making people uninterested in them. Chapter 196 Title At the end the Iron Canyon, the huge water current flowed down from a high place, sounding like a bell. A lot of water vapor scattered everywhere. Two figures came into the canyon one after the other. Killer Bee, let's fight here. Kakashi said, standing on a large rock. As he turned to look at Killer Bee, Kyrabi looked around and nodded after making sure that there were no traps. Killer Bee, it's a time of peace. There should be no conflicts between us before, and there should be no contradiction between us this time. Kakashi said softly. If he can choose, Kakashi will choose to not fight Killer Bee, leaving aside the question of whether or not he can win. There is no benefit for Kakashi to fight Killer Bee. Killing Killer Bee is definitely out of question. With Lord 4th Rukonga's violent temper, if Kakashi really kills Killer Bee, there will be war between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village. And Kakashi still has a good impression of Killer Bee. Furthermore, Killer Bee's strength should not be underestimated. Although it is not Killer Bee from 10 years later, his strength will definitely not much different than now. So, no matter how he looks at it, this fight is useless, and Kakashi has always refused this kind of thing. With that leisure time, it is better for him to do something else. You idiot, you bastard. You injured my brother before, so I must get you back for that. Anyway, today, you can only choose to fight. Kyrabi looked at Kakashi with scorching eyes. There are high fighting spirits, but not a trace of murderous aura. Others may not know, but Killer Bee does. Kakashi had a chance to kill Lord 4th Rukonga back then, but he was merciful. On the battlefield, each people have its own position. It is their duty to kill, but if they show mercy, it can be said that they are too merciful. Regardless of the reason, Killer Bee recognized this favor. Therefore, it is not like Killer Bee hates Kakashi. After all, there is no big problem with Lord 4th Rukonga. The reason why Killer Bee has to fight Kakashi this time is because his hands are itchy. He wants to see how powerful Kakashi is. After all, Lord 4th Rukongai has a very high status in Kyarabe's mind. He also knows how powerful Lord 4th Rukongai is, but he did not expect that 2 years ago, he was defeated by a teenager who was less than 18 years old. Although he didn't know the specific battle process, Killer Bee was also full of curiosity about the man who had defeated his brother. Since he met Kakashi this time, he couldn't just miss this chance. Kakashi was a little helpless when he saw this. Killer Bee did not seem to have any plans to fight to the death with him, but his stance that is not letting go still left him speechless. In this case, we can only fight. Chirp. The sound of the Chidori sounded, and the Millennium Sword covered with blue lighting. The blue arc of lighting kept moving around, which looked quite frightening. The blue lighting made Killer Bee feel the terrifying brightness even when wearing sunglasses. Is that your lightning release? It's amazing to be able to contain such a high-density lightning release in the palm of your hand while being able to transmit it to your sword. Even at Hidden Cloud's village, there are not a lot of people who are able to do that. Thank you for the compliment. Flash steps. Killer Bee suddenly saw Kakashi's figure disappears again at this moment. It's the movement that he did before, it's really fast. B, behind you. When Killer Bee hears this, the red-tailed beast's chakra cloak appears again and covers his whole body, and then his right foot slams the ground. The ground underneath starts to crack all over the place. Kakashi's figure also reappeared at this moment. Without a word, Killer Bee threw out the short sword in his hand. The powerful lighting attribute chakra wrapped the short sword tightly, and the short sword swiftly advanced in midair. Kakashi's pupils shrank, and the seal on his left eye was instantly lifted. Supersonic lightning released sword. Sharingan rotated very fast and Kakashi is able to see the flow of chakra from the short sword. He then slashes the short sword with his Millennium Sword. Amazing ability, using lightning release to trigger high-frequency vibration waves, so that it has a penetrating power beyond the wind release. It is a unique approach. Kakashi praised. You can see through it in an instant? Is that Scarlet Eye the Sharingan you accidentally got? What an amazing observation power. No, the average Uchiha clan's member is not as skilled as you are at using Sharingan. For Sharingan to be stronger in the hand of outsider, it sounds really ironic. Killer Bee has participated in the Third Shinobi World War, so he naturally had fight against Sharingan user before. But the Sharingan user he had fight at that time, no one can use Sharingan to this extent. In just a moment after confrontation, Kakashi can saw the supersonic lightning release sword that Killer Bee was proud of. Kakashi did not answer, but instead said, the tailed beast's chakra cloak really increases all of your strength to the next level, it also increase your chakra level. You idiot, you bastard. Huki-san's ability is more than that. Kyarabe rapped with both of his hands, looking very proud. As a perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee is really close with Eight Tails. In his opinion, Eight Tails' ability is his ability. If you still have any tricks, just use it. But even then, there is no way for you to beat me. Kakashi said softly, watching Killer Bee as his eyes full of expectations. B, he is very strong. It is impossible for you to defeat him in this form. Use full power. Eight Tails' tone is quite serious, and he obviously feels Kakashi is dangerous. Since Huki-san has said that, then I can only be more serious. It just so happens that this place is big enough for us to use our full strength. Killer Bee said, and then 8 octopus tentacles suddenly appeared on his body. The next moment, Kyarabe's body swelled exponentially, and immediately, a huge creature that is tens of meters high appeared in Kakashi's field of vision. With a huge bull head, and an octopus body, it is a strange creature that has never been seen before. 8 tails, 8 tails. Among the 9-tailed beast, it is a powerful existence that is only exceeded by Kurama. It's really amazing. This kind of terrifying chakra reserve is really enviable. The amount of chakra that tailed beast has is a lot more than human can get. Even if it is possible to defeat a tailed beast, it is not because those shinobi has more chakras than the tailed beast. It was because of various strange ninjutsu and tactics that the tailed beast could not resist. When it comes to resourcefulness, tailed beast can't be compared with humans. Kakashi Hatake, with me in this form, you are sure to lose. A loud voice came from the huge bull head, obviously feeling that the winner was already decided. Hearing this, Kakashi said with a light smile, that's not necessarily so. The Millennium Sword was sealed again. Kakashi put his left thumb on his mouth and bit it, making it bleed instantly. He then starts forming hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom. With a loud noise, a huge creature with a size similar to that of 8 tails appeared. The smoke cleared, revealing 3 huge dog heads. It is Nanairo. Chapter 197 Tailed Beast Bomb. Hey Kakashi, this is the first time I summoned me, is this my opponent? It looks like the opponent this time is dangerous. Nanayro saw Eight Tails that is not far away from them and couldn't help but smile wryly. After all, Nanayro also knows about Tailed Beast's strength. Hey, it's just Eight Tails. We can easily defeat him. Nanayro rolled his eyes as he said to Kakashi, well, you sure are arrogant. But you sure are right, we can easily defeat him. Although Nanayro said so, his whole body is tense. Summoned beast? I have never seen that kind of summoned beast before. Huki-san, do you know about that summoned beast? The Hellhound race. I didn't expect that they still exist. I thought they were already dead. Eight Tails' tone was a bit solemn, and he was obviously familiar with this race. Hellhound race? What is that? Sage of Six Paths once wanted to manage the dead souls in this world, but he failed in the end. However, in the process, Sage of Six Paths discovered two things. One is Rashomon. According to legend, Rashomon is the gate that can lead to the underworld, and the other is the Hellhounds race that was guarding Rashomon. The gate to the underworld? Hellhounds race was guarding that gate? Kairabi was slightly astonished, and was obviously shocked by such important information. No matter what kind of world you are in, life and death are not trivial matters. If there really is an underworld in this world, what kind of existence does live at underworld? If people can break the gap between life and death, doesn't it mean that people will never die? This incident seemed to have inspired Sage of Six Paths back then. But, no one knows where Sage of Six Paths is right now. Even whether he is still alive or already dead. You idiot, you bastard. You really opened my eyes with these information. Regardless of this, let's solve the problem in front of us first. Killer Bee's mind was a little dizzy after hearing these information, so he decided to fight Kakashi first. After all, what Sage of Six Paths did is not important for him right now. B. The strength of the Hellhound race is not weak, plus there is also Kakashi Hatake. Even if you are using the full-body tailed beast mode right now, you need to be careful. Don't worry, Huki-san. Killer Bee communicates with Eight Tails with their mind, so Kakashi doesn't hear any of their conversation. But, seeing Eight Tails' body gradually change, he knows that the opposite side is about to launch an attack. Nanayro, be careful. It is our first time to fight together. The opponent is Eight Tails, so we need to be careful. Humphrey, you don't need to say that. It has been a long time since I move around, so I'm a little rusty. It's good to move my muscle. Eight Tails storm. The 8 tentacles of Eight Tails wrapped his body, and with his body as the axis, he began to frantically rotate. A huge storm swept the entire Iron Canyon. The wind is raging towards Kakashi and Nanayro. The huge size of Nanayro couldn't help but shake slightly. Kakashi used his chakra to stick to the top of Nanayro, and his windbreaker was blowing because of the wind. What a terrifying power. I am afraid the whole terrain will be changed by this guy. Kakashi whispered softly. You still got time to talk nonsense. Let's go. Nanayro complained, and then his limbs jerked and he jumped instantly. The huge dog is now in the sky. Hey, Nanayro, I didn't expect that you are able to jump so high. Kakashi couldn't help but praise Nanayro when he saw this. You don't know much. If it wasn't for me being badly injured last time, did you think you could defeat me so easily? Kakashi snorted and did not refute. The huge tentacles directly destroyed the entire Iron Canyon. The waterfall disappeared without a trace, and the canyon became a flat land. B. They are on the sky. Got it. The 8 tentacles were retracted, and the huge storm disappeared immediately. What is he doing? Nanayro asked suspiciously. He then saw the 8 tentacles of Eight Tails gathered together at the same time. The bull's mouth was wide open, and the black chakras gathered quickly in the middle. Kakashi was surprised and said, It's Tailed Beast Bomb. Nanayro, use your most powerful fire release. Hearing this, Nanayro just nodded and powerful chakra gathered in his mouth. Wind style, great breakthrough. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Combination ninjutsu, great dragon fire technique. A terrifying flame spurted from the mouth of the Nanayro. When Kakashi saw this, his eyes condensed. This power is not enough to fight against Tailed Beast Bomb. Sage mode. Silver White Smagatama instantly released on Kakashi's back, and powerful natural energy poured into Kakashi's body. The red eye shadow instantly appeared on Kakashi's eyes. Senjutsu. Fire style, dragon fire technique. The same fire release ninjutsu was ejected from Kakashi's mouth and fused with the previous flame. The two quickly merged together and turned into a white flame. At this moment, the already scorching temperature was raised by several degrees. The vegetation in the distance also withered in an instant. The power of this flame has reached a very high level. At this time, Eight Tails has also completed his energy accumulation. Tailed Beast Bomb. The huge chakra ball flew out of Eight Tails' mouth. The terrifying wind blows away all the trees everywhere. The land of iron, the Iron Plaza. At this moment, Mifune looked at the distance and were shocked by the terrifying scene. What is that? That was very terrifying. Isn't that from the direction of Killer Bee and Kakashi? Is that thing caused by the two of them? What a terrifying power. Not far from the Iron Canyon, a dark-skinned man looked up. Is it there? What kind of enemy that can actually maybe use Tailed Beast Bomb? Damn, I need to get there quickly. After that, the big man's body was covered with lighting and then he disappeared from that place. And the place where he originally stood was scorched. At this time, the Iron Canyon is destroyed. It is not excessive to describe it as a ruin. The dark-tailed beast bomb crashed into the terrifying white fire release ninjutsu. Boom. The terrifying air wave blew Nanairo's huge body tens of meters away. Eight Tails was also blown back tens of meters away by the air wave. Tailed beast bomb is clashing with the white fire release ninjutsu as they move upward towards the sky. Boom. With a loud noise, the white flame and tailed beast bomb actually cancelled each other and disappeared into nothingness. They actually offset each other. Killer Bee is very surprised. After all, since mastering tailed beast bomb, this is the first time that it has been offset by another ninjutsu. No, compared to the white flame, tailed beast bomb is still stronger. If it wasn't because Kakashi Hatake deliberately hit the bottom of tailed beast bomb, I'm afraid the white flame would be easily offset tailed beast bomb like that. Eight Tails have some lingering fears. In that terrifying white fire release ninjutsu, he clearly feels natural energy mixed in there. Kakashi Hatake has actually mastered that technique. Kakashi was also stunned when he saw this. He didn't expect that his fire release that was mixed with senjutsu, and then fused with Nanairo fire release would have such terrifying power. That power is comparable to Tailed Beast Bomb. Kakashi squeezed his right fist and chuckled, it's really interesting power. Chapter 198 AB Combination. You idiot, you bastard. Kakashi Hatake, you are really amazing. Thank you for the compliment. But I won't just give up like this. The fight has just begun. Kakashi frowned, this is not good. Eight Tails is more troublesome than I though. A protracted war is not good for me. Tailed Beast's chakra reserve is abnormally huge, so, even if Kakashi's chakra reserve has increased, it still can't be compared to Tailed Beast's. Just as the huge body of Eight Tails was about to strike again, Kakashi suddenly looked at another direction. There is a powerful chakra approaching. The feeling of this chakra. Lord Fourth Raikage? Kakashi was surprised, he did not expect Lord Fourth Raikage to appear at this time. But Kakashi is not scared. After all, he has already learned Flying Thunder God Jutsu, so he can run easily if he wanted to. Killer Bee also noticed the powerful chakra this time. It's brother. Killer Bee cried out in surprise. They then saw a big man whose body was covered in blue lightning that is constantly flashing from a distance. It didn't take long for him to appear on top of Eight Tails' head. Bee, what are you doing? Why are you using this form? Haven't I told you that you are not allowed to use this form unless it is an emergency? Killer Bee showed a pleasing look with Eight Tails' face and said, brother, this is an accident. Seeing this, in Killer Bee's mind, Eight Tails roared in anger, Bee. Don't use my body to make such a humiliating expression. Huki-san, we need to this. After all, if brother is annoyed, it will be very troublesome for us in the future. Lord Fourth Raikage didn't look at Eight Tails that is underneath him, but turned to Kakashi that was standing on the head of Nanairo. Lord Fourth Raikage's face was stern, and he feels that the person in front of him felt a little familiar. Then, he immediately recalled. It's you. Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi chuckled and said, long time no see, Lord Raikage. Why are you here? I believe that with the information network of Hidden Clouds Village, you should know that I am traveling outside, so it is normal for me to be here, isn't it? Hearing this, Lord Fourth Raikage stays silent. Indeed, there are spies from other villages inside Hidden Leaf Village, and with such a famous person like Kakashi Hatake disappeared from Hidden Leaf Village, other villages naturally received the news. But they are all judging the authenticity of this news. They didn't know whether is Kakashi really going to travel around the world or there is a conspiracy. Raikage and other villages didn't know about the affairs between Kakashi and Danzo. After all, there aren't many people who know this thing. If Raikage knows this, then Hidden Leaf Village should just disband as soon as possible. B. What's going on? Hearing Raikage's words, Killer Bee explained what happens honestly. After hearing Killer Bee's explanation, Lord Fourth Raikage was stunned. B. You are playing around again. When we go back this time, you are not allowed to leave the Valley of Clouds and Lightning for 1 year. You idiot, you bastard. Brother, you can't do this to me. Shut up, B. Lord 4th Raikage yelled. Kakashi was a little embarrassed after seeing this. It seems to be a family matter for others. So he seemed very unsuitable here. Nanahiro was also very helpless. Do we still need to fight them? You two, it seems that you still need to talk a lot. Can I leave now? Kakashi asked tentatively. Hearing this, Killer Bee and Lord 4th Raikage looked at Kakashi. All three knew that this battle was just a joke, and it didn't make any sense to fight anymore. Kakashi can't keep Killer Bee and Raikage, and likewise, Killer Bee and Raikage can't keep Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake, I didn't expect to see you again at this time. I also didn't expect that I would meet the famous AB combo at this time. Back then, me and B fight against Minato Namikaze together. But I didn't expect it is the last time I lost against him. This time, I met his disciple. It was really interesting. That battle? I have also heard from Minato-sensei that he admires you very much. Kakashi suddenly recalled his long-lost memory when talking with Minato. Kakashi, Hidden Cloud's villages A and A Tails' Jinchuriki are very strong and they will definitely become the backbone of Hidden Cloud's village in the future. You have to help sensei at that time, okay? He still can remember the smile on Minato's face at that time, but now it has become a bubble of the past. Now that I think of it, it is really embarrassing. However, Minato-sensei, I have not lived up to your expectations. But now, I will definitely block these two people for you. Really? It is a great honor to get Minato Namikaze's praise. Lord 4th Raikage sighed when he thought of the familiar figure from that time. So, we continue? Lord 4th Raikage said as he looked at Kakashi. Since we have met, we can't just stop like that. One move. After one move, this fight will end. Oh? What do you want to do? Kakashi wondered. B. Release the tailed beast mode. Lord 4th Raikage did not answer, but instead tell Killer Bee to release his tailed beast mode. Killer Bee did not object, and directly released his current state. Kakashi then said, Nanahiro, you should go back first. Kakashi, are you okay by yourself? Don't worry. If I want to leave, they can't stop me. Okay then. Nanahiro said, and then with a bang, he disappeared from that place. Kakashi, who was on the midair, then fell down to the ground. Kakashi, at the next move, if you can't take it, I will stop it. You can say that I will just pay back the debt back then. Kakashi shrugged and said that it didn't matter. Brother, what do you want to do? Just watch carefully. Lord 4th Raikage said as the blue lighting starts covering his body again. Lighting release armor. Kakashi's gaze narrowed slightly. After the last fight with Lord 4th Raikage, Kakashi also obtained training method of lighting release armor. It's just that lightning release armor's requirements for the physique are really abnormal, and Kakashi can't use it for the time being. Sharingan emerged, staring at Lord 4th Raikage's movements. Lightning style, lariat. Lord 4th Raikage loudly shouted, and when Kakashi saw Lord 4th Raikage again, he was already in front of Kakashi. The lighting attribute chakra on his right arm dazzled people's eyes brightly. Sure enough, he's still very fast. Sage Art, Frog Strike. Lord 4th Raikage only felt that the chakra around move inexplicably, blocking his right arm directly. What? Lord 4th Raikage looked at this scene in disbelief. Invisible attack? Lord 4th Raikage turned over and landed beside Killer Bee. Brother, are you okay? I'm okay. Kakashi Hatake, what is that? No comment. Okay, that's it, goodbye. When Kakashi finished speaking, he disappeared directly from that place. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Brother, why didn't you let me use Lariat together just now? Killer Bee asked suspiciously. We can't stop the attack when we use it together. It didn't matter if Kakashi Hatake blocked it or not, it wouldn't be good for us. Lord 4th Raikage looked at the place where Kakashi just stood thoughtfully. Chapter 199 Lake Toya. Kakashi ignored what Lord 4th Raikage and Killer Bee were thinking after they left. He has no interest in those. Although he admires both Killer Bee and Lord 4th Raikage, Kakashi is not interested in getting involved with them at this time. Kakashi did not go anywhere else, but returned to the Land of Iron. At this time, the samurai conference has already come to an end. Kakashi inquired a little and knew that after he left, Tetsuken had won the final with absolute advantage. Kakashi was not surprised by this. After all, Kakashi can feel the strength of the samurai that was participating, and Tetsuken is definitely better than any of them. Without hesitation, Kakashi walked directly to Mifune's house. As the leader of the Land of Iron, Mifune's house is very easy to find. Two samurai in armor stood at the door, and when they saw Kakashi approaching, they reached out their hands to stop him. Halt. This is the residence of Lord Mifune. You can't get in here. Hello, Please inform Mifune-san that the son of his old friend has came to visit. The samurai looked up and down at Kakashi and saw the pressure Kakashi excluding. He understand that Kakashi is not so simple and then said, "Wait here, I will go inside to ask first. Sorry for the trouble." Seeing the samurai entering, Kakashi looked around boredly. As the leader of a country, Mifune's house was not luxurious, but it was also slightly crude. Mifune is a real samurai, so he didn't have much enthusiasm for those kinds of luxurious things. In his opinion, as long as he got a place to live, it is enough. Inside Mifune's house. Lord Mifune, the samurai conference this time really got lots of twist. Ozaki said with complicated emotion. Thinking about it, it was originally just a simple samurai conference. But he never would have expected that Kakashi Hatake and Eight Tails' Jinchuriki, who is very famous in the world, to come here and join in the fun. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end. Otherwise, if some trouble happens, the ending would be really not easy to clean up. It's fine, this time our gain is not small. Hakubu Tetsuken has decided to join the Land of Iron's Guard. In the future, he will be able to grow up and take on the responsibility to protect the Land of Iron. Congratulations, Lord Mifune. At this moment, a samurai came in. Lord Mifune, there is a person claiming to be the son of your old friend at the door who wants to visit you. The son of my old friend? Mifune frowned. After all, he only had few old friends. Does he say his name? No, he has a silver-white hair. But he doesn't feel like a simple person. Silver-white hair? Mifune's eyes lit up as he already guessed who the person is. Let him in. Yes. The samurai finished speaking and get out of the room. Lord Mifune, could it be Kakashi Hatake? Ozaki asked curiously. Mifune nodded and said, it should be him. At this moment, Kakashi had already walked in. Mifune-san. Kakashi, are you okay? There is no problem. The reason I came here is to apologize to Mifune-san. I participated in the samurai conference secretly, but I didn't expect to bring so much trouble to you, Mifune-san. I am sorry, Kakashi said sincerely. It's okay. It's not illegal for you to participate in the samurai conference. Your father also participated in the samurai conference and won the championship. It is a pity that you did not win this time because of your abstention. Thank you for your forgiveness, Mifune-san. As for becoming the champion, Tetsuken is also very strong. So it won't be easy for me to become the champion even if I participate till the end. Speaking of Tetsuken, Kakashi, you should know that the relationship between Sakamo and Hakubu clan is not simple. Tetsuken knows that you are Sakamo's, so I am afraid that he will find you and ask you for a duel. Tetsuken is not someone unreasonable, so I'll just go and talk to him. Okay, you young people need to settle your problem with yourself. Tetsuken is at the backyard right now. You can go there to meet him. Thank you, Mifune-san. Kakashi finished speaking and walked to the backyard. Lord Mifune, is this really okay? Tetsuken is a very persistent guy. Ozaki said worriedly. It's okay, Kakashi is a knot for Tetsuken. It's better to let Kakashi untie it. After all, it is the grudge from the previous generation. As Kakashi said, Tetsuken is not unreasonable. It's just that he need time to be ready. After all, Hakubu still exists right now, and that means Sakamo was merciful enough. Okay, I hope you are right. Lord Mifune. Haha, don't worry. Kakashi can definitely make Tetsuken understand. At the backyard, pink cherry blossoms were flying everywhere. Tetsuken was sitting on the ground, and a silver-white sword was placed on his knees. The sword is very new, obviously it is just made. After a while, Tetsuken opened his eyes and muttered, this long sword made by star iron is really extraordinary. With this sword, my combat power will be increased by at least 20%. This sword was created by using star iron that Tetsuken got after winning the samurai conference. Tetsuken held the long sword in his hand, and he was slightly happy. But soon, he feels down again. This star iron should have belonged to Jintaki, if he didn't abstain from the fight. No, it's not Sakata Jintaki, it's Kakashi Hatake, damn it. Why is he the son of Hidden Lee Village White Fang? Tetsuken's heart is now very complicated. He unsheathed the sword and throws it. The sword then stuck on the wooden stake. At this moment, Kakashi came to the backyard. Hey, Tetsuken. Tetsuken was taken aback, and subconsciously said, Jintaki? Kakashi's eyes turned crescents, and then he said, Yo, it seems that you still remember me. Tetsuken, without saying anything, pulled out the long sword from the wooden stake, moved towards Kakashi and slashed at Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head slightly, Millennium Sword appeared on his hand, and directly blocks Tetsuken's slash. Ding. The two samurais' swords crossed, and their faces were no more than 10 centimeters apart. Their eyes are facing each other. Kakashi. You dare to come back. Why don't I? You. Kakashi swept Tetsuken directly with Millennium Sword in his hand. Well, Tetsuken. Whether I am Jintaki or Kakashi, is it important? It's important. Because you are from the Hotake clan. The clan Hakubu clan hated the most. You hate my clan? For what? For what? The original status of North Star Sword technique was destroyed by Hidden Leaf Village White Fang and fell into this tragic situation now. Do you know how miserable my clan has been over the years? If you really want to settle the debt, you can come at me. I am Kakashi Hotake, I'm ready to settle that debt any time. You. Tetsuken, enough. Mifune's voice sounded abruptly and he landed in the middle of the two. Mifune-san. Lord Mifune. Regarding Mifune, whether it is Kakashi or Tetsuken, they all respect him. Tetsuken, what happens that time was not that simple. Tsukumo defeated the representative of the Hakubu clan in the samurai conference, so the Hakubu clan sent peoples get revenge. Tsukumo's mastery in his swordsmanship is very good, so he defeated the people that were sent by Hakubu clan. Unfortunately, the Hakubu clan still didn't stop, and the clan's members tried to surround Tsukumo and kill him. In a rage, Tsukumo rushed into the headquarters of the Hakubu clan. In the end, if it weren't for the previous leader of the Land of Iron pleading Tsukumo to stop, the Hakubu clan would have already perished. Tetsuken feels that he is being struck by lightning at this moment, and his body was motionless. How could this be? It seems that you really don't know about these things. After all, that is not a glorious thing for the Hakubu clan. Mifune said with complicated emotion. Kakashi glanced at Tetsuken and said, Tetsuken, if you really want revenge, come to me at any time. Tetsuken said with a bitter smile, Jintaki, we're friend. So if there is a knot in your heart, I will help you untie it. Looking at the smile on Kakashi's face, Tetsuken felt a little ashamed. Looking at a long sword in his hand, Tetsuken then handed it to Kakashi, and said, Kakashi, this sword is the prize from winning the samurai conference. It should have been yours, so I will give it to you now. We are still friends, but there must be a battle between you and me. After 6 years, I will find you to get our duel. Looking at a long sword in front of him, Kakashi smiled, this is yours, so you shouldn't give it to me. No. I will be ashamed if you don't accept it. After all, if you don't abstain from the competition, I will never be able to become the champion. Since you still treat me as a friend, then you should treat it as giving me respect. Kakashi returned a long sword to Tetsuken, leaving no room for Tetsuken to disagree. Tetsuken reluctantly took it, and said, well then, after 6 years, I will use this sword to defeat you. I'll be waiting. Holding the long sword in his hand, Tetsuken couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Maybe it's not so bad. Kakashi, since it is your sword, you should name it. Looking at the silver-white long sword, Kakashi said with a smile, well, let's call it Lake Toya. Chapter 200 Hidden Sound Village. The Land of Rice Field, a small country in the northern part of the Land of Fire. It is not even as large as the Land of Iron. But in the past 2 years, the development of the Land of Rice Field has been much faster than before. It even established its own shinobi village. Hidden Sound Village. The leader of this village is very mysterious, and only very few people have seen his true face. However, the Land of Rice Field's daimyo listened to his words, and all kinds of funds were invested wildly. Therefore, the development of Hidden Sound Village is very fast. At least now, all the missions from the Land of Rice Field are no longer available for Hidden Leaf Village. Although Hidden Leaf Village had some doubts about this, they did not investigate it. After all, there are not many benefits that the Land of Rice Field can bring to Hidden Leaf Village, and Hidden Leaf Village's main mission sources are from within the territory of the Land of Fire. On this day, in the territory of the Land of Rice Field, a young man with silver-white hair came. This is the Land of Rice Field. It seems that Orochimaru is quite good at choosing a place. Although this place is not prosperous in the Land of Fire, it has great potential. The potential of a country in the shinobi world is nothing more than population and land environment. After years of war and chaos, the population of this world is not dense, but the population of the Land of Rice Field has reached above the average level. As for the environment, being close to the Land of Fire is naturally not too bad. Legend has it that the environment of the Land of Fire will be superior to other countries. On one hand, it has an innate advantage, and on the other hand, it is caused by Lord First Hokage's wood release. Kakashi does not know whether the legend is true or false, but if it is true, then Lord First Hokage is indeed the existence that can be called the god of shinobi. The reason Kakashi came to the Land of Rice Field, of course, not to look at the mountains and rivers, or to feel the sentiments of the people. But because of one person, Orochimaru. Others may not know what happened to the sudden emergence of Hidden Sound Village, but Kakashi knew it all. This village is Orochimaru's main base at this time. The reason why he came to Orochimaru is not because Kakashi is bored, but because of Hashirama cells. Only a few people have Hashirama cells. One is Danzō, another one is Orochimaru, and there is also Obito. It won't be possible for Kakashi to get Hashirama cells from either Danzō or Obito. So the only person he can get Hashirama cells from is Orochimaru. Orochimaru was involved in the research of Hashirama cells before, and Yamato was his research result. To say that Orochimaru did not own Hashirama cells, Kakashi absolutely wouldn't believe it. What's more, Danzo's hand that houses 10 of Sharingan at the future was a masterpiece of Orochimaru that he created using Hashirama cells. Therefore, if there is one person who can transplant a perfect left hand to Shishui at this time, there is only Orochimaru. It's just that even if Orochimaru has this ability, he may not be willing to help Kakashi. After all, Kakashi and Orochimaru are not friends. However, even if they are friends, it is probably still useless. After all, Orochimaru still values interests above all else. After thinking about it for a long time, Kakashi decided to meet Orochimaru first, and then see how the deal would proceed after meeting him. Kakashi didn't dare to say that he fully understood Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru is a scientist. So maybe only special or unique ninjutsu can impress him. Hidden Sound Village is hidden, but for Kakashi, it is meaningless. After practicing senjutsu, Kakashi's perception ability is definitely one of the top ranked in the shinobi world. As soon as he uses Sage Mode, he detects Orochimaru's gloomy and cold chakra. That direction? Kakashi muttered to himself, and then starts moving. In the Hidden Sound Village, Orochimaru suddenly felt something strange and looked towards somewhere. Someone is spying here? Who is it? Interesting, I never expected that someone can find me. Orochimaru's golden eyes were flashing with cold glint. He put down the tools at his hand, and then walked out of the laboratory. That feeling made Orochimaru feels a little depressed, so he thought that the experiment will not succeed this time. Instead of doing a failed experiment, it is better to come out and see what is going on. Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro, who was waiting at the door, immediately saluted when Orochimaru came out. Kimimaro, a distinguished guest has just arrived at Hidden Sound Village, please pick him up and bring him here. Kimimaro's eyes flashed, and he was a little puzzled. What kind of person can be called a distinguished guest by Lord Orochimaru? It should be known that even if the daimyo of the land of Rice Field came in person, Orochimaru would completely ignore him. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro didn't think much about it. In his world, everything Orochimaru said should be carried out. Watching Kimimaro leave, Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction. It's really a useful child, it's just his body. Orochimaru felt a little regretful. He didn't expect that after finding a good seedling, that seedling would get this strange disease. Kakagenkai's disease, which is known as an almost unsolvable disease. Unless there is a large amount of information for reference, it would be impossible to find the cure. Orochimaru shook his head, turned and walked back to the dark and human laboratory, and sat on a chair. At the gate of Hidden Sound Village, the silver white-haired figure appeared quietly. Is it here? It looks good, but it's a bit similar to Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi sighed. Of course, what Kakashi said is not that this place is similar to Hidden Leaf Village's territory, but similar to Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu and Root. Orochimaru, a guy who likes the darkness, will naturally feels that the atmosphere of Anbu and Root more suitable for him. Unlike other shinobi villages, there are no civilian here. There are only two kinds of people in Hidden Sound Village, one is the collected orphans, and the other is the shinobi. Orochimaru only needs shinobi, and civilians have no meaning to him. Without hiding his figure, Kakashi walked in calmly. The guard at the gate was shocked when he saw Kakashi. Who are you? Why are you here? You are not allowed to come in. Oh? Why can't I be here? I just want to go in, what can you do to me? Kakashi said with a smile. Damn it. Enemy attack. The guard shouted, and then a dozen shinobi gathered and surrounded Kakashi. Kakashi glanced, feeling a little surprised. Orochimaru really is good. In only a few years, he has made such a force. Speaking of getting people's hearts, there are really few people in the Naruto world that can be compared to Orochimaru. He's the best trafficker. However, anyone brainwashed by Orochimaru will have severe Stockholm Syndrome, and they will do everything for him. That is a great talent. He has to say that the personal charm of Orochimaru is unquestionable. Only you guys? It's still not enough, Kakashi said lightly. Damn. Everyone. For Lord Orochimaru. Everyone became a little excited when these words came out. It seems that the name is their belief. Just when everyone was about to move, a soft voice sounded. Stop. Chapter 201. The person who arrives is dressed in a kimono, with white hair and two scarlet dots between his eyebrows. It is Kaguya Kimimaro. Kinemaru-sama. Kinemaru slowly walked to the front, looking at Kakashi coldly. It's you? Kakashi Hatake? Kakashi said with a smile, I didn't expect you to remember me. Humphrey, you dare to come to Hidden Sound Village. Aren't you afraid that Lord Orochimaru will kill you? Kakashi touched his nose and said, maybe Orochimaru can kill me 6 years ago, but now, it is really hard to say who will be killed. Kinemaru's expression starts getting colder. What an arrogant words. Haha, let's go. It seems that Orochimaru asks you to pick me up. Seeing Kinemaru appearing here, it is naturally not difficult for Kakashi to guess what his purpose is. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru was so keen. Kakashi knows that he was discovered by Orochimaru as soon as he arrived at Hidden Sound Village. But it was to be expected. After all, this place is Orochimaru's main base. Humphrey, come with me. After Kinemaru said that, he turned and led the way, and the others starts to disperse. Kakashi doesn't care too much, and starts following Kinemaru. Who is that person? Kinemaru actually came to pick him up in person. Who knows? Fortunately, we didn't attack him just now. Otherwise, we would be dead. Everyone still had lingering fears. It was fortunate that they stopped before it was too late. Orochimaru's laboratory is located underground. It is dark and damp, very suitable for Orochimaru's taste. Led by Kinemaru, Kakashi walked through a long corridor and arrived at the door of the laboratory. Go in, Lord Orochimaru is waiting for you inside. Kakashi did not answer, and directly pushed the door and went inside. Kinemaru was waiting at the door, but did not follow. In places like the laboratory, even Kinemaru didn't dare to go in without Orochimaru's permission. After pushing open the door of the laboratory, Kakashi only saw a dim oil lamp, and the light inside is very dim. Kakashi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Orochimaru liked to experiment in such a dark place. It was really strange taste. Kakashi, you are here. The hoarse voice is unique and attractive, and people won't forget it as long as they hear it once. A slender figure emerged under the light. Jet black hair, long narrow golden pupils, and a kimono that has remained unchanged after all this time. It is one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Unlike the previous time when he met Orochimaru, Kakashi was no longer comparable to that weak self. In their last fight, it could be said that Kakashi didn't have power to fight back. If Jiraiya didn't come and arrived in time, it would be unknown whether Kakashi could survive. This time, when Kakashi met Orochimaru again, he didn't need to look up at Orochimaru. Right now, he is confident enough to look at Orochimaru as an equal. This is the confidence brought by strength. Orochimaru's interest has become more intense as he has noticed the terrifying aura from Kakashi's body. His long tongue couldn't help but licked his lips, and his eyes were filled with unspeakable emotions. It's great to be young. I never expected that after only just 6 years, your strength would reach this level, Kakashi. It looks like you got your talent from Sakamo. There seemed to be a trace of nostalgia in Orochimaru's eyes, but soon it was suppressed by him. I'm very curious, how did you know that I am here? I naturally have my means. Orochimaru's expression changed, and then he said with a smile, it seems that you and Sarutobi-sensei are not completely in one mind. At least you are hiding something. It seems that the battle with Danzō has made you see a lot of things. Kakashi nodded slightly and was not surprised that Orochimaru knew that he had a battle with Danzō. After all, even if Orochimaru has left Hidden Leaf Village, he still got some spied in Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, this guy has a lot of connections with Danzō. However, Kakashi is not afraid that Orochimaru will tell Danzō that he was coming here. The reason is very simple. It is because there is no reason for Orochimaru to do it. After all, the relationship between Orochimaru and Danzō is more of a cooperative relationship. If Danzō can't give Orochimaru enough benefits, Orochimaru will never do research for Danzō. Orochimaru is still very clear about Danzō's virtue. The reason why Orochimaru would leave Hidden Leaf Village, on one hand it is because of his own pursuit for immortality, and on the other hand it is because Danzō has thrown him away. However, Orochimaru doesn't mind. After all, leaving Hidden Leaf Village was something he had planned for a long time. Although the way of leaving was a little different from what he thought, it was not unacceptable. Let's talk, tell me why you come here to find me. I need the left hand made from the Hashirama cells. Kakashi directly stated his purpose. Orochimaru's pupils shrank, and the expression on his face was a bit strange. I didn't expect you to be interested in the Hashirama cells. Left hand? Shizue Uchiha is not dead? Did you save him? Orochimaru is indeed Orochimaru. In just one sentence, he immediately understands Kakashi's intention. Kakashi did not deny that. After all, if this deal is established, Orochimaru would need to perform this operation to Shisui. So it is meaningless to hide it from him. Seeing Kakashi didn't speak, Orochimaru already knew the answer. You and Sakamu are really alike. It's amazing that you can do this for your companions. Orochimaru laughed. Ashimaru, you used to be Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi, so you should be able to understand my approach. Haha, yeah, Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi. Orochimaru's mocking expression made Kakashi feel a little awkward. Kakashi was too lazy to bother, and asked directly, did you agree? Of course, but I don't know what you can give me. Orochimaru asked with interest. This matter is not difficult for Orochimaru, after all, he did something similar for Danzō before. But it is difficult to say that Orochimaru will make selfless dedication. After all, Orochimaru will always do things for benefit. The curse seal, the complete curse seal, the blood that Kimimaro brought back before must not be enough for you to study it. Kakashi said with a smile. How could Kakashi not know about Jugo's bloods that are remained inside the cave? The reason why Kakashi didn't clean it up was because Kakashi had added other things inside the blood. Orochimaru looked coldly at Kakashi and said, sure enough, you do something to it. Although Kimimaro didn't bring Shigeo back, he brought back some blood, so Orochimaru didn't say anything. It was only after researching it that Orochimaru discovered that the blood had no value at all. The cells inside are basically dead, and nothing can be studied at all. Hee, no wonder Kimimaro can get the blood from your hands, it turned out that you left it on purpose. I didn't expect that at that time you would be able to predict what happened right now. Kakashi did not answer. Of course he did not expect it about what would happen right now. At the beginning, I did that because I wanted to obstruct Orochimaru, but I didn't expect it would come in handy now. How? Is it enough? I don't think it's enough to trade the Hashirama cells with a cursed seal. Orochimaru's greedy eyes stared at Kakashi closely, apparently not satisfied with the deal. Kakashi sighed and said, you're really greedy. Then I'll add another piece of information to you. Oh? What kind of information? Orochimaru asked curiously. Since Kakashi said this, it is clear he was obviously confident in this information. And that's why Orochimaru is curious. A piece of information about the organization you are in now, Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's golden pupils were full of horror. Chapter 202 Guren Kakashi walked out of Orochimaru's laboratory and wandered around in the hidden sound village. Orochimaru has agreed, but it will take some time. Orochimaru has given the previous finished product to Danzō, so it will take another month to make new Hashirama cells. Kakashi was not in a hurry, so he planned to bring Shisui to Hidden Sound Village a month later. Although Orochimaru is a villain, he won't back out of the deal. Because he is prideful. Orochimaru has his own pride, so there is no need for him to play tricks on such things. After Kakashi left the laboratory, Orochimaru stayed in the laboratory alone. The dim light shone on Orochimaru's pale face. It's really unexpected. Kakashi knows so much about pain. He even knows about Rinnegan's ability clearly. Amazing. What kind of intelligence organization does he have? It is no wonder that Orochimaru is so shocked by this matter. When Orochimaru was invited to enter Akatsuki, part of the reason he joined was because of the mysterious pain. He has Rinnegan that is called the strongest high techniques in the legend. For people like Orochimaru who study the truth of the world, it is really a very attractive thing. It's a pity that even if he has been in Akatsuki for a few years, he didn't have many opportunities to get in touch with pain. And when he saw pain, Orochimaru felt a sense of oppression. Therefore, there is definitely no chance of winning directly for him. In addition, Orochimaru has no idea what powers the legendary eyes have. If he acts rashly, the result won't be good. But now, Kakashi actually brought him some information about pain. So Orochimaru couldn't help but get surprised. Although the information is not complete, it is much more than what Orochimaru knows. Kakashi didn't tell Orochimaru all of Pain's abilities, but only talked about the abilities of the Animal Path, the Naraka Path, and the Azura Path. As for the rest, Kakashi did not tell the Orochimaru about it. In Kakashi's opinion, the information about those three Pain's abilities are enough for Orochimaru to see Pain's strength clearly. And because he can see it more clearly, Orochimaru will get curious. At the same time, he will try search for Rinnegan's information so Kakashi won't tell Orochimaru about the remaining half. After all, it is better for him to hide this. Maybe in the future, it will come in handy. Making the best use of everything is the most important. The Six Paths of Pain is a really amazing ability. No wonder I feel something was strange when I saw him. It seems that the Akatsuki organization's plot is not small, but now it is still in a dormant stage. I should find a chance to see what is going on. Things are getting more and more interesting. Orochimaru sneered, and there was already a plan in his mind. It seems that Hidden Leaf Village's situation is going to change. Haha, Danzo, I want to know what you are going to do when you meet such an opponent? Are you going to do the same as that of Sakamo? But unfortunately, Kakashi is not the same as Sakamo. Kakashi will definitely change Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru sighed and became busy again. In Hidden Sound Village, Kakashi wandered around, and behind him was Kimimaro, who is following him at this moment. Although Orochimaru did not restrict Kakashi's actions, Kimimaro felt that it was necessary to follow this guy because this guy was too dangerous. If no one was monitoring him, Kimimaro is afraid that Kakashi would cause some trouble. Kakashi didn't care about the little tail behind him. The reason why he wandered around in Hidden Sound Village was only because he was a little curious about the village established by Orochimaru. Compared Hidden Tea Village and Hidden Sound Village, Kakashi still thinks that Hidden Tea Village is better. Hidden Tea Village is more like a village, but Hidden Sound Village, in Kakashi's opinion, is a like bigger and base. Kimimaro, who is this guy? What is he doing here? At this time, a girl in a green dress came from the side, looking at Kakashi's eyes full of alertness. Kimimaro glanced at the girl and said, "This has nothing to do with you, Guren." Guren? Kakashi was slightly surprised and couldn't help but glanced at the girl. Crystal release. In the original work, Guren's strength is not weak. Is she already under the command of Orochimaru at this moment? Guren was very dissatisfied with Kimimaro's answer and said, "Kimimaro, how can you bring an outsider to walk around inside Hidden Sound Village? I will tell Lord Orochimaru about this." Kimimaro's face still looked indifferent. "Up to you." "You." Guren looked at Kimimaro angrily. The time Guren followed Orochimaru was after Kimimaro, and Orochimaru's attention for Kimimaro made Guren very jealous. Therefore, Guren refused to admit defeat to Kimimaro. Now, looking at Kimimaro's attitude, it makes Guren unhappy. Kakashi shook his head, knowing a little bit about Guren's thoughts. He has to say that Orochimaru's brainwashing skills are too good, as Guren is also full of respect for him. "Hello, my name is Kakashi. I am here to find Orochimaru for something." Guren was stunned for a moment. Apparently she didn't expect Kakashi to take the initiative to communicate with her. But immediately, Guren yelled, "How dare you? You actually dare to call Lord Orochimaru by his name?" Kakashi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this girl is really a fan of Orochimaru. When Kimimaro saw this, he said, "Well, Guren, he is a guest of Lord Orochimaru, so you shouldn't mess around. If not, Lord Orochimaru will get angry." Guren looked at Kakashi with some doubts. It seems that she can't figure out why the person in front of her can get Orochimaru's attention. But soon, there was a wave of jealousy in Guren's heart. Guren snorted and then left. "Are you interested in Guren?" "No, just a little curious. It seems that Orochimaru has found a lot of talented children," Kakashi said with a smile. "Lord Orochimaru does not take in useless waste." "Haha, that's also true. Well, you don't have to follow me anymore. I will leave Hidden Sound Village." "Okay, I won't send you off." "What an unlovable guy. Looking at your condition, you must have gotten the Kakashi disease." Kakashi's casual words made Kimimaro's pupil shrank. "How do you know about that?" "Haha, Kaguya clan is also a very interesting clan." "Okay, I look forward to seeing you next time, Kimimaro." Kakashi finished speaking, and his body disappears in an instant. "Damn it. Tell me clearly." Kimimaro shouted angrily, but it was a pity that there was only an empty ground in front of him, so no one could answer his questions. Chapter 203 Guardian Shinobi. After teasing Kimimaro, Kakashi left Hidden Sound Village. After bringing Shizue here a month later, this matter can be regarded as a successful conclusion. I don't know what Shizue is doing. It won't be easy to save the Uchiha clan. Kakashi was very curious about Shizue's plan, but Shizue did not tell anything about his plan to Kakashi. It's not that Shizue doesn't trust Kakashi, but that Shizue knows that there is a big risk and doesn't want to involve Kakashi. Shizue knows that Kakashi has nothing to do with this. Shizue has always been a very stubborn person. It is difficult to change the things he decides. Therefore, Kakashi did not intend to interfere, and when Shizue needed him, he would appear. At this moment, a crow appeared in front of Kakashi. After tying a letter to the crow's feet, the crow disappeared. This crow is used by Shizue and Kakashi to communicate. Using this crow, Kakashi passed some message to Shizue. Somewhere in the land of fire, a crow suddenly appeared on the shoulder of a handsome boy. A letter from Kakashi? Shizue opened the letter, unlocked the seal, and took a closer look. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shizue then murmured, "Orochimaru?" I didn't expect Kakashi to find Orochimaru to get me a new left hand. Okay, it's better if I can have a new left hand. The crow disappeared again. Shizue got up, looked at a certain direction, and moved again. In the territory of the Land of Fire, Merlin City. Kakashi was sitting in a tavern, drinking sake and eating side dishes, feeling comfortable. Ah, this is life. Kakashi sighed with happy expression. After coming to this world for so long, it was only during this time of travel that Kakashi realized the beauty of the Naruto world. Unlike previous fights and killings, Kakashi now knew what the life of ordinary people in this world should be like. In this bloody world, people can also have an ordinary life. Perhaps it is this beautiful ordinary life that made Miko-san to give up her identity as a shinobi. Kakashi drank the last sip of sake and was about to get up and leave, when suddenly he saw a familiar figure. That is Asuma? He saw two people walked into the door of the tavern, one with short black spiky hair and the other with a bald head. The two of them have solemn expression, and after they walked in, they glanced around, seeming to be looking for something. Chiraku, it seems those people are not here, Asuma whispered. Well, it seems that we are too late, and they already left. Damn it, we still didn't catch up. Don't worry, they should still be around here and won't run too far. I hope so. Asuma said with a sigh. We have not eaten for 2 days, so let's eat here first. It's not too late to find them after this. Asuma nodded and agreed. They looked around, but found that every table in the tavern was full of people at this time, and there was no empty seat at all. Soon, the eyes of both of them gathered on Kakashi's table. Kakashi was sitting in this table alone, with 3 empty seats, and it was the only remaining empty seat left in the tavern. Friend, can we sit here? Chiraku said. Asuma did not speak, but looked at Kakashi's eyes with some doubts. Why does this guy look so familiar? Kakashi smiled, and without answering Chiraku's question, he looked at Asuma and said, Asuma, long time no see. Asuma was surprised and then said, You are Kakashi? Who else could I be? Sit. Chiraku looked at Asuma and said, Do you know him? Asuma nodded and said, Yeah, you should also have heard his name before. He is Kakashi Hatake. Chiraku was also shocked when he heard this. The name of Kakashi Hatake became famous after his fight against Lord 4th Raikage 2 years ago. So almost everyone in the shinobi world knew this famous name. Nice to meet you, my name is Chiraku. I'm Asuma's companion. It's nice to meet you, please sit down. Asuma and Chiraku did not refuse, and sat down directly. Kakashi, why are you here? Are you on a mission? No, I took a leave from my Anbo's mission and go out to travel. Travel? Asuma was confused. Yeah, travel. Oh yeah, I heard that you left Hidden Leaf Village to become one of Daimyo's 12 guardian shinobi. So why you are here? Hearing this, Asuma stopped thinking about why Kakashi would travel, and then said, It's a long story. Oh? Can you tell me? Asuma and Chiraku looked at each other, and then Asuma said, Kakashi, actually, this mission can't be told to outsider. But right now, we have reached a critical moment, but there is no clue, so we need your help. What can I do? Asuma took out a waistcloth from his ninja bag. There is a kanji fire embroidered on it. Kakashi, I hope you can help me find the owner of this waistcloth. This is the waistcloth of the 12 guardian shinobi. Are you looking for your own companion? Kakashi was surprised. Asuma nodded and said, Yeah, his name is Kazuma, we don't know what he is doing right now. But his behavior is very weird, so I and Chiraku are trying to look for his trace. That's it. Then it won't be difficult. You two should eat first. We can find his trace after you two finishes. Okay. Asuma and Chiraku quickly finished their food, and the 3 of them left the tavern together. After finding a secluded place, Kakashi uses summoning technique. Slamming his right hand on the ground, black circle formed immediately, and smoke appeared with a bang. When the smoke dissipated, 8 dogs with different sizes appeared in front of Kakashi and the others. 8 shinobi dogs. Hey, Kakashi, it's been a long time. What's the matter? Pak-kun said as he sits on the top of the head of a relatively large dog. Pak-kun, find the owner of this waistcloth. No problem. Pak-kun took the waistcloth, smelled it with his nose, and then handed it to the other 7 shinobi dogs. Okay? Yeah. Well then. Scatter. With a command from Pak-kun, the 8 shinobi dogs disappeared instantly. Kakashi then said, Asuma, let's wait here for a while. There should be some news soon. Okay, speaking of which, Kakashi, your summoned beast is really convenient. Asuma said with a smile. Kakashi scratched his nose, and said with a smile, It's alright. Asuma, maybe you should find Lord Third and ask him to let you sign the summoning contract of Inma's clan. It should come in handy. Asuma's expression becomes stern and then he said, Humphrey, I don't want that old man's ninjutsu. I can do it by myself. Hearing this, Kakashi shook his head. It seems that Asuma's rebellious period has not ended. Chapter 204 So-called peace. Well, let's not talk about it. What are you doing here this time? Shouldn't the 12 guardian shinobi be guarding the daimyo? So why did you all came to this small place? Kakashi asked his doubts. After all, this is indeed a very unusual place for them. Seeing that Asuma and Shiraku should be looking for their companions, there should be more than 2 of them at this place. What did happen that make the 12 guardian shinobi dispatch so many people? It should be known that the 12 guardian shinobi are all very powerful shinobi, an important force in the hands of the daimyo. These shinobi are not all from Hidden Leaf Village, and more of the power that was obtained by the daimyo in the Land of Fire. The daimyo looks very influential, but in fact he is just an empty shell. Between Hokage and daimyo, although it seems that the daimyo has a higher status, but if Hokage ignores the daimyo can do nothing to it. After all, Hokage controls the army of the Land of Fire. It's like the daimyo is the emperor, and Hokage is the marshal who leads the army. The daimyo can appoint Hokage, but if Hokage doesn't listen to him, he can do nothing about it. The daimyo just occupies the higher status. Therefore, as the daimyo is also ambitious, he naturally won't really let himself have no power at all. Thus, the 12 guardian shinobi was formed. 12 shinobi with the power of a jonin is definitely a very strong force. What's more, these 12 jonin are not ordinary jonin. Several of them are elite jonin. With such a force, even if it was someone with Hokage level strength, they won't dare to say that they will be able to defeat the 12 guardian shinobi. The reason why the 12 guardian shinobi are formed is for balance. Its existence is good for both the daimyo and Hidden Leaf Village. And this kind of guardian shinobi, who is similar to the status of a bodyguard, generally won't leave the daimyo. After seeing them here, it's no wonder that Kakashi is curious now. Asuma looked a little embarrassed, but after thinking about it for a while, he then said, Kakashi, there is a disagreement within the 12 guardian shinobi, and it splits into 2 parts. Split? Why? Kakashi was a little surprised. As a direct force of the daimyo, it is ironic to be split. Asuma is also a little embarrassed, but things had already happened and there was no need to hide it even if he was embarrassed. Their idea is different. I, Chiraku and the other 4 people think that Hokage is necessary. But Kazuma and the other 5 believe that Hokage has destroyed the balance of the Land of Fire and should disappear. They are now planning to assassinate the Hokage. Assassination the Hokage? Kakashi was taken aback for a moment. How can they be so confident to do that? Even if the current Lord Third Hokage's physical strength is not as good as before, but his combat strength is still very good. If it is the 12 guardian shinobi are all together, it is still possible. But if there are only 6 people, it won't be possible. Yeah, this is not a small matter. Whether it is successful or not, it is a bad thing to happen. And how can I let them go to Hidden Leaf Village to kill that old man? Although Asuma is very dissatisfied with Lord Third, in the end, Lord Third is still Asuma's father, so he naturally didn't like if someone tried to kill Lord Third. Haha, it seems that you still care about Lord Third. Humphrey, don't think too much about it. I just don't want Hidden Leaf Village to fall into chaos. Seeing that Asuma has become a tsundere, Kakashi shook his head and said nothing, but the memory in his mind suddenly emerged. Kazuma? 12 guardian shinobi? A trace of light Kakashi's eyes for an instant. It turned out to be like this. So, there seems to be something that can be retrieved, Kakashi? What are you thinking about? Oh, it's nothing. Just then, Pakkun and Bull came back. Kakashi, we found it. Hearing this, Asuma and Chiraku looked happy. Lead the way, Kakashi said faintly. Okay. Wait a minute, Kakashi, there are 4 of us. So, Chiraku, you should go and call them here. I and Kakashi will go there first. Okay, I'll go and call them now. Bull, you will go with Chiraku now and take them there later. Woof. Bull left with Chiraku, while Kakashi and Asuma followed Pakkun. Asuma's expression is not calm, and it can even be said that his expression is very complicated at this moment. Seeing this, Kakashi said with a smile, Asuma, it seems that your relationship with Kazuma is very good. Kakashi, let me tell you, I have really had a great time in the 12 guardian shinobi these days. No one there will consider me as Hokage's son. They are very sincere to me. I am very pleased with this. I just didn't expect that the situation would become like this. Asuma was a little sluggish. It was obvious that this incident is not a small blow to him. Kakashi knew even more that after this incident, the 12 guardian shinobi of Asuma's generation will end, and Asuma will return to Hidden Leaf Village. Asuma, Companions can only be together with the same ideas, but after your companions have different ideas, it is difficult to continue to coexist. I know, 12 Guardian Shinobi is Daimyo's force. But it definitely doesn't mean that Hokage need to be eradicated. Although Kazuma's purpose is peace, I can't accept his method. Yeah, it's all for peace. There are too many people like that in this world. Kakashi looked up at the sky, feeling a little sad. Many people in this world become the villain in this world because of peace. Nagato, Madara, Obito, Itachi. They are also wanted peace, but they do it in ways that ordinary people would not choose. And Kazuma is obviously one of them. It's a pity that his strength is very weak compared with the previous few. Kakashi, what do you think is peace? Peace, it is too difficult. There will be interests between people. People gather in a village and become a country. These interests will become even greater. But when these interests has reached a certain limit, war will break out. So, unless people are able to understand each other, war will break out sooner or later. Is there no other way? Asuma clearly knows that it is unrealistic to want everyone to understand each other. No. Lord First at the end of the Warring States period wanted to achieve peace through the mutual understanding and balances between force, but unfortunately, this method failed. Originally, the distribution of tailed beast was for each country's force to be balanced and not dare to start war easily, but now the tailed beast has become a tool of war. Kakashi has to say that this is a kind of irony. Hearing this, Asuma just stays silent and thinks about it. Kakashi sighs, peace. It won't be easy to achieve. Human beings are creatures that are never satisfied. Greed is something that every humans have. Chapter 205 Idea Kakashi, over there. Pakkun whispered, pulling back both Asuma and Kakashi's thoughts. They saw a brown-haired young man sitting cross-legged on a big rock, as if waiting for something. Kakashi and Asuma were hiding behind a large rock and did not show up immediately. Asuma, is that the person you are looking for? Asuma nodded and whispered, yes, but why he is alone? Where did the other 5 go? Pakkun said, I smell 9 peoples not far from here, but I don't know if it has something to do with you. 9 people? Asuma was taken aback for a moment, and then reacted, not good, I am afraid that was Sito, and the other 3 of my friend. As for those 5, it was Kazuma's accomplices. It looks like Chiraku didn't meet them. Should we come out to help them? Kakashi asked. It's 4 against 5. The situation is very unfavorable to Sito and the others. We have to help them. Okay. At this moment, a burst of thunder appears not far away. What a powerful lightning release. Kakashi was surprised. With that level of lightning release, I am afraid that its power is almost as strong as Kirin. This is limelight. Asuma exclaimed, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Lightning style, limelight. It is a lightning style release which requires 4 people to work together. The users need to stand at the east, south, west, and north directions, and the center will be burned out by lightning. It can instantly destroy a village. Its terrifying power is definitely not less than that of Kirin. But this lightning release has a lot of drawbacks. First of all, it needs to have 4 Jonin who are proficient in lightning release. Secondly, the 4 users must use it together at once, otherwise it won't work. Kakashi was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this lightning release was really amazing. Even if he is so far away from, Kakashi still feels its amazing power. Kakashi, we must go right now. Kakashi nodded. He looked at the place where Kazuma was sitting, and found that he was no longer there. Asuma, that Kazuma you mentioned have disappeared. What? Not good, we must rush over right away. Okay. Asuma rushes towards his friend's location, and Kakashi followed behind him. Soon, Asuma and Kakashi stood in front of a canyon. There are still lightings brewing at the canyon. Without saying anything, Kakashi opened his Sharingan directly. What a terrifying lightning release. These 4 people's lightning release mastery is very good. Kakashi sighed in his heart, and at the same time saw through the secret of limelight. Although this ninjutsu's rank is S rank, it needs 4 peoples, and after being divided between these 4 peoples, it is just an E rank ninjutsu. It is like a combination ninjutsu. After using the Sharingan, with Kakashi's lightning release mastery, there won't be any secret he won't know. Asuma didn't pay attention to Kakashi's actions, and only cared about the following situation. With the light from the lighting, Asuma couldn't see anything at all. Lightning style, limelight. 4 lighting stream came from 4 directions at the same time. Those 4 lightning rose into the sky, and then gathered in the middle. A light curtain of lightning was formed in an instant, and there is formidable power under this lighting curtain. Rumble. Asuma closed his eyes as the light was so bright at this moment. Using his Sharingan, Kakashi clearly saw that the 5 people under the lighting curtain have been bombarded by the lightning and they are all no longer breathing. What a domineering lightning release. While Kakashi was shocked by the terrifying and destructive power of this lightning release, 4 identical figures suddenly appeared in the 4 different positions, holding a kunai in their hand. That is Kazuma. The other 3 are his mud clones. The lighting dissipated, and Asuma also finally able to see the situation below. But the next scene made him stare angrily. No. With a roar, Asuma jumped directly into the canyon. But it's too late. Arg. 4 screams. 4 blood splatters. 4 lives. All withered in an instant. Katain. Sito. Nama. Asuma screamed heartbreakingly, but he could only see 4 cold corpses. Seeing Asuma came over, the Kazuma and his clones were not surprised at all. They just said indifferently, that limelight is really strong, but after using it, their body will paralyzes for a few seconds. Killing them at this time is really too simple. Kazuma. Why are you doing this? Did you forget how Sito and the others take care for you before? Asuma shouted, and 2 chakra blades instantly appears in his hands. Haha, Asuma, the people who blocks my peace are my enemy, including you. Why? Why do you want to do this? It seems that you still don't understand, Asuma. But it can't be helped. As Hokage's son, how can you understand my idea? Hokage is the cancer of the land of fire. The power of shinobi should be in the hands of the daimyo. Kazuma. You are crazy. Hokage and the daimyo are all important for the land of fire, we can't erase any of them. Hokage may be good enough to rule the village, but it is obviously not enough to govern a huge land of fire. The same is true for the daimyo. His ability can't control the group of unruly shinobi. The 2 complement each other, and no one can do without. After all, shinobi is a very money-burning profession. If there is no support from a country, and they just rely on their own mission to earn money, their development will be too slow. Asuma, you don't understand. Only when the power is concentrated in the hands of the daimyo, can the land of fire develop rapidly, and I am the only person to realize this great vision. At this time, Kakashi also came down to the canyon. Looking at the madness in Kazuma's expression, he then said to Asuma, need help? Asuma shook her head and said, Kakashi, I have troubled you before, so let me solve this problem by myself now. Kakashi stepped aside when he heard Asuma's words, and expressed his attitude. Since Asuma has the intention to finish it by himself, Kakashi would not try to get involved. According to Kakashi's view, Asuma and Kazuma's strength are at the same level. If Asuma really loses, it will not be too late for Kakashi to make a move. Kazuma didn't care about Kakashi, all his attention was now focused on Asuma. After being a teammate with Asuma for a few years, Kazuma naturally knows how strong Asuma is. If he is not serious, he knows that he will be the one who die today. This is what Kazuma is not willing to do. His plan has just taken its first step, so how could he die in such a place? Asuma. Kazuma. The 2 roared at the same time, as if they were venting something. The chakra blades in Asuma's hands and the kunai in Kazuma's hand violently clashes at each other and made a crisp sound. The 2 have been teammates for many years, knowing each other's methods, and their strengths are almost the same. So the battle won't end easily. This is a battle of beliefs, whoever has stronger beliefs is the winner. Neither of them showed mercy, and their every move was full of murderous intent. Looking at the battle, Kakashi nodded his head again and again. It seems that Asuma has really grown a lot in the past few years since he left Hidden Leaf Village. Sure enough, people need to gain experience to grow. Although Asuma is still dissatisfied with Lord Third, he has been able to appreciate the good intentions of Lord Third. He now supports the existence of Hokage like this, absolutely not only because Lord Third is his father, but also because Lord Third is Hidden Leaf Village's Hokage. This battle was not for himself, but for Hidden Leaf Village and Hokage. Living in Hidden Leaf Village since childhood, Asuma's feelings for Hidden Leaf Village are naturally very strong. Even if he had left Hidden Leaf Village, Asuma definitely still loved Hidden Leaf Village. While Kakashi was thinking about it, a scream sounded. He saw Asuma's chakra blade that is covered a powerful wind attribute chakra, directly scratch Kazuma's face, and for a time, blood surged. Is it over? Chapter 206 Asuma at the scorched earth. Kazuma has fallen into the ground with a pool of blood on it, and Asuma's expression is sad. Kakashi patted Asuma on the shoulder and said, Asuma, are you okay? Don't worry, I'm fine. Killing his companion personally is obviously not a pleasant thing. But Asuma is also a person who has experienced war, so he still has some mentality in this regard. At this time, Bull comes over with Chiriku. Obviously Chiriku can't find any of his companions, so he came here first. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Chiriku looked shocked. Asuma, what happened? Asuma explained what happened to Chihiro again, and then the two of them sighed heavily. The 12 Guardian Shinobi, the prestigious guardian in the past, now only has 2 people remaining. Chihiro, when I go back this time, I will ask the daimyo to leave the 12 Guardian Shinobi. How about you? Chihiro glanced at Asuma, and clearly understood Asuma's plan. This is a sad place for both of them, and Asuma wants to leave this sad place. Asuma, Sito and the others are all dead. Now that you want to leave, I naturally have no reason to stay any longer. I will ask the daimyo to leave the 12 Guardian Shinobi and return to the Fire Temple. Alright, then we should bring back Sito and the others' bodies. Okay, but what about Kazuma and the others? Looking at the Kazuma and the others' bodies, a trace of grief flashed in Asuma's eyes and then he said, they are not qualified to return to the cemetery of 12 Guardian Shinobi. Just bury them here. Okay. Seeing that the two had discussed the next action, Kakashi did not speak either. After all of this has nothing to do with Kakashi, so he can't say anything. Soon, Asuma buried the corpses of the 6 rebels, and then took the corpses of Sito and the other 4 to the town and put them in coffins. They planned to bring the coffin back to the City of Fire in the Land of Fire and tell the daimyo about what happened. At a cold silent night. Although shinobi are covered with blood, it does not mean that they have no feelings. With so many of his companions being dead today, Asuma's heart is now full of pain. Right now, Asuma still hasn't kept his beard, so he looks quite delicate. But under the moonlight, he looks a little more mature than before. People are always like this. Only after experiencing a lot of things can they really grow up. Growth is not based on the age, but based on what has been experienced. Why does Itachi mature prematurely? In addition to having a great mind, one of the reasons for his maturity is because he had seen war when he was still a child. His overmaturity is because he is burdened with things he shouldn't have at his age. Suffering can make people grow, but if they can choose, then more people will definitely choose not to feel this kind of suffering. Asuma has a personal admiration for Lord Third since he was a child, but as he grows older, he also has more prejudices. It was because of these prejudices that Asuma left Hidden Leaf Village. Lord Third once told Asuma that the most important thing for Hidden Leaf Village was never Hokage, but the will of fire. Originally Asuma does not understand this sentence, but now he suddenly understood a little. What are you thinking? Hearing this, Asuma turned around. Under the moonlight, a handsome man with silver white hair sat down beside him with a smile on his lips. It's you, Kakashi. Why haven't you slept yet? The night is still early, so I can't sleep. What about you? Still thinking about what happened during the day? Asuma looked at the dark night sky. Tonight, there is no star except the moon. Kakashi, the world of shinobi is really cruel. Haha, Asuma, these weren't the words you said before. At the beginning, you said that you really liked the life of shinobi. With such a great father, Asuma wanted to be recognized by Lord Third since he was a child, so he always wanted to go to the battlefield. On the battlefield, Asuma was not as dazzling as Kakashi, but he was not considered to have humiliated the reputation of the Sarutobi clan. Kakashi still remembers that when Asuma killed his enemy for the first time, he went back to show off to his friends. At that time, Asuma did not feel that shinobi's world was cruel. People will always change, Asuma said gravely. Yeah, people will always change. Kakashi seemed to feel that a little bit, and said with complicated emotion. Speaking of which, the one with the biggest change is you, Kakashi. At the time when Rin died, our group did not dare to approach you. At that time, you were always full of murderous intent, and only Guy, who seems didn't feel it, dared to approach you. Asuma looked at Kakashi, jokingly said. Rin? Kakashi's eye was a little blurred, as if he was caught in the past again. Sorry, Kakashi, I mentioned your sad thing again. Seeing that something was wrong with Kakashi, Asuma thought Kakashi was thinking of that unfortunate experience again, and quickly apologized. It's okay, it's all in the past. Asuma, do you want to go back to Hidden Leaf Village? Yeah, it's time to go back. I have left for several years, and I have fought against that old man. But now I also figured something out. Asuma said, he felt that his body suddenly became a lot lighter, and the things he had been struggling with seemed to have been solved. You should go back, Hidden Leaf Village needs people now. Kakashi, I was too anxious during the day to ask you before, but why did you go out? Aren't you still needed for the Anbu affairs? Something happened, so I wanted to go out and travel around the world for a while. I am really tired after all these years. What happened? Asuma asked curiously. It's nothing. Okay, you have to get up early tomorrow, so you should go to bed early. I won't go to the City of Fire with you. Seeing that Kakashi didn't intend to say anything, Asuma didn't ask again. Okay then, but you should go back to Hidden Leaf Village soon. Don't worry, I will go back in 1 or 2 years at most. Hidden Leaf Village is my home, so how can I not want to go back? That's good. Well, by the way, Kurenai is waiting for you in Hidden Leaf Village. You are not young anymore. It's time for you to take her heart. Shinsuke's child is already 2 years old now. You should hurry up. Kakashi said with a smile. Asuma turned red and said, it's still early. I am not ready yet. This is not something that should be carried out after you are ready. You two know about each other's feelings, so don't let the girl wait for you. Lord Third is old now, and will not oppose you. Okay, I won't say any more. See for yourself, I'll go first. Kakashi said, leaving the roof. Asuma starts thinking about something, holding the Hidden Leaf Village's protector in his hand. No one know what he was thinking. Chapter 207 Wife Kill in the night. Kakashi was lying on the bed in the hotel. No one know what he was thinking. Suddenly, Kakashi opened his eyes and muttered, it looks like they're asleep. Kakashi finished speaking, got up and put on his clothes, and disappeared as soon as the window was opened. In the canyon outside Merlin City, the grave that was made by Asuma and Chiriku suddenly moved. Fortunately, there are no other people here at this time, otherwise, they would thought that this place is haunted. Suddenly, an arm stretched out of the ground. Immediately, the surrounding soil began to loosen, and it didn't take long for a person to climb out of the grave. Under the moonlight, the man was covered with blood, and there was a cut that runs through his entire face. Taking a closer look, not someone else, it is not someone else, it is Kazuma who should have been killed by Asuma before. A smile appeared on Kazuma's pale face as he was panting heavily. Asuma, I am still alive, this is not over yet, I have not lost. His weak body made Kazuma unable to stand up for a while. Although he escaped death, he was still seriously injured. After resting for a while, and Kazuma limped and left the canyon. But what Kazuma didn't find out is that not far his location, there was a pair of eyes looking at him. The owner of these eyes is not someone else, it is Kakashi. Sure enough, he is still alive. Did he use ninjutsu to make it look like he is dead? Kakashi murmured, but did not show up. The purpose of his coming here is not to kill Kazuma. He followed Kazuma from a distance and followed all the way. Kazuma was seriously injured, so he did not go too far. He stopped at a cave not far from the canyon. Kakashi looked at it from a distance, and it didn't take long before Kakashi felt the breath inside the cave have calmed down, and Kazuma should have fallen asleep. It seems that this guy has a serious injury, and he won't be able to run too far for the time being. Kakashi murmured, and found a place to rest in the hidden part of the tree. I'm afraid I will have to follow this guy for a while. Early the next morning, Asuma came to Kakashi's room to say goodbye, but only saw a farewell letter. This guy is really free. Asuma chuckled lightly, and didn't care. He then hurried back to the City of Fire with the Seto and the other 4's bodies. When they came, 6 people came together, but now there are only 2 people left. It is impossible to say that they are not feeling sentimental. On the other side, Kakashi also woke up. Looking at the cave, he saw Kazuma walked out of the cave, his injuries healed a little bit. It seems that this guy's regeneration is good. Kakashi doesn't care about it. Even if this guy is fully recovered, he's still not Kakashi's opponent. Kazuma looked around for a while, and after making sure that there was no one following him, he set off again. For 3 days, Kakashi followed Kazuma, but Kazuma didn't feel Kakashi at all. It is because the gap between Kakashi and Kazuma's strength is too much apart, and after learning Sage Mode, Kakashi has a clearer understanding of his own breath and the things in nature. Therefore, this tracking becomes easier. Kazuma didn't notice anything, and was still on his way. Kakashi didn't know where this guy was going, but he feels that he is close to his goal. That night, Kazuma came to a hut by the river and knocked on the door gently. Who is it? A gentle female voice rang, and there was deep doubt in her voice. It's me. Kazuma. The woman's voice became very surprised, seemingly shocked. The door opened, and there was a young woman standing behind the door. Seeing the long scars on Kazuma's face, the woman panicked. Kazuma, what's wrong with you? Your face? Nothing. Is Sora inside? Yes, Sora is already asleep. Okay, let's go in and talk. Okay. Kazuma went in and closed the door. Kakashi's figure emerged from the side. Is it here? It seems that the boy with the Kurama's chakra should be inside. As Kakashi was thinking about what to do next, a woman's scream suddenly came from the hut. Kazuma? What are you doing? Why are you killing me? The woman's voice was full of incomprehension and sadness, and she obviously couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. Sorry, but for the sake of my big plan, you can only die. Sora is still useful to me. I can't let you destroy all of this. Kazuma, what do you want to do with Sora? He is our child. It's because he is my child, so he must shoulder this responsibility. Kazuma, you. The woman wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say it, and her breath was no more. At this moment, Kazuma's figure rushed out of the hut, and at the same time, he was holding a sleeping child that is about 5 or 6 years old in his arms. In the darkness, Kazuma's figure quickly disappeared. Kakashi, who was standing next to the hut, looked at the back of Kazuma, who was leaving, with killing intent in his eyes. Beast! Kakashi roared and walked into the house. Sure enough, the young woman was already lying in a pool of blood, her face full of unbelievable sadness. Seeing this, Kakashi sighed. He made hand seals with both of his hands, and used a earth release to bury the woman's corpse in the ground. Kazuma left the hut with Sora and rested in a cave for one night. Early the next morning, Sora opened his eyes in a daze. After seeing that the place in front of him was unfamiliar, he immediately sobered up. Where is this? Sora, are you awake? Hearing this voice, Sora feels that it was very familiar. Father? Sora cried out in surprise. Kazuma smiled and said, how are your sleep? It's good. Father, where is this? Where is mother? Sora, your mother has left, so father wants to take you to a place. Where? Fire Temple. Why there? What are you going to do? Sora asked. You will know when you get there. Sora, who is still small, obviously couldn't understand, and then asked, Father, are you going to? And where has mother gone to? Father can't go, father has other things to do, so father can't accompany you to the Fire Temple. As for your mother, you don't have to worry about it. You will never see her again. Hearing this, Sora looked anxious. He stood up, and then said, Father, why did mother go? Why do you want me to go to the Fire Temple? I will not go, I want to be with father and mother. Sora, don't be willful, this is the arrangement that father has for you, so you must obey it. I don't want to. I don't want to. I want my mother. Kazuma's eyes flashed a cold glint, and his hand hit Sora's neck. Sora immediately fainted. Kazuma gently hugged Sora in his arms and said, Sorry, Sora, but for the great cause, I can only sacrifice you. What an interesting scene, I can't believe that you sacrifice a lot of things for your so-called great cause. First it's your wife, now your own son. Who is it? Kazuma was startled, and looked at the entrance of the cave. He saw a handsome man in a black trench coat walking in. The young man's face was full of murderous intent. Chapter 208 Kurama's Chakra. You are that guy who came with Asuma at that time. Who are you? Why are you here? Is Asuma coming? Kazuma was obviously panicked. If he was discovered by Asuma and others, he knows that his plan will not be realized. Don't worry, I'm alone. Asuma and Chiriku have already returned to the City of Fire, and they should have arrived now. Kazuma breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, but immediately his nerves tightened. Why are you here? Are you following me? It can be said that when you come out of the grave, I have been following you. Kazuma's pupils shrank, with an incredulous expression on his face, he said hurriedly, Impossible. If that was the case, how could I not feel your presence? Oh? It seems that you are very confident in yourself. Kakashi sneered but didn't explain anything. What do you want to do? Naturally it won't be a good thing. At least it's not a good thing for you. Who the hell are you? Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi's faint words were like a thunder in Kazuma's ears. What? Kazuma panicked, and his hands immediately start forming hand seals. Earth-style, earth flow spears. Suddenly, dozens of earth spears sprang out around Kakashi. Blue lighting covered Kakashi's body, and the sound of thousands of birds immediately rang. Chidori Nagashi. The Chidori covered Kakashi's body tightly, and the earth spears that touched the blue lighting instantly fell into pieces and landed on the ground. Kazuma was shocked. He had never seen that kind of ninjutsu, and it was able to destroy his earth release instantly. It seems that you still haven't understood the situation clearly. Don't say that you lose because your injuries are not completely healed. Even if they are all healed, you are still not my opponent. Kazuma, the coup is not so easy. With just little Kurama's chakra, you won't be able to succeed. You shouldn't underestimate Hidden Leaf Village. How do you know about that? Kazuma's face is getting more and more ugly. No one knows about Kurama's chakra, except for himself. After hearing Kakashi talk about this, how could Kazuma not be shocked? While shocked, Kazuma's killing intent towards Kakashi can be said to have risen by several levels in an instant. This person must not leave here. Otherwise, all of my efforts will be in vain. Kakashi did not answer Kazuma's question, but instead said, You pretend to die in front of Asuma, and then you completely hide your identity. This is your first step. Then you killed your wife and brought out his son. On one hand, your wife would never agree to take her own son to do this kind of thing. On the other hand, you are afraid that Asuma will come to visit your wife, making your plan come to light. You then send your son to the fire temple. After a few years, with his identity, he may be able to enter Hidden Leaf Village smoothly. As long as he appears in Hidden Leaf Village, he might be able to meet the Hokage. At that time, the Kurama's chakra will burst out, and perhaps it will be able to kill the Hokage with a single blow. The cold sweat on the Kazuma's face instantly flowed down, and his gaze at Kakashi was full of fear. His plan was clearly seen by the person in front of him, even if the details were a little bit different, they were not far off. I have to say that your plan is very good. Unfortunately, your plan is too rough. There will be too many variables. I really don't know where you get the confidence that you can control these variables. Kakashi feels that there are too many variables in the implementation of Kazuma's plan. If it were not because of luck, his plan would never reach the last step. And even if the plan reaches the last step, the possibility of Sora's success is really low. How did you know? Kazuma was very surprised. He had planned for so long, but now, his plan was stripped away by Kakashi easily. That is no longer important. Now that I'm here, your plan will come to an end. Don't even think about it. Kazuma roared, and his hands are forming hand seals again. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand. Chidori Senbon. Blue lighting shot out of Kakashi's right hand and directly hit Kazuma's arm. In an instant, there were 7 or 8 Chidori Senbon stuck in Kazuma's arm, and the numbing sensation occupied his whole consciousness. Yerg, damn it. Kazuma gritted his teeth and growled, his eyes were full of unwillingness. Kakashi slowly walked towards Kazuma and said softly, take your ambition and the so-called peace with you, and go to hell. Kakashi finished speaking. He slapped Kazuma's head with his hand that was covered with blue lighting. Under the electric shock, Kazuma's face twitched, his eyes rolled, drooling, and his breath started to disappear. Everything that happened in the past emerged in front of Kazuma's eyes as he was dying. Am I really wrong? This is the last thought in Kazuma's heart. Soon, Kakashi lowered his palm, and Kazuma is now already at the brink of the death. With a sorrowful laugh, Kazuma fell to the ground. Hatake. Kakashi, after I am dead, the land of fire. Will it really be peaceful? This world will not stop turning even if someone disappear. The land of fire will still be the land of fire. There was nothing else. Hearing this, Kazuma showed a smile of relief, and looked at Sora who was not far away and said, I beg you. Let Sora go. He is still young. Kakashi was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that this cold-blooded guy would still care about his son in the end. Don't worry, I will not hurt him. I will send him to the fire temple to fulfill your wishes. Of course, I will pull out a Kurama's chakra. It is not a good thing for him if this kind of thing to stay in his body. Kazuma nodded and released his last breath. Seeing Kazuma, who is now dead, Kakashi shook his head without paying too much attention. Kakashi walked to the side of Sora who was still unconscious. Kakashi didn't hesitate, and began to arrange the things for the 4-symbol seal. The reason Kakashi came to look for Kazuma is naturally not because he just wanted to kill him. If he just wanted to kill him, he could do it in the canyon when Kazuma just got out of the grave. The reason why he came here all the way is for Sora. 6 years ago, during the Kurama's attack, Kazuma collected some Kurama's chakra, and finally sealed them in Sora's body with the 5 elements seal. Right now, Sora can be called a pseudo-Jinchuriki. The Kurama's chakra has a characteristic that as long as it does not disappear completely, it will continue to grow. Of course, it won't exceed its original amount. Kazuma had done a lot of work, and the Kurama's chakra he collected had about 4 to 5 tails power. This is not the low at all. Kakashi is following Kazuma for these Kurama's chakra. At this time, although Kakashi's chakra is much more than before, he still wants more chakra. The Kurama's chakra may be an opportunity for him. Kakashi has an idea in mind that requires the Kurama's chakra to make it happen. And getting the Kurama's chakra from Naruto is not an easy task. Therefore, Kakashi wants to take it from Sora's body. Everything's ready. Kakashi stretched out his right hand, and 5 blue chakras popped out his fingers, with the words metal, wood, water, fire, and earth faintly floating on his fingers. 5 elements unseal. Chapter 209 Daimyo Arg. With a painful cry, Sora's face showed a painful expression. Kakashi's 5 fingers were slammed on Sora's stomach. After a while, blood-red chakra starts to flow out of Sora's body. The Kurama's chakra is really powerful. Kakashi sighed with complicated emotion as he watched the powerful chakra flying around, but the chakra was quickly blocked by an invisible barrier. Without hesitation, Kakashi took out a seal scroll and opened it. He forms hand seal with his hand and then whispered, 4-symbol seal. His right hand was slammed onto the scroll, and a powerful suction attracted the Kurama's chakra that had escaped everywhere and sucked it into the scroll. The whole process lasted for about a minute, and the powerful chakra was finally completely sealed into the scroll. At this moment, the scroll was covered with mysterious symbols, and a word 9 appeared in the middle of the scroll. Kakashi rolled up the scroll and put it in his pocket. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. This matter is finally solved. Sora, who was on the side, was still unconscious, and he would probably not be able to wake up for a while. Although Sora was a pseudo-Jinchuriki, the extraction of these Kurama's chakra does not have much impact on him. It can even be said that it is a good thing for him. Not everyone can be Jinchuriki, even a pseudo-Jinchuriki. Sora's body is obviously not suitable, as people can see by looking at his bandaged right hand. After Kakashi took care of Kazuma's body, he took Sora with him and left. The Fire Temple, the largest temple in the Land of Fire, the monk has some kind of special skill and can be said stronger than normal people. Chiriku, who was the member of 12 Guardian Shinobi, is from here. In the night, the Fire Temple welcomed a guest. It's just that the guest didn't seem to want to let these people know. After putting down a child, he left. No one knew who he was. The Land of Fire, the City of Fire, the daimyo's castle. A middle-aged man sitting on the gorgeous floor, holding a fan in his hand, and wearing an exaggerated fan-shaped hat on his head, which looked quite funny. Oh? So the remaining 12 Guardian Shinobi's member are only Asuma and Chiriku? Yes, Lord Daimyo, according to the information from Asuma, that is indeed the case. Well, I understand. You should go down, and tell the people below to receive Asuma and Chiriku when they return. Yes, Lord Daimyo. When that person left, Daimyo's face becomes very solemn. The original comical feeling disappeared instantly. At this moment, he was like a ruthless emperor. Kazuma is really stupid. Is Hokage so easy to kill? Besides, even if Lord Third fall, Hidden Leaf Village can just have a new Hokage, which has no effect at all. The daimyo shook the fan on his hand, took a sip of the tea on the table, and seemed to have returned to his original appearance. It seems that Lord Daimyo is very calm. The abrupt voice sounded in the empty room, and Daimyo's shaking fan stopped slightly, and his face showed a surprised look. In the next moment, dozens of crows suddenly appeared inside the room, and then formed a thin figure. The daimyo did not panic, but carefully looked at the person in front of him. He had a black hair, no left hand, and a pair of eyes that look a little uncoordinated. His appearance about 15 or 16 years old and still very young. The daimyo frowned and said, "Who are you? Perhaps you have heard of my name before, Uchiha Shizui." The daimyo was slightly surprised and looked at Shizui again. "Shunshin no Shizui. It is rumored that you are dead. Why are you here? What is your purpose?" Shizui did not answer immediately, but said with a smile, "May I sit down?" The daimyo looked at the young boy, chuckled, and said, "Of course you may, sit down." Shizui was not polite and sit down directly. "Can you tell me what you came here for now, young man?" Shizui looked at the daimyo in front of him, and his thoughts became firmer. This is definitely not a daimyo that doesn't seem to want anything normally, but a daimyo with real ambition and ability. "Can Lord Daimyo tell me about what you think of the Uchiha clan?" "Uchiha clan?" The daimyo pondered for a moment, and said, "It is a terrifying clan." "Terrifying?" Shizui was a little confused. "Yes, it is terrifying. In my opinion, the uncontrollability of the Uchiha clan is too high. In the records of the previous daimyo, the so-called geniuses of the Uchiha clan's character are extreme. For a village, or a country, that is not a good thing." Hearing this, Shizui fell into a deep thought. Seeing Shizui is in the deep thought, daimyo then continued, "It seems that the reason you came here today is because there is something you want from me. Lord Daimyo should have known about the Hidden Leaf Village's attitude towards Uchiha's clan, right?" "Of course, Hidden Leaf Village's biggest unrest factor right now is the Uchiha clan. Is Lord Daimyo also full of malice towards the Uchiha clan?" Shizui looked at the daimyo. If the daimyo thought the same way, he knows that his path will be even harder to walk. No, although the Uchiha clan has a few extremes character, but it is still an important force. If Hidden Leaf Village loses the Uchiha clan now, it will be greatly weakened. This is not what I want to see. What I want to see is balance, not a dominance. Do you understand what I mean? Then can you stop it?" The daimyo shook his head and said, "I have the intention, but I don't have the strength. The daimyo's power is the highest in the Land of Fire in name only. I understand, you have the intention. Oh? It seems that you already have a plan, and it seems that you have come prepared." The daimyo said with a smile. "Of course, I didn't do nothing after escaping from Hidden Leaf Village." "Interesting, how can you be sure that I will help you?" Shizui also smiled after hearing this, and said, "I am not sure?" "Then you are very courageous." "I am just confident." "Confident? confident that no one in the daimyo's castle can keep me here, especially when the 12 guardian shinobi are not there. Hearing this, the daimyo was dumbfounded. It seems that you are prepared. Can Lord Daimyo can help me with the Uchiha clan? Shizue looked at the daimyo. Interesting, it's really interesting. The smile on the daimyo's face became even bigger, as if he found something really interesting. Shizue didn't smile this time, but looked at the daimyo with solemn eyes. After a while, the smile on the daimyo's face gradually faded, looking at the young figure in front of him. Okay, I am looking forward to it. Hearing this, Shizue breathed a sigh of relief, the first step finally completed. Chapter 210 Transplant. No one knew what Shizue and the daimyo had talked about except for themselves. Shizue quickly left the daimyo's castle and no one knows where he had gone to. The daimyo was still in his room, slowly shaking his fan, with an indescribable smile on his face. I never expected that the Uchiha clan would have such an interesting character. The wind blew the cherry blossoms in front of the courtyard, and the pink petals fell one after another. The wind is blowing. A month later. The land of rice field, Hidden Sound Village. Kakashi was lying on top of a tree outside the village, waiting for someone. Black Crow flew by, and Kakashi opened his eyes and said lazily, Shizue, you are finally here. Sorry, there are some things on the road that delay me. Forget it, it's almost the time. Let's go in, Orochimaru, should be ready now. Okay. Kakashi touches Shizue's shoulder, and disappeared from that place in an instant, and then they appeared at Orochimaru's laboratory in the next moment. Hee, Kakashi-kun, Shizue-kun, welcome to Hidden Sound Village. A hoarse voice sounded. Orochimaru was standing in front of the two of them. There was an operating table in front of him, and Kakashi's special flying thunder god jutsu kunai was stuck on it. Orochimaru's gaze glanced at special flying thunder god jutsu kunai and said, it's a convenient ninjutsu, but unfortunately. Kakashi obviously understand what Orochimaru means. Orochimaru had also seen training method of flying thunder god jutsu from the scroll of seals, but it is a pity that Orochimaru does not have the talent in this ninjutsu. If a person has no sensitivity to space, it is impossible for them to learn the flying thunder god jutsu. The reason why Minato passed the flying thunder god jutsu to the Rudo and the others at the beginning was also because he saw that they have some talent on it. Therefore, even if they were young, Minato taught these three people the flying thunder god jutsu. As for Kakashi, if not because of Mangekyō Sharingan's kami, he won't be able to learn this space ninjutsu. Orochimaru, is the left hand ready? Kakashi said straightforwardly. Of course, 1 month is enough. Orochimaru said as he took out a cylindrical container with a green solution and a left hand in it. Kakashi unlocked the seal of his Sharingan and when he glanced at the left hand, he saw that left hand was full of vitality. It's very good. Kakashi joyfully said. Haha, this is much better than what Danzō got. It is my thanks for the information that Kakashi-kun gave me before. It seems that you got more information. Kakashi said as he looks at Orochimaru's pale face. Haha, as expected of Kakashi-kun. Well, let's put the left hand to Shizue first. No problem, Shizue-kun, please come here. Hearing this, Shizue nodded and went to the operating table's side. The light inside the lab was a little dim, but the lights on the operating table are very bright. Shizue lay on it and closed his eyes. With Kakashi here, he didn't need to worry about any accidents. Orochimaru did not play tricks and performed the operation silently. The wound on Shizue's left hand had already healed, so if Orochimaru wanted to transplant the left hand back, he had to open the original wound again. This pain will be even greater than a broken arm. After cutting the wound open, Shizue's face starts to look not good. Blue veins appear on his face, cold sweat starts to flow, but Shizue didn't make any sound. There are anesthetics, but neither Orochimaru nor Shizue mentioned it. After all, that kind of thing is not good for the body if used too much. Soon, blood starts to flow from Shizue's wound. Orochimaru took out the left hand from the container, and carefully sewed it onto the Shizue's wound. When it comes to transplanting skill, Tsunade is the best. Unfortunately, no one knows where Tsunade is right now, not to mention she got hemophobia at this moment, and she may not be able to do the operation. Most importantly, will Tsunade agree to transplant Shizue with Hashirama's cells? Kakashi can only save this kind of question in his heart. Orochimaru's skill is not as good as Tsunade, but it is still good enough. Soon, Shizue's left hand was stitched up. Orochimaru tied Shizue's left hand with a bandage and then said, "Your new left hand has not completely healed, so it will take a while before you can use it. But after it recovers, it will be even better than your previous left hand." "Thank you." "Haha, it's just a transaction between me and Kakashi." I am looking forward to the effect of mixing Hashirama's cells and the Uchiha clan. I really anticipated it. Senju Hashirama, Madara Uchiha, these two names represent an era. Orochimaru also has some speculations about this, but he has not further studied it. Information is a very important factor. Obviously, Orochimaru has not found the corresponding information. Look at Shishui's new left hand. Kakashi flashed a hint of joy. In this way, he is finally healed. Kakashi and Shishui did not stay in Hidden Sound Village, and soon left the village. After all, being in the same place as Orochimaru is not a pleasant thing. That gloomy feeling has always strange. Shishui, how does your new left hand feel? Yes, I can feel it continuously blending with my body and it should be able to fully connect in a week or so. And I feel the abundant vitality in it. Maybe when I fully integrate this left hand, my chakra reserve will increase by a lot. Kakashi nodded, as he knows that the Uchiha clan plus Hashirama cells are really a good match. Madara was able to open Rinnegan, and Obito can use Kami infinitely. These are all because of Hashirama cells. In fact, Kakashi also wants to transplant Hashirama cells inside his body, but Kakashi has some rejection for this kind of thing. Shishui, what are you going to do next? The daimyo has agreed, and the next step is for me to prove myself. Do you need help? Shishui shook his head and said, Kakashi, don't worry, even if I lost my Sharingan, I'm still Shishui. These kind of little things still won't be able to trouble me. Hearing this, Kakashi was helpless. He patted Shishui's shoulder and said, okay then, take care. Well, see you next time. Shishui finished speaking and left. As he watched Shishui leave, Kakashi sighed and scratches his hair. After that, he also left. Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha, and daimyo are intertwined and have become a huge whirlpool. However, even if the outcome is bad, can it be worse than the original situation? It is a dead end and can only be balanced with the help of a third party. Even if this third party is only a nominal force. This pool of water has become more and more muddy. Chapter 211 Meet again for a year. Kakashi has been traveling outside and has seen a lot of scenery that he had never seen before. The world of shinobi is not as small as imagined. Kakashi also saw a lot of magical creatures and strange events that he had never seen before. These are things that he didn't know before. Kakashi walked into a small town in dusty clothes. This small town is not big, but it is not depressed, and it can even be said to be prosperous. As a hub city, this scene is not difficult to understand. Kakashi walked directly to a hot spring hotel. After a few days living outside, he just wanted to take a bath comfortably. In the steamy hot springs, Kakashi took off his clothes, revealing his body that has no trace of fat. He was 1.8 meters tall and had obvious 8-pack abs in his lower abdomen, but his body was not burly, even feels a little too thin. It just that even it looks weak, no one knows how much of terrifying power is hidden under this body. As soon as Kakashi turned around, the silver-white Magatama symbol on the back waist was revealed. He looks mysterious and powerful. The hot spring chosen by Kakashi is a single room, so there is no one else beside him. Lying comfortably in the hot spring, Kakashi enjoyed it very much. The downside of traveling is that there is no fixed place to stay. Kakashi often spends the night in the wild. He really didn't enjoy that. Kakashi submerged his head in the hot springs, and it took a long time before he came out again. As expected, it's really good. 10 minutes later, Kakashi got up and prepared to go out. Suddenly, Kakashi's ears moved, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's him? It really fits his personality. Kakashi changed his clothes, walked into the courtyard, jumped up, and landed on the roof. There is actually a person on the roof. He has waist-length, spiky white hair, and he wears a red houri with green clothes on the inside and traditional Japanese wooden sandals. He looks like a good guy, but what he is doing now is very wretched. A little bit down, yes, a little bit down, wow. 100 points. The wretched voice spread out on the roof, making Kakashi a little helpless. Lord Jiraiya, what are you doing here? The man immediately turned around and saw Kakashi. He was stunned for a moment, and then with a hippie smile he said, "It's you, Kakashi, why are you here?" "I'm collecting materials right now, in order to write the sequel of Kika Paradise," Jiraiya said, and then a scream suddenly came from underneath. "Ah! There is a pervert. Where is he?" "On the top. Someone is peeping from the roof, look, there is a hole." "Oops, I was found out, we should withdraw quickly," Jiraiya said, and quickly get away from the roof. Kakashi naturally wouldn't stay behind, and followed suit. Inside a bar, Jiraiya drank a glass of sake and said, "Ah, it's really great. It's so comfortable to have a glass of sake after collecting the material." Kakashi also drank a cup and felt a lot more comfortable. "Kakashi, Why are you here? Lord Jiraiya, I have been away from Hidden Leaf Village for more than a year, and I am traveling like you in this 1 year, Kakashi said respectfully. Even if his strength has greatly improved, Kakashi still maintains a respect for the person in front of him. Hearing this, Jiraiya was stunned and then said, TSK. Why did young man like you travel around? Right now, Hidden Leaf Village needs young people like you. Some things happened, so I want to leave Hidden Leaf Village for a while. What happened? Jiraiya was very keen and quickly discovered that there might be something tricky about Kakashi's situation. With Kakashi's performance right now, he will definitely become Hidden Leaf Village's pillar in the future. So, Jiraiya will naturally not ignore such a person. After all, in Jiraiya's heart, he still loves Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi talked about Shizue and Danzo. Of course, he didn't say that Shizue was still alive. Sometimes, it would be better to wait for the dust to fall to the ground before telling some things. Jiraiya became a little silent when he heard Kakashi's story, and sighed after drinking a glass of sake again. Humphrey, that Danzo is overstepping his authority. Lord Jiraiya, I know that you also love Hidden Leaf Village. What do you think of Danzo? Danzo. Jiraiya has a complicated look and no one knows what he was thinking. Kakashi did not urge him, and kept waiting. After a long time, Jiraiya came back to his senses and said, sorry, I remembered some past events. No problem. As for Danzo, I didn't like him since I was a child. He's too shady, and although it is for Hidden Leaf Village's good, I can't accept his style. Doesn't Lord Jiraiya think Danzo's ambitions are too big? He has always looked like he was preying on Hokage's position. Jiraiya smiled and said, the one who preying on Hokage's position is not only Danzo. There are a lot of people who wants a position in Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi shook his head and said, it is not the same. Danzo dares to do anything for the Hokage's position, such as assassinating the Hokage. Hearing this, the smile on Jiraiya's face faded and then he whispered, Kakashi, what are you talking about? Lord Jiraiya, when Minato-sensei died a few years ago, Danzo tried to assassinate Lord Third. I was there at that time, but Danzo failed. Although it was only a small attack, it was enough to see Danzo's character. If he is in charge, with his Iron Fist rule, Hidden Leaf Village's situation will become even worse. Jiraiya's expression was a bit solemn for a moment, and then he said, there is still Lord Third, so there should be no problem. Kakashi shook his head and said, Lord Jiraiya, why did Orochimaru leave Hidden Leaf Village? You must have investigated some information about it, right? When he heard Kakashi mention Orochimaru, Jiraiya's face became a bit weird. Over the years, he has been investigating Orochimaru, and he has some understanding of what happened back then. Orochimaru is indeed conducting human experiment, but there are also Danzo's shadows in it. It can be said that these two were partners, but Orochimaru was finally thrown away by Danzo. When he knew about this, Jiraiya was very upset, and wanted to go back to Hidden Leaf Village and ask Danzo himself. But soon, this idea was suppressed by Jiraiya. Danzo is a person from the same generation as Lord Third, and Jiraiya is not qualified to question him at all. What's more, if Jiraiya was able to find out, how could Lord Third not know? Lord Third didn't bother with Danzo. After all, he still had compassion for Danzo. Hey, Kakashi, Hidden Leaf Village's politics chills me, so I chose to leave Hidden Leaf Village. Lord Jiraiya, escaping won't solve the problem. Chapter 212 Returning to Hidden Leaf Village. I know, it's just that my temperament is really not suitable for getting involved in this kind of political struggle, so I simply tried to not bother with it. Kakashi shook his head, knowing that Jiraiya's sloppy temperament. He wanted Jiraiya to get involved, but it was difficult. In the original work, he also wasn't willing to become Lord Fifth Hokage even after Lord Third died. Kakashi, can you tell me about what you think of Hokage's position? Jiraiya suddenly asked, catching Kakashi by surprise. But soon, Kakashi recovered his thoughts and said, Lord Jiraiya, to be honest, I envy your life. Kakashi said very sincerely. Jiraiya looked at Kakashi carefully, and after a long time, he said with a smile, you brat, don't learn from me. Haha, Lord Jiraiya, I understand that there are some responsibilities I can't escape. I have already planned to return to Hidden Leaf Village in a few days. Oh? You are going back? The situation in Hidden Leaf Village is not very good right now. The top executives and the Uchiha clan are already clashing. If you go back now, I am afraid that you will get involved in this whirlpool again. I understand, but I am going back this time for this. The Uchiha clan is also a member of Hidden Leaf Village. I don't want it to disappear in this whirlpool. What's more, they are Obito and Shizue's clansmen. Jiraiya remained silent and understood Kakashi's persistence. Well, I hope everything goes well for you. But you need to be careful, Kakashi. Jiraiya's long and deep gaze made Kakashi a little surprised. I understand, Lord Jiraiya. That's good. Come, we should get drunk tonight. I haven't met an acquaintance for a long time now. Now that you are an adult, we can have a good drink. Jiraiya resumed his sloppy appearance, picked up his sake cup and touched Kakashi's sake cup, and then drank it and go. Kakashi smiled but did not refuse. Speaking of which, Jiraiya's life can be called a tragedy. 2 of his beloved disciples died, the other 2 went astray, and finally killed their own teachers. The woman he liked, Tsunade, finally accepted his love, but he died. His respected teacher died in the hands of his companion, Orochimaru. His best friend, Orochimaru, also rebelled against the village he loved. Under his cynical face, there is an unknown amount of sadness hidden. It's just that the hero, Jiraiya, never talked about it. The 2 drank a lot, until the bar closed. They supported each other and walked back to the hotel, and then they went back to their room. Kakashi sat on the bed, his eyes blurred, but he was still awake. I drink so much tonight, but it is because I understand Jiraiya's heart and I also want to get drunk. But both of them are well-prepared people. Although they look drunk on the surface, they still have a little leeway if something happened. After all, as a shinobi, they can't relax their guards. Early the next morning, Kakashi woke up and originally intended to call Jiraiya to eat, but Jiraiya had already left. Shaking his head, Kakashi was not surprised. After eating a little, Kakashi is ready to return to Hidden Leaf Village. This is already within the territory of the Land of Fire, and it only takes 2 days to return to Hidden Leaf Village with Kakashi's speed. In fact, Kakashi can use Flying Thunder God Jutsu to go back, but since he was out to travel, it is natural to go by walking and going back by walking. Furthermore, Kakashi is not in a hurry. After Kakashi left the hotel, a crow flew out of nowhere and landed on his shoulder. Kakashi skillfully removed a letter from the crow's feet, and burned it after reading it. It seems that Shisui is ready. I should go back to Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi chuckled, chakra surging under his feet, and then he disappeared from that place. The village of Hidden Leaf Village is as calm as ever. Of course, this calm is only on a surface. Inside, the situation has already been surging. The conflict between the top executives and the Uchiha clan has intensified so much that Hidden Leaf Village seems calm today, but it is full of gunpowder that was ready to explode at any moment. This conflict is actually very simple. The top executives distrust the Uchiha clan and even put them under surveillance. The Uchiha clan is prideful clan, even if they are originally the people of Hidden Leaf Village, they finally lost confidence in Hidden Leaf Village. If one party locks the other party up and treats them coldly, one cannot blame the other party for wanting to resist. This is a clear truth. After all, Hidden Leaf Village's prejudice against the Uchiha clan has existed since the beginning of the village. Each subsequent generation of the Hokage was a member of Lord First Hokage's faction, so the Uchiha clan's power gradually fell. If the Lord Fourth Hokage is still there, perhaps this situation will change. Unfortunately, the Lord Fourth Hokage died young, and Hidden Leaf Village's regime fell into the hands of 2 old antiques, Lord Third and Danzo. With the excuse of the Kurama's attack, Danzo began to attack the Uchiha clan. Danzo was seriously injured by Kakashi before, but after a period of silence, he started his actions again. And Itachi Uchiha is another spy that Danzo has come to see after Shisui. Danzo has always been the favorite of the spy who loves Hidden Leaf Village. With his thought about Hidden Leaf Village, Itachi wouldn't dare to do anything to Hidden Leaf Village's higher up. Danzo can see it very clearly, and this is why he is sure to control Itachi. Inside the root space, Danzo was holding a cane and there was a man kneeling in front of him. It was Itachi Uchiha. Itachi, how is the Uchiha clan these days? It's still the same, but the atmosphere in the clan has become more and more serious. Is that so? Thanks for your hard work, you should continue. Yes, Lord Danzo. Itachi expressionlessly left the root space, leaving Danzo alone in the dark. Humphrey, Uchiha clan, your days are running out. At Hidden Leaf Village Gate, a familiar figure slowly walked from a distance. Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki, who were at the gate, were both stunned when they saw this figure. Kakashi has returned to his original outfit, with a mask covering his face, the Hidden Leaf Village headband covering his left eye, a green vest, and a standard shinobi outfit. Hey, Izumo, Kotetsu, long time no see. Kakashi said with a smile. Kakashi-senpai? Long time no see, did you just get back? Yeah, then I'll go to report to Lord Third first, and we should talk again when I have time. Okay. Kakashi gradually went away, leaving Izumo and Kotetsu, who were exited. Inside the Hokage office, Lord Third looked at Kakashi with relief, and said, you have been out for more than a year, and you feel different after coming back. It looks like your travel did you good. Yeah, I now understand a little bit why Lord Jiraiya chose to travel around. Jiraiya. Don't you learn from him? Lord Third said helplessly. Obviously, he was a little dissatisfied with Jiraiya's behavior as he left Hidden Leaf Village. Although Lord Third taught the legendary Sannin, one has defected and the other two did not return to the village all year round. This was also an issue that was very troubling him. Well, welcome back. You should report to Anbu's base tomorrow. There are a lot of things waiting in Anbu that you to deal with. I understand, then I will leave first. Okay, you can go. Watching Kakashi leave, the joy on Lord Third's face faded slightly. At this situation, I don't know what Kakashi is going to do. Uchiha clan, what a troublesome clan. But if Kakashi was able to stop this conflict, it will be good. Kakashi, who walked out of the Hokage building, looked at the direction of the Uchiha clan's residence. Uchiha clan, this time, what will be your destiny? Let's hope for the best. Chapter 213 Itachi's Choice. Kakashi returned to the Hotake residence, where he hadn't lived for more than a year, and there was dust everywhere. Ah, it seems that I will be busy today. Kakashi scratches his hair helplessly. It is really a troublesome thing to clean his house. But, even if it was troublesome, Kakashi still need to do it. With the help of his clone, Kakashi quickly cleaned up the house. After cleaning his house, Kakashi finally get to rest. Early the next morning, Kakashi arrived at the Anbu base. After more than a year, Kakashi really missed this place. Kakashi came a bit early, and the members of 6th team have not arrived yet. Kakashi didn't care, and has quickly changed Anbu's clothes. He touched the Anbu mark on his left arm and sighed, I'm back. At this moment, the door creaked and opened. Behind the door, a man was dressed in black, with deep lines on both sides of the nose clip on his face was standing. It was Itachi Uchiha. Oh, Itachi, long time no see. Kakashi greeted with a smile as Itachi was taken aback. Kakashi-senpai? When did you come back? Yesterday. Kakashi looked at Itachi and felt that he had become more indifferent than before. It seems that Itachi has been under a lot of pressure all this time. Oh, looking at your appearance, it looks like the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan is getting worse. Itachi nodded without refuting. He may not be able to say this to others, but Itachi still believes Kakashi. It's all because Kakashi dared to antagonize Danzo for the sake of Shisui, making Itachi believes that Kakashi is on his side. Patting Itachi on the shoulder, Kakashi smiled and said, Don't worry. I'm back now, so the problem will be solved. Itachi was slightly surprised, looking at Kakashi's crescent eyes, a kind of strange feeling suddenly appear for no reason. Kakashi-senpai, what do you mean? Itachi was about to ask further when the door of the room was opened again, and 3 people came in. Seeing someone coming, Itachi naturally wouldn't ask again. Kakashi whispered in Itachi's ear, see you in the canyon at midnight. Hearing this, Itachi nodded slightly. He knows that it is really not suitable for saying this now. Those who came in were also taken aback when they saw Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai? Oh, it's Tenzo and Yujao, long time no see. Kakashi greeted them with a smile. Kakashi-senpai? When did you come back? Tenzo asked excitedly. Ah, I just came back yesterday. I was told by Lord Third to start working at the Anbu again today. It looks like there are a lot of works waiting. You're right, senpai. After you gone for more than a year, there are a lot of works waiting. Yujao pretend to complain. Sorry. By the way, who was that? Seeing that there is a new face beside Yujao and Tenzo, Kakashi knows that this new guy should have joined Anbu after he left. Upon hearing this, Yujao immediately said, Senpai, it is Gekko Hyate, he joined the 6th team after you left. Gekko Hyate carries a long knife, there are heavy dark circles near his eyes, and he also coughing from time to time. Hello, Kakashi-senpai, I am Gekko Hyate. I am honored to join your 6th team. Gekko Hyate looks at Kakashi with eyes are full of admiration. In the Anbu, Kakashi's name is very famous, and it is precisely because of that Hyate admire him. When he chose to join the 6th team, it was because Hyate knew that the 6th team was Kakashi's team. Otherwise, he may not choose the 6th team. Most importantly, Hyate has good swordsmanship, and the best swordsman in Hidden Leaf Village is Kakashi. To sum up all the reasons, Hyate has nothing but admiration for Kakashi. Kakashi was slightly surprised. Gekko Hyate? The guy who died in the hands of Baki? Haha, since you joined the 6th team, you should work hard. Looking at your appearance, you should also be practicing swordsmanship. Let's spar when we have time. Hyate looks happy. Even if Kakashi says it is spar, he knows that but the gap between the two of them is huge, so Kakashi will definitely guide him later. Thinking of this, Gekko Hyate is naturally very happy. Thank you, senpai. Okay, Everyone changed your clothes and prepare for the mission. Yes. Even if Kakashi said it was a mission, but Hidden Leaf Village was too quiet recently, so the mission for Anbu right now was just a patrol mission. Kakashi sat on the roof boredly and muttered, "It's been a long time since I did this kind of thing." Kakashi lay lazily on the roof basking in the sun. The area he was responsible for was not big. Even if he was lying down, Kakashi could clearly know what happened in his area. That's... Kakashi sat up, and saw two people coming over from the distance. It is Itachi and Sasuke. Itachi's mission is finished? He's really fast. I don't know where his strength has reached now. He should have opened the Mangekyō Sharingan when he thought that Shisui was dead. I don't know how far he can use it. I'm really look forward to it. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Kakashi looked forward to seeing Itachi in the evening. As the night was getting colder, Itachi walked out of his room quietly, and left the Uchiha clan's residence. And the moment Itachi left, Uchiha Fugaku, who was lying in his room, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced in the direction where Itachi had left. But he didn't get up, and continued to close his eyes, as if he fell asleep again. Itachi sprinted all the way, bypassing all the Anbu who were patrolling, and soon came to the canyon. From the distance, Kakashi's figure was already on the side of the canyon. Itachi stopped and respectfully said, "Kakashi-senpai." Kakashi turned around and smiled. Then he said, "Itachi, you are here, you are on time. So why did senpai call me here?" Itachi asked straightforwardly. Hearing this, Kakashi then answered, "I think you should also know that Danzō will never allow the Uchiha clan to continue to exist." Itachi tightened his right fist, obviously understanding this fact. "What are you going to do?" Looking at Kakashi's gaze, Itachi was struggling. Kakashi sighed and said, "It seems that you have made a bad decision." Itachi lowered his head. It is unknown what he was thinking. "Kakashi-senpai, if it really happens, I hope you can take care of Sasuke for me." Itachi said his request as he apparently had reached a consensus with Danzō. Looking at the 13-year-old boy in front of him, Kakashi feels a little emotional. The things Itachi carries are heavier than what Kakashi carries. "No, Itachi, things haven't reached that point yet." Chapter 214 Plan Senpai, there is no way for change between the Uchiha clan and the top executives of Hidden Leaf Village. "No, there is." "Huh?" Itachi looked at Kakashi in surprise, obviously very curious about what Kakashi said. Over the past year, there was someone who had given it all over this matter. Kakashi said with a smile. "Who are you talking about?" "Haha, Shisui, come out." "What?" Itachi was shocked, and then he felt that there was someone behind him. Feeling this, he turned his head and see that it was Shisui who should have died. "Shisui, you are still alive." Itachi was inexplicably surprised. "Itachi, long time no see." Shisui said with a smile. "What the hell is going on?" Shisui immediately told Itachi about what happened back then, and after hearing it, Itachi bowed his head to Kakashi. "Kakashi-senpai, thank you. You saved Shisui." Kakashi waved his hand and said, "Shisui is also my friend, you don't need to thank me. Itachi, you've worked hard all these years. These originals should be my responsibility, but it fall on you now." Shisui was very sorry about this. He was supposed to remove the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of the village, but now it has become Itachi's responsibility. Itachi shook his head and said, "This is also my responsibility. Looking at your appearance, it seems that you came back prepared this time." Shisui and Kakashi looked at each other, and both showed a smile. "Itachi, this time Kakashi and I came back to save the Uchiha clan. After all, if I didn't guess wrong, I'm afraid Danzō would completely massacre the Uchiha clan." Itachi nodded and said, "Yes, Danzō has already planned to do something against the Uchiha clan." "Itachi, are you also planning to destroy the Uchiha clan?" Kakashi asked. "Yes, I have already made a deal with Danzō. As long as I kill all of the Uchiha clan's members, he will leave Sasuke alone. As long as Sasuke is there, the Uchiha clan's prestige will always be able to recover. I don't want the Uchiha clan to become the rebel. So I will bear the burden of such a crime." Itachi's idea is not complicated. First, he wants to ensure that Hidden Leaf Village's infighting does not occur. After all, he hates war. Second, he wants to preserve the prestige of the Uchiha clan. As long as he annihilates the Uchiha clan will naturally not be judged by the villager. At that time, the Uchiha clan will still be the glorious Uchiha clan. Third, Sasuke is his hope, not only because Sasuke is his younger brother, but he also believes that Sasuke has the potential to grow up and rejuvenate Uchiha. Moreover, only when Sasuke grows up can he fight against that mysterious man. The guy who claims to be Madara Uchiha. Kakashi shook his head and said, Itachi, I don't agree with your approach. It is irrational to put all of your hopes on Sasuke. You must know that by doing this, Sasuke will be full of hatred and a person who just wants revenge will do a lot of extreme things. I know, but this is the only way. I can only believe that Sasuke can do it. Itachi knows that doing his plan is very risky, but he had no other option, so he can only do this. Itachi, I won't let you slaughter the Uchiha clan. The clan members are not guilty. You should know that this current situation, to a large extent, is the result of Danzo's persecution. Shisui. Okay, Itachi, put your plan aside for now. The reason Shisui and I came back is not to see you slaughter the clan. Kakashi-senpai, what is your plan? At this time, Itachi understand that Shisui and Kakashi clearly came prepared. Itachi, in order to prevent this civil unrest, there are two important points. One is Danzo. His hostility towards the Uchiha clan is too much. And the other is the determination of the Uchiha clan. Itachi did not speak and just nodded his head. He is aware of these 2 points. I will be responsible to Danzo, I will change his will. Shisui said, and then a crow flew out. The crow has blood-red eye, and it was Shisui's Sharingan. This eye was the left eye that Shisui handed to Kakashi. He does not intend to put it back to his body, but he still plans to use it. After all, he can only use Koto Umatsukami with that Sharingan. At this moment, Kakashi said, the next step is the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan feels that they have the ability to defeat Hidden Leaf Village's top executives and control Hidden Leaf Village's power. But we all know that this is impossible. Yes. Even if they really defeat the top executives, the other Hidden Leaf Village clans will not sit idly by. Shisui and Itachi know that Kakashi is right. Even if the Uchiha clan can defeat the top executives, but the other Hidden Leaf Village clans will not sit idly by. Let alone the other clan, the Hyuga clan will not let the Uchiha clan dominate Hidden Leaf Village. Both clans depend on their eyes. Although the Uchiha clan doesn't care about the Hyuga clan regards the Uchiha clan as a strong competitor. So, I will let the Uchiha clan realize that their rebellion will not have any results. Kakashi said, and then his body exudes a terrifying powerful pressure. Itachi shuddered in his heart, already understanding Kakashi's plan. Kakashi was actually planning to block the entire Uchiha clan by himself. But after thinking about it, Itachi feels that this is not impossible. After Danzo and the Uchiha clan have been resolved, this conflict can be regarded as coming to an end. The Uchiha clan's dissatisfaction, in the final analysis, is because of the unfair treatment of Hidden Leaf Village's top executives. I will persuade Lord Third to give the Uchiha clan the right treatment. Hearing this, Itachi's eyes brightened. If it can be implemented smoothly, it may really be a turning point. Yes, the problem is how to end it. I have reached a consensus with the Land of Fire's daimyo and will send 12 outstanding shinobi from the Uchiha clan to go to the City of Fire and become the 12 guardian shinobi. At that time, it can be regarded as a bridge between the Uchiha clan and the daimyo. With this, Hidden Leaf Village's top executives can't do anything about it. Shisui said flatly. In order to obtain the support of the daimyo, Shisui has been busy for this past year. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly said, if these plans are implemented carefully, there should be no problem. But there is a variable in it. Variable? Shisui and Itachi both looked at Kakashi strangely. Kakashi did not answer directly, but looked at Itachi and said, Itachi, you should have met a mysterious man wearing a mask. He called himself Madara Uchiha. Itachi pupils shrank, obviously did not expect Kakashi to know about this. Madara Uchiha. Shisui was equally surprised when he heard this. Yes, I did meet this person. He seems to have resentment towards Hidden Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan. I can understand the variables you mentioned. He is indeed likely to intervene midway. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. He naturally knows that the so-called Madara Uchiha is Obito, but now is not the time to tell anyone about it. Is he really Madara Uchiha? Shisui said in surprise. As a person of the Uchiha clan, he naturally knows the reputation of Madara Uchiha. If this person really intervenes, things will become very troublesome. I'm not sure. He seems to have been seriously injured and he doesn't have the terrifying power as the legend said. Itachi, that mysterious man, I am afraid you still need to deal with him. Kakashi said suddenly. Huh? Kakashi-senpai, what do you mean? Chapter 215. Bearing the burden. In a dark underground place, a figure with a strange mask sits quietly on a stone. Suddenly, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground. Seeing this, the masked man didn't show any surprised expression. It seemed that he had become accustomed to it. Obito, Hidden Leaf Village is very lively now. The apparent peace of Hidden Leaf Village as top executives and the Uchiha clan may not last long. Black Zetsu's hoarse voice floated in this space, which made people feel a little uncomfortable when they heard that. Oh? What did you find? No, I didn't dare to get close to Hidden Leaf Village to find out about intelligence recently. Black Zetsu whispered. Is he back? Yes, he just came back yesterday. The masked man's voice didn't contain any joy or anger, but it felt a lot heavier. It seems that he still wants to get into this muddy water. Hee, that's more interesting. I really look forward to what Itachi and Kakashi look like when they fight. Black Zetsu's voice was full of expectation. No, Kakashi is not that simple. It seems that this genocide plan will get a lot of variables. Oh? Do you think that Kakashi Hatake is capable to prevent this coup? White Zetsu said in surprise. Don't doubt Kakashi's ability, after all, he is someone who can be called a genius. Genius? Black Zetsu sneer in the heart. After all, what kind of genius he has not seen in his long life. Kakashi is excellent, but in Black Zetsu's opinion, he is not special. Obito did not know about what Black Zetsu was thinking at this moment. What he is thinking now is how to make this genocide plan go on. If Kakashi really stopped the coup, his plan would be more or less affected. It seems that I have to go to Hidden Leaf Village to see the situation. After Obito finished speaking, the space rippled and he disappeared. Black Zetsu watched Obito disappear and didn't say anything. In his opinion, the Uchiha clan is not important for his ultimate goal. It's gonna be a great show. Black Zetsu said with a smile. Do you think so? I think so too. Should we go to see it together? White Zetsu said excitedly. Humphrey, we can't go. That Kakashi has learned Sage Mode, so when we get near him, we would be discovered. This is really troublesome. Oh, I'm so distressed, I really want to see it. Inside Hidden Leaf Village, the canyon. Itachi, I'll leave it to you. I understand, Kakashi-senpai. If the plan is really realized, what I do will be worth it. Itachi nodded and replied. At this moment, his mood was much better than before. Now that he is not bearing this matter alone, with the help of Shizui and Kakashi, Itachi believes that this will be another new path. Perhaps the Uchiha clan can continue to exist, and it can also get rid of this current awkward situation. For this reason, if he only needs sacrifice to sacrifice himself, why not? Thanks for your hard work, Itachi. After this end, it will be hard for you. Kakashi knew very well that in this plan, although the part that he and Shizui had to bear was dangerous, it shouldn't be too great due to the abilities of the two of them and there would be no problem. But Itachi is different, he has to bear a lot more than them. It's just that there is no other choice. Only Itachi can take this path. After these three people finished discussing the specific matters, they dispersed. At the root base, under the dim candlelight, Danzo's revealed left eye shows a gloomy look. I didn't expect Kakashi Hatake to come back at this time. What is his purpose? Is it for the Uchiha clan? Danzo touched the bandage on his right eye and snorted coldly. Humphrey. No matter what you do, the Uchiha clan will disappear. My right eye has been waiting for 2 years. Only when the Uchiha clan is destroyed can I get the power I want. As long as I have this power, I will have the chance to control Hidden Leaf Village. At that time, Hidden Leaf Village will be able to unify the Shinobi world and become the only Shinobi village in the world. The 5 Great Hidden Village? There is no need for them to exist at all. Danzo clenched the crutch in his hand and his eye is full of madness and stubbornness. Itachi, don't let me down. Uchiha's residence, Itachi sneaked into his room quietly. At this moment, the candle in the room suddenly lit up. Itachi was startled and turned to look. He then saw a tall figure sitting on the side, with a solemn face. Uchiha Fugaku. Father, why are you here? Itachi's surprise was fleeting, and he quickly recovered his composure. Itachi, maybe I should ask you this sentence, it's been so late, where have you been? Itachi sighed silently as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Now that he has taken this step, he can no longer turn back. Father, this is Anbu's mission, so I can't tell you. Fugaku's expression became very ugly, and he was obviously very dissatisfied with Itachi's answer. Itachi, do you know what you are talking about? I know everything I am doing. The father and son looked at each other, but there was no warmth in their gaze. The air is filled with a suffocating atmosphere. Itachi, you disappointed me. After a long time, Fugaku spit out these words gently. Hearing this, Itachi was silent. Itachi, come with me. Fugaku didn't seem to intend to continue talking here, but wanted to take Itachi to another place. Itachi was a little confused, but still followed Fugaku. With these two's level, the Anbu who was patrolling naturally cannot found them. Soon, under Fugaku's lead, these two came to one place. Naka Shrine. A secret meeting place for the Uchiha clan's members. Come in, Itachi. Fugaku led Itachi into Naka Shrine and walked directly into the basement. Itachi, you should have already opened Mangekyō Sharingan, right? Fugaku asked as he looks at the stone monument in the middle of the basement, turning his back to Itachi. Itachi's face became tense. After all, apart from him, only Shisui and Kakashi knew about his Mangekyō Sharingan. So why would his father know about it? Don't be surprised, after Shisui died, I found that your eyes are different. It's painful, the feeling of losing your best friend. Fugaku said, turning his head and looking at Itachi with scarlet eyes. Itachi's face changed drastically after seeing this. Scarlet eyes, weird patterns. Mangekyō Sharingan. Why does the father have it too? Looks like I managed to surprise you. Are you surprised by this pair of eyes? Haha, yeah, it should be a surprise. After all, this pair of eyes has not appeared in Uchiha for a long time. Fugaku's tone is full of emotion and he seems to have thought of something. Itachi's face was grim. He really didn't expect that his father would have these eyes. In this case, can Kakashi-senpai able to resist? As someone who has these eyes, Itachi is very clear about how powerful these eyes are. Chapter 216 Conversation during the Third Shinobi World Wars. I got this Mangekyō when a friend of mine died in the hands of the enemy in order to save me. But I didn't tell anyone about it. Do you know why? Why? Because after I got this Mangekyō, I realized that this Mangekyō hides an amazing and terrifying strength. If the people from the clan knew that I own Mangekyō Sharingan, do you know what would happen? What? Fugaku shook his head and said, look at it yourself. After Fugaku said that, the pattern on his Mangekyō Sharingan started to spin crazily. Itachi only felt that he had entered a Genjutsu. He then saw 3 Uchiha clan's members tied Naruto Uzumaki and placed him directly in front of Fugaku. Clan head. Jinchuriki has been brought here, let's use the true power of the Uchiha clan. The voice was full of desire and fierceness. Fuiu folded his hands and bowed his head silently, but in the end, he couldn't hold back the clan, and finally used his Mangekyō Sharingan. After a while, Hidden Leaf Village fell into the horror of being destroyed by Kurama like 8 years ago. At this moment, the Genjutsu disappeared instantly, and Itachi was sweating profusely. This is... Itachi, now that you understand, Mangekyō Sharingan can control Kurama, and this is the main reason why Hidden Leaf Village's top executives fear the Uchiha clan. If Kakashi heard this sentence, he would tell Fugaku clearly that the Mangekyō Sharingan can indeed control Kurama, but with the 8 trigram sealing style on Naruto's body, the Kurama won't be able to come out. Are you the one behind the Kurama's attack 8 years ago? Fugaku shook his head and said, no, I have been hiding my eyes all this time. So how can I release the Kurama? That is not good for the Uchiha clan. You have to know that you and Shisui are not the only ones who love Hidden Leaf Village in the Uchiha clan. Back then, there were many clan members who wanted to go and help, but they could not act because of Danzo's orders. Hearing this, Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. Itachi, the Uchiha clan originally didn't plan to do this. If it weren't for the top executive's oppression, the Uchiha clan would never plan to cope. According to Lord Second Hokage, Tobirama Senshu, the Uchiha clan's members are people who knew the preciousness of love better than any other clan. But it is because the Uchiha clan knows more about love, so when it is lost, they would get engulfed in hatred and start having horrible thoughts. Because the essence of Sharingan is the feeling of lost. But in fact, this statement has a very deep personal touch of Lord Second Hokage. Hatred due to loss of love is not the only unique to the Uchiha clan. Any normal person will be engulfed in hatred when their important person dies. Not everyone can be like Naruto. Even after Nagato killed Jiraiya, he can still forgive him. The Uchiha clan is the same as most people in this matter. Moreover, Lord Second Hokage said that the Uchiha clan knows love better than anyone else. That is to say, they were originally a kind and friendly clan, but they may be distorted after experiencing great changes in life. Which normal person will not change after undergoing a major change in life? Such distortions and changes didn't necessarily push people into the abyss. Itachi, Shisui, Fugaku, they all experienced great changes, and opened Mangekyō Sharingan, but they did not want to destroy the world. Another example is Sasuke, Madara, and Obito. Although they all fell into the dark abyss, didn't they all wake up in the end? It explained that they are all kind people by nature. Even if they are in the dark side, their goal is also for peace. Does such clan really need to be so guarded against? In fact, in the final analysis, Lord Second Hokage began to implement the precautionary policy against the Uchiha clan because of fear. Senju clan can no longer produce another Senju Hashirama, but the Uchiha clan can produce another Madara Uchiha. It is precisely because of this fear that the Lord Second Hokage took certain measures against the Uchiha clan and tried to isolate them. And this kind of measure completely changed when it came to Danzō. Danzō suppressed blindly, and finally pushed this proud and loving plan out of Hidden Leaf Village completely. Looking at Fugaku, Itachi could clearly feel the sincerity revealed by his father at this time. Father, after reaching this point, are you planning to use force to fight for power? Fugaku sighed and said, Itachi, this is not my intention, but if this continues, the Uchiha clan will be wiped out by Hidden Leaf Village sooner or later. It is better to take the initiative to fight it than to wait and die. Moreover, this is also the wish of the clan members. Even if I am the clan head, I cannot change it. Father, once the coup happened, you should be very clear what the cost will be. I know, that's why I need your help, Itachi. You are in the Anbu, and the top executives have some trust in you. With your Mangekyō Sharingan, you can definitely control the top executives. At that time, it is not impossible to complete a bloodless coup. Fugaku said, looking at Itachi with gaze filled with expectations, obviously looking forward to what Itachi's answer is. It's just that Itachi looked solemn, and finally shook his head. Fugaku was a little lost when he saw this. Itachi, did you still choose the Hidden Leaf Village side? Father, it was originally the case. But after what happened tonight, it has made me see a turning point. What do you mean? Fugaku asked with some confusion. Father, if Hidden Leaf Village's top executives can remove the Uchiha clan surveillance and give the Uchiha clan some authority, will the Uchiha clan give up the coup and accept Hidden Leaf Village again? Itachi did not answer directly, but asked a question instead. Fugaku was silent for a moment, and said, if Hidden Leaf Village's top executives can really do this, then I am sure to convince the other clan members. Okay, Father, just wait for tomorrow. All of your questions will be answered tomorrow. Itachi smiled relievedly, obviously very satisfied with Fugaku's answer. Itachi, what the hell is going on? Itachi still didn't answer, just showed a slight smile and whispered softly, Father, rest assured, you will understand tomorrow. Fugaku wants to ask again, but after seeing Itachi's expression, he took all the questions back. Watching Itachi grow up, Fugaku naturally understands Itachi's temperament. With such an expression, he knew that Itachi had already made a decision. Now that Itachi said that, what Fugaku can do is to believe in his son. After all, Itachi has always been Fugaku's pride. For his own son's sake, Fugaku chose to believe unconditionally. The night was as cold, and Kakashi didn't know that Fugaku and Itachi were communicating at Naka Shrine at this time. Sitting on the window of his room, Kakashi looked at the bright moon outside. No one knows that the legendary Ten Tails is sealed there, and the unknown Otsutsuki clan is living there. This world is still very huge. Kakashi stretched out his right hand as if he was about to catch the full moon, but in the end he dropped his right hand that was still empty. Tomorrow is the moment for change. I don't know if this world will go back to the original track after deviating from the original trajectory. Kakashi chuckled and took off the headband on his head and touched the Hidden Leaf Village logo on it. Under the moonlight, the sign gleamed and dazzled people's eyes. However, even if it is off track, what about it? Chapter 217 Attitude at the distance, the moon was shining, and a black crow came slowly towards Kakashi. This is Itachi's crow. The crow was originally a summoned beast raised by Shizui. Later, Itachi also raised some, so both of them used the black crow as their own summoned beast. The crow landed on Kakashi's shoulder, his eye is a blood-red Sharingan. A little Genjutsu hit Kakashi's eyes, and after a while, Kakashi woke up. It turns out Itachi discovered that Fugaku has a Mangekyō Sharingan. Did Itachi send this crow to tell me specifically? I've known this kind of thing a long time ago. The crow flew again and blended into the dark night sky. Mangekyō Sharingan, eh? I'm really looking forward to it. Under the moonlight, Kakashi's left eye color turned into bloody red, and then a black dart shape appeared on it, which looked full of strange beauty. The crow arrives at Itachi's location and land into Itachi's hands. Kakashi-senpai is prepared? Right, Shizui also has Mangekyō, so Kakashi-senpai should know the power of Mangekyō. That should be fine. And, father would not go all out. Then the next one is Danzō. Itachi's figure disappeared, and he went to the root base. This night, destined to be filled with this strange calm, and behind it, there is murderous intent. Inside the Hokage office, Lord Third is still working on paperworks. He doesn't know why, but recently, it seems that there are so many missions in the Land of Fire, and most of Hidden Leaf Village's combat power has been sent out to work on these missions. The combat power remaining in Hidden Leaf Village was less than 1/3. Coupled with the fact that the Uchiha clan cannot go out to perform missions for the time being, the available power becomes even less. It can't go on like this. Lord Third put down the pen in his hands, stood up, stretched out his body, showing his exhaustion. Even if he is not convinced that he is old, Lord Third have to admit that his energy has indeed dropped a lot. When he was young, he would not feel tired at all when he was dealing with paperworks like this, but now, the Lord Third is a little overwhelmed by these. At this time, the one who is still a Kage in their old age, in addition to Lord Third, there is only Onoki from the Hidden Stones village. Just as the Lord Third sighed, there was knocks on the door. Knock knock. Lord Third was taken aback for a moment, and then his face shows a trace of doubt. Why did someone find me at this time? And it shouldn't end reporting. Who is it? It's me, Lord Third. The familiar voice made Lord Third's brows relaxed slightly. Kakashi? Come in. With a squeak, the door opened, and a man with silver white hair came in. It was Kakashi. Kakashi, it's so late now, what can I do for you? Lord Third, what I talk to you tonight is very important, so we may need to be a little more concealed. Oh? Lord Third's expression was slightly dignified. After knowing Kakashi for so long, this is the first time he have seen Kakashi show such an expression. In that case. As Lord Third said that, both of his hands formed a hand seal. In an instant, a hidden barrier appeared in the Hokage office, covering the entire Hokage office. Can you talk now? Thank you, Lord Third. What I want to say is about the Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan? Lord Third frowned head and whispered, this is indeed a big problem. It seems that the reason you are coming back this time is for the Uchiha clan. You are very good at picking time. Even when you are outside, you have paid a lot of attention to Hidden Lee Village's situation for this past year. Lord Third sat on a chair and continued, sit down and let me see what you have planned for this past year. Lord Third is not surprised of Kakashi's arrival. For Kakashi to choose to come back at this time, Lord Third know that things will not be simple. He just didn't expect that Kakashi would choose to come this late. Hearing this, Kakashi sat on the opposite side of Lord Third. Lord Third, what do the top executives think about the Uchiha clan? Kakashi, I need to tell you, the Uchiha clan's small movements are clearly under the top executives' view, and we all understand their thoughts. Their power has expanded, and I am afraid that it will not be long before the revolution happened. After being a Hokage for so many years, Lord Third will naturally not lose sight of the current situation. It should be known that after the death of Lord Second Hokage, the situation is more complicated than it is now, but it is still settled by Lord Third at that time. Of course, there are two people who play a crucial role in this. One of them is Danzo, and the other is Uchiha Kagami. Then did Lord Third intend to destroy the Uchiha clan? Kakashi said, looking at Lord Third with complicated gaze. Haha, Kakashi, everyone in Hidden Lee Village is my family. I never want to destroy them. To me, the Uchiha clan is like a child who has gone the wrong way. What I have to do is to get them back to the right way, not kill them. Kakashi looked at Lord Third, and found that his eyes were full of magnanimousness, without the slightest falsehood. So, what about Danzo? Hearing the name of his old friend, Lord Third's face changed slightly. After a long time, he sighed. Kakashi, Danzo may not be able to tolerate Uchiha. Danzo's prejudice against Uchiha is deeper than that of the Lord Second Hokages. There is no room for change. Danzo's aggressiveness is also a very important reason why the Uchiha clan's situation has reached this point. Then why don't you stop it? Lord Third gave a wry smile and said, Kakashi, the position of Hokage is not as simple as you think. You should know that Lord Second Hokage died young and he died in a peace talk with Hidden Cloud's village, right? Kakashi nodded. After all, he is no stranger to this period of history. Before Lord Second Hokage died, he appointed me to become Hidden Lee Village's Lord Third Hokage. Although I have Lord Second Hokage's nomination, I am not qualified to become the Lord Third Hokage, regardless of age or seniority. There are many older elites in the village at that time. And they disobey my orders. Kakashi was not surprised when he heard this. After all, his previous life is also like this. When a new leader chosen, there will be a lot of people disobey him. At that time, because of my identity, the Senju clan fully supported me. Uchiha Kagami, Danzo, Hamura and Koharu also supported me. Kagami convinced the Uchiha clan to support me, and Danzo founded the root. After that, the voices of opposition inside the village are all erased. In this way, I have secured the position of Hokage firmly. Therefore, I owe Danzo a favor. And for the Uchiha clan, I also owe Kagami a favor. Chapter 218 approaching. Because of this favor, I can't do anything to Danzo. And I also can't do anything to the Uchiha clan. So you plan to do nothing? Hey, Kakashi, this is a dilemma for me. Lord Third, you are old and you have lost the courage you have before. Kakashi's gazes fell on Lord Third like a hot flame, making Lord Third very uncomfortable. Perhaps. Lord Third did not refute Kakashi's words. Since the death of the Lord Fourth Hokage, he took Hokage's position again. He is now old and already lost all of his youthful self. At this moment, Lord Third looked like an ordinary old man in Kakashi's view, and there was no trace of the heroic appearance from the past. Time is the most terrifying poison, capable of destroying what a hero should be. It's no wonder people always said that no one can beat time. Time will turn people into their most annoying appearance. Okay, Kakashi, you have heard so much, it's time to talk about your thoughts. There is no way you come this late just to hear this old man's grumble. Lord Third at this moment is like a kind old grandfather, looking at Kakashi like he was looking at a good child. Lord Third, if the Uchiha clan gives up the idea of a coup, can the top executives give the Uchiha clan the trust they deserve and return their rights? You should know why the Uchiha clan has came to this point. This is Kakashi's main purpose for coming here today. Only if this goal is achieved, can he go to the Uchiha clan tomorrow to achieve his next goal. Otherwise, even if he succeeds with the Uchiha clan, it won't change the situation. Upon hearing this, Lord Third hesitated. At this moment, Kakashi continued, I know that the top executives suspected that the Kurama's attack 8 years ago was done by the Uchiha clan, but I can say with certainty that Kurama is indeed manipulated by Sharingan, but it didn't have any relationship with the Uchiha from Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi, you said it is not the Uchiha from Hidden Leaf Village? Is there another Uchiha on this world? After hearing this, Lord Third was shocked. Lord Third, there was an Uchiha who left Hidden Leaf Village before. Lord Third's pupils shrank and then said, you mean Madara Uchiha? Yes, although I don't know if it is Madara Uchiha himself, or his descendants. But in any case, it will not be the Uchiha from Hidden Leaf Village. You should know that Minato-sensei fought against this guy before. If that person is really the Uchiha from Hidden Leaf Village, how could Minato-sensei didn't tell anyone about it? Lord Third was shocked, and the scene at that time appeared in his mind. That's right, Minato didn't say that the Uchiha clan is the one who did it. With Minato's ability, if it is really someone from the Uchiha clan, how could he not know? What you said did make sense a little. But if Madara Uchiha is really alive, isn't the Uchiha clan likely to rejoin him? Kakashi shook his head and said, Lord Third, did you forget? When the Uchiha clan abandoned Madara Uchiha, his hatred of the Uchiha clan was no less than his hatred of Hidden Leaf Village, so there is no way the Uchiha clan rejoin him. It is true. Now, did Lord Third still think that the Uchiha clan is the culprit behind the Kurama's attack? Kakashi, what you said does have some truth, but can the Uchiha clan change back to normal? With this kind of ambition, once it breeds, it may not be easy to eliminate? Lord Third's brows wrinkled, apparently having his own concerns about this matter. After hearing this, Kakashi said with a smile, Lord Third, you can rest assured that I have my way. As long as you can give me a guarantee that after the Uchiha clan abandons the coup, you are willing to give them the rights they deserve, I will definitely achieve this. Lord Third thinks for a moment and then said, I will do my best to make it happen. With your guarantee, I can rest assured now. After Kakashi said that, he left the Hokage office. Seeing this, Lord Third was somewhat confused. Is that it? What is Kakashi's plan? Lord Third didn't know why, but he faintly felt that a major event is going to happen. Kakashi, I hope you can do it. At the route, Itachi stood in front of Danzo. Itachi, it's so late now, why are you here? The Uchiha clan confirmed to do the coup. Danzo narrowed his left eye, revealing a cold glint. Sure enough? So, what is your decision? Help Hidden Leaf Village and kill the Uchiha clan? So you can keep your brother alive? Or do you want to be with the Uchiha clan and be destroyed by the village? I chose to destroy the Uchiha clan. Good. The darkness will eventually fade away, and the light starts shining again in this village. Kakashi put on his clothes and left his room. It's started, the so-called new life. The messenger of the daimyo should be coming soon. The Uchiha clan's residence is still the same as usual. It looks like a small village, and every family lives together in peace. Sasuke picked up his small bag and was about to set off. At this moment, Mikoto called, Sasuke, your lunch. Sasuke took it, and said, thank you, Kasan. Haha, Sasuke, how is school? It's very good, there is a yellow-haired idiot, always came to me looking for trouble, but he can't beat me. Oh? Is that so? Mikoto said with a smile. Yeah, Kasan, okay, let's not talk about it, I need to go now. Okay, take care. Yeah. Watching Sasuke leave, the smile on Mikoto's face did not disappear. This kind of day is really good. Kushina, it would be better if you were still alive. The sunset and moonlight start to shine at the Uchiha Square. Fugaku stands on the stage, and there are nearly 100 Uchiha clan's members underneath. These are all elites who have opened the Sharingan. Although the people who own 3 Tomoe Sharingan are less than 2 digits. But for the Uchiha clan, as long as they open their Sharingan, their combat power will soar. As for 3 Tomoe Sharingan, it symbolizes Jonin level strength. If they are proficient in 3 Tomoe Sharingan, then it can be said they reach elite Jonin level strength. Clan head. Hurry up and decide when to start the coup. It has been dragged on for too long, and if you continue to drag it on, it will be discovered by the Hidden Leaf Village's top executive sooner or later. Yeah. Clan head, Hidden Leaf Village is too arrogant, so you can't blame us for this. Clan head. It's time to make a decision. As Fugaku looked at the excited clan members below, his expression is gloom, and he didn't know how to answer. Coup? If there is a choice, Fugaku will not try to start a coup. Whether they success or fail, there would be too many bloodshed on this path, which Fugaku does not want to see. He knows how cruel a war is. He also has many friends who died during the war. Next to Fugaku, there is an elderly man with gray hair. He has witnessed too many years of the Uchiha clan, and has a high prestige among the Uchiha clan. Seeing Fugaku kept silent, the old man sighed and said, Fugaku, it is time to make a decision. The Uchiha clan can't go on like this anymore. Just as Fugaku wanted to say something, a lazy voice rang in the entire square. Hello everyone, it seems that you are discussing some major event, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Everyone was shocked, and they all looked in the same direction. Under the moonlight, a silver white-haired figure slowly came from a distance, and his robe fluttering in the wind. Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi stopped and said softly, I come uninvited, please forgive me. Immediately, his right foot shook slightly, and black rune dispersed from the sole of his foot. A huge barrier spreads towards all directions. Barrier. Activate. I have something I want to talk to all of you. Chapter 219 Start Root Base. Lord Danzō, Itachi Uchiha has entered the Uchiha clan's residence and the barrier has been opened. Danzō's face was grim, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Well, tonight, the Uchiha clan will become history, and Hidden Leaf Village will usher in a new life. As expected of Lord Danzō. B. Lead the root members there, and when Itachi Uchiha kills all of the Uchihas, begin taking all of the Sharingan. Yes, Lord Danzō. When B finished speaking, he disappeared from that place with a bang. Uchiha, Sharingan is finally mine. From now on, I will be the only one who owns the Sharingan. This stupid village will become my strength. Danzō rolled up the sleeve of his right hand, and the skin was pale. The arm made of Hashirama's cells should be able to control the Sharingan. In the gate of root base, a black shadow flashed. Danzō should be inside. It seems that some of the root members were sent to the Uchiha clan's residence and some were sent to block the eyes and ears of Lord Third. There should not be many people here now. If I'm careful, I should be able to get Danzō. The moonlight shines on the man's face, revealing a delicate appearance. It is Shisui Uchiha. Kakashi should start by now. I have to hurry. Shisui put on an Anbu's mask and sneaked into the root base. Shisui had also stayed at the root before, and coupled with the information given by Itachi, it was not a big problem for him to move freely through the root base. In the dark night, 2 silhouettes moving on top of the roof. Itachi, it seems that someone is one step ahead of you to find trouble with the Uchiha clan. Humphrey. Itachi just snorted, his face was cold, and neither joy nor anger could be seen. What now? Do you still continue to do it? No hurry, I originally wanted to wait for them to finish the assembly, and after each of them went home, I will kill them one by one. Now that all of those people are together, even if we can win, it will make a big noise. Then Hidden Leaf Village will know about it. Okay, we should wait then. After speaking, the mysterious man with a mask looked at Kakashi who is at the square, and thought secretly in his heart, Kakashi, what are you gonna do for this sad family? Itachi's face was indifferent, but his heart is not that calm. Whether Kakashi can conquer the Uchiha clan from the front, or Shisui can change Danzō, everything is happening at this moment. And his mission has not begun yet. Kakashi Hatake, what are you doing here? Also, what do you mean by this? The Uchiha clan has been isolated into a corner of the village since the Kurama's attack, and no one other than the Uchiha clan's members will come here on weekdays. Although everyone knows that Hokage's Anbu and Danzo's root are monitoring them every day, they have never been as blatant as Kakashi. Ah, it doesn't mean anything. It's just that there is something I want to talk to you. Kakashi Hatake, you are not welcome here, please leave this place. Kakashi is indeed unpopular in the eyes of the Uchiha clan. It is all just because of Kakashi's left eye as a Sharingan. That was something of the Uchiha clan, and in their opinion, it was an insult for outsider to have it. It's just that the situation at that time forced them to not retrieve the Sharingan. Fugaku's decision is also because he respects Obito's will. Therefore, although the Sharingan eye is still on Kakashi, many Uchiha clan's members do not agree with this. I just accidentally heard that you are planning a coup. Are you sure you want me to leave this place? Kakashi chuckled and his face showed teasing expression. Everyone's complexion changed. Fugaku's complexion was even more gloomy. Damn. He heard it. No, we need to keep him here, otherwise, it will be troublesome if it is known by the top executives. The Uchiha clan's members' gazes on Kakashi have become somewhat gloomy and cold. Just when everyone was about to do something, Fugaku got up and stood between everyone and Kakashi. Clan head. Fuyu waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone, wait a moment." Everyone fell silent after hearing this. After all, Fugaku's prestige inside the clan is high. Kakashi Hatake, what do you want to do? Tell us your reasons, or you may not be able to leave here today. I won't say much nonsense. The purpose of my visit today is very simple. I want you all to give up the idea of the coup, because there will be no result from it. The Uchiha clan's power right now can only damage the Hidden Leaf Village, and it is absolutely impossible to destabilize Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Leaf Village deceives people too much. Even if it fails, our Uchiha clan will never live like this again. Fugaku hadn't spoken yet, but someone in the crowd couldn't help but say his opinion. Stupid, you all overestimate your capabilities. What did you say? The man rushed out angrily, but was caught by Fugaku. Aoyama, don't be impulsive. Clan head. Get down first. Fugaku's eyes were cold, and Aoyama could not help but shudder, and then respectfully said, "Yes, clan head." Kakashi Hatake, I believe that you are also a peace-loving person. You should also know the reason why the Uchiha clan has reached this point. This is not what we want. Everything is forced by the top executives. If you are willing to give up, I can persuade Lord Hokage to change your current situation and treat the Uchiha clan as normal Hidden Leaf Village's citizen. Hearing this, Fugaku was a little moved. He clearly understood about Kakashi's position in Lord Third's heart. If Kakashi really persuade Lord Third, maybe he won't have to go to this point. Itachi, is this the method you said? Clan head, don't be fooled by him. If the top executives are so easily persuaded, how can our clan get to this point? Moreover, Kakashi Hatake's authority is not that high, so how can he persuade the top executives? Aoyama said angrily. Fugaku ignored Aoyama's words, but continued, Kakashi, give me a reason why you want to help the Uchiha clan. You should be able to avoid this muddy water. Yeah, I can avoid it. Kakashi said, looking at the bright moon in the sky with a lot of emotion. The moon tonight is really beautiful. Probably because of Obito and Shizui. Not far away, the body of the masked man visibly shook. Itachi obviously noticed this, and he was puzzled. Hearing this, Fugaku then laughed heartily, haha, Kakashi, you are really like Tsukumo. But why should I trust you? It's very simple, because you have no other way besides trusting me. If you start the coup, relying on me alone, will be enough to suppress you all. Kakashi's tone was strong and confident, but it angered all of the Uchiha clan's members there. Arrogant. Haha, this world still depends on strength to speak. I will prove everything I say. Then, let's get started. Kakashi finished speaking, and then he pushed his headband upwards, revealing the Scarlet Three Tomoe Sharingan. Chapter 220 Kakashi vs. the Uchiha clan. Kakashi Hatake, you dare to show the Sharingan in front of our Uchiha family. Oh, I recall that someone called you Kakashi of the Sharingan. Is it really only you who have the Sharingan? Sharingan is our Uchiha clan's eye. Today I, Uchiha Aoyama, will take back that Sharingan from you. After Aoyama finished speaking, his eyes turned scarlet, and the Three Tomoe Sharingan keeps rotating. With a run, Aoyama broke away from the crowd, and with a flick of his right hand, several kunai came out and flew toward Kakashi. At the same time, his hands moved very fast, so fast that people could only see after image. Fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Dozens of small phoenix erupted from Aoyama's mouth, and the scene looks spectacular. Uchiha is a clan who master fire release ninjutsu. So when they use it, it is different from normal shinobi. Kakashi stretched out his right hand, and the Millennium Sword appeared on his hand, and with a few crisp sound, the kunai was knocked out by the sword. The scorching phoenixes appeared in front of Kakashi the next moment. Moonlight. With a moon arc, dozens of phoenixes are all extinguished. You're not good enough. Flash steps. Kakashi disappeared instantly, and when he appeared again, he was already behind Aoyama. What? So fast? Aoyama exclaimed, But it was too late. Bang! With a dull sound, Kakashi's right palm hit Aoyama's neck. How? Aoyama's vision turns black and then he fainted. Everything is just in a flash of lightning. It is over before everyone has reacted. Aoyama was defeated. The defeat was so fast that everyone was surprised by the defeat. How is it possible that Aoyama was defeated in an instant? Kakashi Hatake is so strong? It is rumored that he defeated Lord Fourth Raikage, but I didn't expect it to be true. Fugaku was also surprised. He knew that Kakashi was strong, but he did not expect him to be able to defeat Aoyama in an instant. Although Aoyama has not mastered the 3 Tomoe Sharingan skillfully, he still has Jonin level strength. It would be impossible for even Fugaku to win against him so easily unless he used the Mangekyō. But Kakashi Hatake actually defeated Aoyama in an instant. The weird move just now is exactly the same as that of White Fang. Kakashi-senpai already that strong? It's really scary. Itachi muttered to himself in the distance, and the shock remaining in his eyes was faintly visible. Kakashi. The masked man's expression was very complicated, but it was hidden under the mask, and no one saw it. Clap clap. Fugaku clapped his hand and said, "Awesome, as expected of Lord Third's most valued shinobi, and Lord Fourth Hokage's proud disciple, you are really amazing. But if it was only this, I am afraid it is not enough. Clan head, don't talk nonsense with him. He dares to look down on our Uchiha clan. We can't forgive him. Let's go at him together." Swish swish swish. Dozens of silhouettes jumped out from behind Fugaku, and landed on all directions surrounding Kakashi. Fugaku didn't stop them either. After all, Kakashi has put Uchiha clan's pride under his feet, and it is necessary to teach him some lessons. No matter which clan is it, being attacked like this, no matter what the reason, they will not be able to ignore it. What's more, Uchiha clan is still such a proud clan. For a time, Kakashi's was surrounded by Uchiha clan's members from all directions. Pairs of red eyes, like a pack of wolves in the night, exudes bloodthirsty glow. Ah, as expected of the Uchiha clan, you're all really good. If I don't start to get serious, I'm afraid that I will be defeated here. So, which one should I start with? Kakashi muttered to himself, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's really exciting. The Millennium Sword on his right hand is full of lightning, and there are sounds of birds chirping from time to time. Have you seen dozens of fireball appeared in front of your eyes at the same time? Kakashi has seen it. Fire style, great fireball technique. Dozens of shouts rang at the same time, and scorching fireballs came from all directions. And their targets are all pointing to the same person, it is Kakashi. I can't dodge it. Under Sharingan, all Kakashi's retreats paths are blocked. No matter which direction it is, the scorching flame that is hot enough to cook a cow in an instant surround him. Since he can't dodge, he just needs to block it. Since he wants to shock the Uchiha clan's members, he must use absolute strength to defeat them. Hatake clan sword technique, rotating moon. Kakashi's sword is spinning very fast. Like a tight shield, it protects Kakashi from the fireballs. Boom. The terrifying flame waves completely swallowed Kakashi's body. Powerful high temperatures emerge. Kakashi can feel that at the moment of the clash, the temperature of the Millennium Sword in his hand rises in an instant. A sea of fire surrounds him. The terrifying temperature is still above Kakashi's expectations. The Uchiha clan members' scarlet eyes all stared at the situation in the middle of the sea of fire. Boom. The wind blows from the sea of fire. The sea of fire was directly split apart. Chidori. Chidori suddenly appeared. The terrifying lighting attribute chakra shatters all the sea of fire. But this is far from over. Uchiha Tenechi rushed forward, and the 3 Tomoe in his eyes kept turning. Demonic illusion, nail paralysis. Kakashi felt that his limbs were nailed to the ground in an instant, and he couldn't move. At this moment, another 4 Uchiha clan's members swarmed up toward him and pulled out the sword from their backs. Slash. The sound of the sword hitting the flesh sounded. 4 swords were inserted into Kakashi's limbs at the same time. Blood splattered. Kakashi was directly nailed to the ground. Humphrey. Even with this kind of strength, you dare to provoke Uchiha clan. You overestimate your capabilities. Uchiha Tenechi looks at Kakashi who is in front of him, and said disdainfully. Fugaku frowned and shouted, "Get away from there." Uchiha Tenechi hadn't reacted yet, but suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his body. It's funny for you to say that. Kakashi's lazy voice rang in Tenechi's ear, and the strong sense of paralysis swept his body. Chidori Nagashi. The blue arc of lighting scattered and starts expanding from Kakashi's location. Uchiha Tenechi and the other 4 Uchiha who had inserted a sword into Kakashi's body were instantly hit by the terrifying electric current. Arg. 5 screams came one after another, and there were 5 more unconscious people on the ground. It's the sixth one. Who's next? Kakashi's gaze swept around, and a trace of mock appeared in the corner of his eyes. Fugaku's expression became very ugly, and the bloody Kakashi disappeared with a bang. Shadow clone. When is it? I didn't even notice it. In the distance, Itachi furrowed his brows, so terrifying. He used substitution technique at the moment to Uchiha Tenkaichi use Genjutsu, and make the shadow clone appeared almost simultaneously. What a terrifying ninjutsu use. The replacement is so fast that even Itachi can't do it. Chapter 221 Fighting. Damn it. Tenkaichi and the others were knocked down so easily. How is it possible? So strong, really strong. I can't see his attack trajectory even if I use Sharingan. No, even if you can see his movement clearly, you still can't keep up with his speed. It's too fast. He is faster than Shisui. Shisui once said before that Kakashi's speed is faster than him. I thought Shisui was trying to be humble. Now it seems that Shisui is not exaggerating. Humphrey. I don't believe it. He is an outsider, so he can't afford Sharingan's chakra consumption. Don't be afraid, over time, his chakra will not be able to hold it. How can outsider use Sharingan easily? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Yeah, he won't be able to afford Sharingan's chakra consumption. As long as we delayed him, this seemingly powerful Kakashi may not last long. No wonder he has such a fast speed. He wanted to finish this fight quickly, to avoid long battles. There are quite a few people who have this idea. So their minds have begun to think for a protracted fight. Therefore, almost all the Uchiha clan's members take a step back. Subconsciously Kakashi nodded. There was nothing wrong with this. Over the years, his chakra has made considerable progress, but he still couldn't afford the long-term battle using Sharingan. However, in front of Kakashi, the rhythm of the battle is not what they can decide. The Millennium Sword pointed horizontally, and Kakashi said, "What? You all don't dare to make a move?" But the Uchiha clan's members just stay silent. After all, in a moment, they lost 6 powerful combat powers, and the rest of them did feel a little bit frustrated. But at this time, obviously they can't lose their morale. Kakashi Hatake, you shouldn't be arrogant. You are just an arrow at the end of its flight. Oh? What an interesting saying, an arrow at the end of its flight. You can come up and try then. The man blushed and did not dare to speak anymore. Kakashi shook his head in disappointment, and said, "Since you dare not come at me, then I am coming." Flash steps. In an instant, Kakashi's figure was like a ghost, constantly moving through the crowd. Arg! The screams kept coming. What? So fast. He is faster than before. The Millennium Sword kept waving, as if cutting fruits and vegetables. Damn it. Ding. A crisp sound rang. The sword of Uchiha Yamaashi blocked Kakashi's sword, and the Scarlet Three Tomoe Sharingan looked at each other. Oh? Not bad. This is Shisui's body flicker technique. It seems that you learned it pretty well. Seeing the familiar movement from the person in front of him, Kakashi exclaimed. Humphrey, if Shisui-san is still there, you won't be able to show off like this. Shisui-san's speed is the fastest. Kakashi was astonished. He never expected that he would meet a fan of Shisui. At this moment, a few people from of the crowd had fallen. With a closer look, it is not difficult to see that these people all have one Tomoe Sharingan. These people have the least threat to Kakashi, but their number is the highest. At later time, when he starts losing his energy and stamina, these weak people may overwhelm him. So he decides to defeat all these people first. Before, I heard Shisui-san said that you are very strong, and now that I look at it, you are really powerful, but if you want to provoke the Uchiha clan, you are courting death. Uchiha Yamaashi pulled away his sword, and forms hand seals with both of his hands. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A scarlet fire dragon spewed out from the mouth of Uchiha Yamaashi, and a loud dragon roar rang, resounding through the place. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. This guy's fire release was unexpectedly powerful. White Moon Fang. The white crescent moon slash pierced the dragon's head directly, like a dragon-slaying sword. The slash moved through the entire fire dragon. And then the fire dragon was split into 2. Uchiha Yamaashi's pupils shrank. How is it possible? It's useless. You are very good, but you're still not good enough. Kakashi's voice rang softly in Uchiha Yamaashi's ears, and Uchiha Yamaashi felt that his vision turned dark and then he lost consciousness. Fugaku couldn't bear to see this. It didn't take long for Kakashi to knock down more than half of Uchiha clan's elites. Although there have been no dead, it is not good to go on like this. Kakashi was about to move again, but a shuriken flew from not far away towards him. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shuriken split into countless shuriken in an instant, forming a rain of shuriken. Kakashi frowned, his silver white hair stretched instantly. Needle Jizo. Ding ding ding. The shuriken sounded like they are hitting steel. Amazing. To think that clan head would actually be able to use Lord Third's ninjutsu. Kakashi looked at Fuiu, who was on the side with a slightly solemn expression. His strongest enemy today is the calm middle-aged man in front of him. In the original work, Fugaku only appeared for a few times, and there is no record of his fight, so Kakashi can't grasp his strength. But with his Mangekyō Sharingan, it is not difficult to guess that Fugaku's strength is at least at Kage level. His Mangekyō Sharingan's ability is the most troublesome. Sharingan is also known as eye that reflects the heart, so Mangekyō's ability largely reflects the psychology of the holder to a large extent. Shizui has Koto Matsukami, who can change the will of others because he wants to change the Uchiha clan. Obito owns Space Ninjutsu Kamyu because he wants to escape reality. Sasuke wanted revenge, so it was the flame that burned everything, Amaterasu. Itachi wanted to manipulate Sasuke's life, so he had a Genjutsu that he absolutely controlled, Tsukami. These Mangekyō Sharingan's abilities more or less reflect their psychology. As for Fugaku, Kakashi didn't know what his psychology is, so it's even more difficult to guess what Fugaku's Mangekyō Sharingan ability is. Was it the Amaterasu flame that is the same as Sasuke, or the Genjutsu Tsukami that is the same as Itachi? Or maybe it is an unknown ability that no one had ever heard before. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. And this kind of thing, for someone like Kakashi who is familiar with the plot, is even more terrifying. I also once made great contributions to Hidden Leaf Village. So it is not a strange thing for me to learn one or two of Lord Third's ninjutsu. Fugaku moved slightly and walked to the opposite side of Kakashi. The Uchiha clan's members on the side stepped aside willingly. Since the clan head is about to take action, they naturally can't intervene. This is their trust in Fugaku, nothing more. You were once Hidden Leaf Village's hero, now that you have come this far, I really don't know if it is an irony. Kakashi sighed slightly. Fugaku was silent for a moment, and then said, Kakashi, political matters are always that dirty. One day, you will understand. I would rather not understand. Haha, your temper is really like Sukamo. If Sukamo was a little softer, he might not end up like that. Chapter 222 Fugaku's Mangekyō. It seems that you know a lot about my father. Haha, speaking of it, Sukamo and I used to fight side by side, and I admire Sukamo's strength and character very much. Kakashi, you really didn't embarrass him. Thank you for the praise. Come, let me see your strength. Please enlighten me. Kakashi gripped the Millennium Sword and looked extremely dignified. Whether he can succeed today or not depends on whether he can defeat the person in front of him. Itachi also looked solemn in the distance, knowing that the plan had reached a critical moment. Father is a man with Mangekyō Sharingan, and Kakashi-senpai, according to Shizui, also opened Mangekyō Sharingan. But Kakashi-senpai only got one Sharingan, and Sharingan's strength can only be fully realized by having both eyes. I don't know what the outcome of the fight between these two people is. Kakashi and Fugaku stood opposite each other, and an invisible air pressure spread everywhere. The atmosphere condensed for a while. So strong. The clan head hasn't taken action for a long time. I didn't expect it to be so strong. Nonsense, that's the clan head, how could he not be strong? The momentum of Kakashi Hatake is also not weak, and it is much stronger than before. Humphrey, in the end, Kakashi Hatake's Sharingan is not his own, so I don't believe that he can beat the clan head with an external Sharingan. Yeah, clan head will win. Four eyes looking at each other. Sparks are flying. In an instant, both of their hands moved. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball came out of Fugaku's mouth, which is bigger than any fireball before. The hot temperature made Kakashi feel that the mask on his face seemed to be on fire. What a terrifying fire release. As expected of the strongest clan known in fire release. Hatake clan sword technique, 1 slash. The powerful chakra was forcibly compressed by Kakashi in the blade, and the blue chakra became solid. The Millennium Sword waved. Strong wind pressure formed instantly. Lighting overflowed from the blade, forming a crescent moon arc. Cut. A huge chasm was created on the ground, which not only cut off Fugaku's fireball, but also destroys the surrounding area. 1 slash. Similar to the AI technique, but there is no restriction on drawing a sword. It only needs to accumulate energy to create this terrifying sword slash. Fugaku had already stepped away when the lighting crescent moon approached, but he couldn't help but admire this terrifying power. Back then, he also witnessed such a terrifying sword technique on another person. He didn't expect to see it again many years later. The Uchiha clan's members on the side were horrified. Their gaze at Kakashi has changed again. The person in front of them is definitely not the person who relies on the Sharingan. 99% of the people here won't be able to defeat him based on this skill of swordsmanship alone. At least, among the Uchiha clan's members, except Fugaku, no one has the confidence to take this sword technique head-on. What a domineering swordsmanship. No extra fancy, just a slash. Clan head Fugaku, you can't go on like this. There is not much time. Let's make a quick fight, show your Mangekyō Sharingan. Let's make a final fight. Kakashi said lightly. Fuyu frowned. He only told Itachi about his Mangekyō. How did Kakashi know about this? Did Itachi tell him? What is the purpose? Questions flooded Fugaku's mind. What? Clan head has Mangekyō Sharingan? Really? Great. Our Uchiha clan would be able to rise with this. With Mangekyō, who else inside Hidden Leaf Village can resist? The coup will definitely succeed. Yes. Let's grab the Kurama's Jinchuriki and control the Kurama. In that case, we will win. Kakashi sneered coldly and said, "You are really naive. What are you talking about?" The man became angry when he heard Kakashi's words. 8 years ago, the Kurama is controlled by Sharingan, but Minato-sensei still sealed the Kurama again. How could you not notice this? With Mangekyō Sharingan, you can control the Kurama, but you can't break the 8 trigram sealing style left by Minato-sensei. Therefore, your plan is totally meaningless. What? How could this be? Fool. Kakashi is right. As a powerful seal created by the Uzumaki clan, the 8 trigram sealing style cannot be lifted unless someone possesses the key or is equally proficient in 8 trigram sealing style. Mangekyō Sharingan is strong, but it is not omnipotent. Fugaku was relieved when he heard this. He was scared that after it is known that he has Mangekyō, the clan wanted him to control the Kurama. This is exactly what he was worried about before. Now that Kakashi said this, it made others dispel the idea. Fugaku didn't know much about the 8 trigram sealing style, so he thought that the Kurama could be released. Now it seems that he was really ignorant. He didn't suspect that Kakashi was lying, because it was really unnecessary. Madara, is what Kakashi said true? In the distance, Itachi looked at the masked man in front of him and asked. It's true. I controlled the Kurama back then, and later it was resealed by Lord 4th Hokage. It is indeed impossible to crack the seal with Mangekyō Sharingan. The previous success was also due to Jinchuriki was giving birth, which caused the seal to be greatly weakened. So it's like that. Fugaku closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were already blood red, and strange patterns appeared in those eyes. Mangekyō Sharingan. Is that Mangekyō Sharingan? It's so beautiful. What an amazing strength. I can feel that the power is able to change the clan situation. The strange eyes are full of power that blooms from the darkness. He finally used it? At the root base, 2 figures appeared in front of Danzō. Lord Danzō, everything is ready, are you leaving now? Danzō opened his eye and his eye shows a glint of joy. Let's go, it's time to harvest the fruits. Yes. Lord Danzō. As soon as the 2 got up, they swayed and then fell to the ground. Danzō's pupil shrank. Looking at the 2 bodies in front of him, he is full of guard. Who is it? You actually dare to make this kind of joke with this old man? Haha, Danzō, long time no see. In the darkness, a figure slowly emerged with an Anbo's mask on his face, which looked very strange. Danzō frowned and said, "Who are you? Why are you here? Did Lord Third send you here? What do you want? It looks like your memory is not very good, Lord Danzō. You even forget your old friend." Shishui slowly took off the mask on his face, revealing his original appearance. Danzō is shocked. Why are you here? You should have died back then. Yeah, I should have died, but I crawled out of hell to see you. Damn it. Danzō only had time to scold him before he saw a crow flew by, and there is a weird pattern on its red eye. Chapter 223 Suppressing. Kakashi, you are the first person to fight me with Mangekyō Sharingan, I hope you don't let me down. Clan head Fugaku, since I know Mangekyō Sharingan and still dare to fight against you, I naturally have sufficient confidence. Mangekyō Sharingan is not just something you have. What? Fugaku was shocked, but in the next second, he saw something that surprised him even more. In Kakashi's Scarlet Sharingan, the 3 Tomoe are completely integrated and eventually becomes a black dart. All these changes have appeared in Kakashi's eye. This dot, how is it possible? You actually opened Mangekyō Sharingan. Fugaku was very shocked. Mangekyō Sharingan is hailed as the strongest symbol of the Uchiha clan. For many years, except Madara Uchiha and Uchiha Izuna, no one else has ever opened. Right now, Fugaku has finally caught up with the footsteps of his predecessors and has opened Mangekyō Sharingan with difficulty. But he never expected that at this time, an outsider who had the chance to get a Sharingan, would also open Mangekyō Sharingan. This gave Fugaku the feeling that his clan had lived as an idiot over the years. The other Uchiha people were even more surprised and can't say anything. Before, they even mocked Kakashi's Sharingan as a knockoff, but now this knockoff has actually left their genuine one behind in terms of the development of Sharingan. What a big irony. For a while, the scene was unexpectedly calm. That is Kakashi-senpai's Mangekyō Sharingan? Itachi muttered to himself, and was attracted by Kakashi for a while. He did not notice that the masked man's emotion beside him was already fluctuating. Kakashi, the gift I gave you, it seems that you have developed it very well. Obito's heart secretly said, but the tone was full of inexplicable meaning. It looks like you are surprised, Kakashi said faintly. Fugaku finally came back to his senses at this time and said, I really didn't expect that the Mangekyō Sharingan, which the Uchiha clan's members have never opened for decades, would actually be seen in an outsider. Kakashi, I have to admit that with your talent, you are really worthy to be called Tsukumo's son. If it is possible, I would rather to never open this Mangekyō Sharingan. Kakashi's words made the masked man in the distance flinch a little. Fugaku was taken aback, and then said, yes, this evil strength, when you get it, you need to lose something extremely important. Because the loss of important things is needed to awaken this power, many people would rather choose not to awaken this power. Fugaku and Kakashi are both such people. It is precisely because they are such people that they can open the Mangekyō Sharingan. A person without love in his heart cannot open Mangekyō Sharingan, because they have no important people at all. The talk is over, and the battle begins again. The battle between Mangekyō and Mangekyō. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Lightning style, Thunder Killer Tiger. An overwhelming sea of fire and roaring Thunder Tiger appear. Roar. With a roar, the Thunder Tiger created by Kakashi rushed into the sea of fire, and the lighting scattered everywhere. Wherever it go, the fire was extinguished. Fugaku and Kakashi jumped up. Then, there was a collision between the Millennium Sword and the kunai. Ding. The two landed. Ding ding ding. The continuous sound of steel collision keeps sounding, making people feel dizzy. Even if the Uchiha clan's members in the distance use their Sharingan, they can only saw the afterimage. It's so fast, I didn't expect the clan head to be that fast. No, originally clan head's speed is lower than Kakashi Hatake, but now he has followed Kakashi Hatake's movement. The two clash at each other. Kakashi looked at Fugaku with solemn eyes. This guy's speed is getting faster and faster. It is somewhat unusual. Your Mangekyō's ability is physical enhancement? Kakashi asked tentatively. In the previous fight with Fugaku, Fugaku's speed was a lot worse than him, but now, not only Fugaku keeps up with his speed, but he also faintly exceeds it. Kakashi confirmed that Fugaku previously didn't conceal his strength. Then the only explanation is his Mangekyō's ability. Mangekyō Sharingan, as his name suggests, is wide-ranging and varied. As expected of Kakashi Hatake, but how did you realize this in an instant? Fugaku said with admired tone. Physical enhancement? To what extent can it be enhanced? Kakashi is full of question. Are you wondering how much my Mangekyō Sharingan can enhance my physique? Fugaku chuckled lightly, and took out another kunai. I can be so much faster. Fugaku's figure turned into an afterimage, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Kakashi. Kakashi's pupils shrank, and he didn't have time to react. So fast. With the wind attribute chakra covering his kunai, Fugaku whispered, Kunai's first technique, Broken Double Dragon. Kakashi saw the kunai in Fugaku's hand swept over him like two wind dragons. Slash. The voice of the kunai strike into the flesh and blood rang. A burst of blood splattered. There were dozens of wounds on Kakashi's body. His blood is still flowing. Chidori Nagashi. The blue lighting arc appeared and forced Fugaku to retreat directly. Kakashi touched the wound and his expression is a little ugly at this moment. This is the first time he has been so suppressed by others at speed. Fugaku is too fast, even when I face against Lord 4th Raikage, he was not this fast. If Kakashi hadn't just used chakra to protect his body, plus the strong physique obtained by long-term practice of 8 gates and lightning release armor, Kakashi would have fallen this time. I didn't expect that father's speed to be so fast. Kakashi-senpai's speed is already fast, but he can't fight back against father. In the distance, when Itachi saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh with complicated emotion. Obito was equally astonished, but his face still can't be seen. No one thought that Uchiha Fugaku, which is not particularly famous, could have such terrifying strength. After seeing this, the Uchiha clan's members are excited. This is the clan head's strength. Kakashi, who had always had the upper hand since the beginning, completely fell into a disadvantage at this moment. Fugaku looked at Kakashi and said, "My Mangekyō Sharingan's increase is 5 times the speed of my usual speed. This 5 times increase is enough to suppress you. If you have no other moves, today, you may lose." "Haha, you're really powerful, but if it is about speed, I wouldn't just admit defeat so easily," Kakashi said. A blue lighting arc appeared on his body. At first, it was just hands, then it spread to the chest, and finally, the blue lighting arc appeared all over Kakashi's body. This is Lightning Release Armor. Chapter 224 Prajna. The sound of lighting come out of Kakashi's body. Kakashi was covered in blue lighting at this moment, and his silver-white hair stood upright, like a god of thunder. Lightning Release Armor. Kakashi copied this ninjutsu from Lord 4th Rukongai. After practicing this ninjutsu for a few years, he still hasn't mastered it yet. After all, this ninjutsu is Hidden Cloud's village's secret technique, so it is very difficult to practice. Right now, Kakashi can only barely use it. However, even if Kakashi can only barely use it, it already gives Kakashi amazing improvement. I didn't expect you to be able to use Lord 4th Rukongai's lightning release armor. It seems that during your battle against Lord 4th Rukongai, you copied it with Sharingan. Lord 4th Rukongai was so generous to show it in front of me. If I didn't copy lightning release armor, wouldn't it be a waste of his good intentions? If the Lord 4th Rukongai knew about this, he would be very angry. Fugaku said with a smile. If their secret technique was stolen by someone else, they would definitely be angry. However, Fugaku is also quite envious of Kakashi. Sharingan does have the ability to copy a ninjutsu, but 3 Tomoe Sharingan is only enough to copy below S-rank ninjutsu. Only Mangekyō Sharingan is able to copy S-rank ninjutsu. But the premise is that the copied ninjutsu must be the same attribute that the Sharingan user has, otherwise they cannot copy that ninjutsu. Fugaku has only mastered 2 attributes, wind and fire, so he can only copy these 2 attributes ninjutsu. But Kakashi is different. Kakashi has mastered all attributes, so he can copy every ninjutsu. This is why Kakashi is called Copy Ninja in this world. What is that? What a terrifying lighting attribute chakra. It seems to be Hidden Cloud's village's lightning release armor. Why can he use it? I don't know. Did he copy it with Sharingan? After all, Kakashi and Lord 4th Rukongai had fight before. How is that possible? He can copy it after only seeing it once? That's Hidden Cloud's village's secret technique. Is it because Kakashi's mastery in lighting attribute has reached a very high level? This is the only explanation that can explain why Kakashi was able to copy lightning release armor. As for Kakashi being a spy of Hidden Cloud's village, no one has this thought. After all, with Hidden Cloud's village's worth, they are not qualified to get Kakashi. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Kakashi was being trained by Lord 3rd Hokage as the next Hokage. So it is impossible for another village to tempt Kakashi. In addition, if he is really a spy, how can he use that secret technique so blatantly? Fugaku's expression was solemn. How could he not know the might of lightning release armor? Lord 4th Hokage got called the Yellow Flash because of his flying thunder god jutsu, and he is someone called the fastest in shinobi world. And the one that could compete with him in speed was Lord 4th Rukongai with his lightning release armor. Kakashi's speed is already fast, and with the lightning release armor, Fugaku also feels a headache. Kakashi chuckled and said, "Well, let's keep going." BRRT. The lighting covering his whole body was solidified, and when Kakashi moved, there was a big pit formed on the ground. Ding! The Millennium Sword and kunai collide again. Within a second, the two had clashed no less than 20 times. All the voices condensed into a loud sound. It is a battle of speed. Kunai's 8th technique, Leopard Bite. Fugaku threw his 2 kunai, and then a kunai appeared in his hand and he threw it too. 3 kunai arranging in a strange formation in midair, and the attached powerful chakras are directly combined into one, transforming into a leopard. Roar! In front of Kakashi, it was as if there was a fierce beast rushing toward him. Kakashi didn't rush. He raised the Millennium Sword to his front, and then powerful lighting attribute chakra burst out. There are no extra moves, just a light slash. Boom! After clashing with the sword, the leopard was broken. Flash steps. Millennium Slash. As soon as Fugaku raised his head, he saw Kakashi's sword has almost reached him. Kakashi is not trying to kill Fugaku, because he come here to negotiate and stop the Uchiha clan without spilling any blood. If Fugaku really can't resist, Kakashi would eventually take the sword back. Of course, even if the sword hit Fugaku, it is not that bad. After all, Kakashi didn't aim for Fugaku's vital. It's bad. Clan head is in danger. Kakashi Hatake. You dare. The Uchiha clan's members are screaming at Kakashi, and some people even want to go forward to stop him. But they were too slow to make it in time. Itachi, who was in the distance, clenched his hand, but did not move. He could see that Kakashi is holding back, and even if the sword hit Fugaku, he would only be seriously injured and would not die. With this slash, the outcome is clear. Fugaku looks at the sword that moving closer, but there is no panic in his eyes. Kakashi looks at Fugaku's constantly rotating Mangekyō Sharingan, and screamed in his heart. His Mangekyō Sharingan's ability is more than one. Sure enough, the pattern on Fugaku's left eye was rotating very fast, and then Fugaku shouted in a low voice, "Prajna." Kakashi only felt that there was a flower in front of him, and he appeared in a strange place. His chakra that was surging before became silent in an instant. At the outside, Kakashi's figure stopped abruptly and fell to the ground. Seeing this, everyone was surprised. What is going on here? Why did Kakashi fall? I don't know, it looks like he was hit by a Ganjutsu. Ganjutsu? How can normal Ganjutsu work for him? Is it Mangekyō Sharingan's unique Ganjutsu? It should be so. I can't believe clan head to have such powerful Ganjutsu. Even Kakashi can't resist it. In distance, Itachi's face changed. Did it fail? When he saw Fugaku's strength at this time, Itachi was surprised. If I really perform the extermination mission and fight with father, can I win? Itachi thought to himself, and finally shook his head. He will definitely lose. As Itachi and Sasuke's father, Fugaku's talent can't be low. His strength is evident. Kakashi and Fugaku didn't know what is happening in the outside world. At this moment, they were all in a magical space. Kakashi looked around and he found himself in a space that was not completely dark as it had a certain amount of light. It looks very strange. Kakashi, this is the Prajna's space. It is my Mangekyō Sharingan's exclusive Ganjutsu. In here, you will experience life and death in a flash. I wish you good luck. Fugaku's voice suddenly became smaller, and then disappeared completely. Before Kakashi had time to react, he found himself plunged into darkness again. There is a feeling of fatigue in his body, and it seems that there is no strength in his body at all. His body seems to be in water, so he has nowhere to go. Slowly, Kakashi felt his surroundings begin to squeeze towards him, so that he was repressed. He didn't know if it has been too long. He finally saw an exit, and Kakashi rushes toward it. "Yuwa, Yuwa!" A cry of a baby came out of Kakashi's mouth, making him shocked. "Brother, it is a boy." Chapter 225. Suffering. Kakashi's eyes look at a silver-white long-haired middle-aged man whose eyes seems kind. A face looks very solemn, but at this moment, there is unspeakable joy hidden. This person is very familiar in Kakashi's memory. "Father." Kakashi whispered softly, but he could only cry. He switched his gaze to the bedside, and there was a weak woman who was looking at Kakashi with a loving gaze. At this moment, Kakashi's soul seemed to leave the baby's body, standing aside like an invisible person. Kakashi looked at his hands and murmured, "Is this the Fugaku's Ganjutsu? Is the scene here based on a deep memory inside my mind?" Kakashi's heart moved, wanting to break through this so-called Ganjutsu. But looking at Tsukumo and Ayako who were in front of him, he stopped his movements again. His father who is vague in his memory, as well as his mother who he has no memory of. Seeing the harmonious side of the family in front of him, Kakashi suddenly didn't want to leave. This is happiness that Kakashi has never experienced before. But at this time, it was right in front of him. Even if they can't see Kakashi, Kakashi can still feel the warmth. There is a kind of warmth called home that fills the whole room. Father, mother. Just as Kakashi was feeling emotional, the scene before him changed. Under a big banyan tree, Shumo, Ayako, and Kakashi, who was being held by Ayako, are together. The breeze is blowing, and the season has entered late autumn. Under the banyan tree, Ayako and Tsukumo are finishing their final farewells. "Tsukumo, I still have a lot to say to you and Kakashi, but I am afraid there is no chance. Ayako, I will take good care of Kakashi, but I am Tsukumo Hatake, and in this life, you will be my only wife." Ayako closed her eyes, and Tsukumo's face was full of tears. "No!" Kakashi screamed, trying to hug Ayako who was not breathing anymore, but couldn't touch anything. After all, he is just a passerby in this memory world. The scene changes again. In the dark night sky, flashes of lightning flashed from time to time. Hatake clan residence. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, and then reacted immediately and hurried to the living room. The middle-aged man with silver-white hair, holding a short sword with white light in his hand, looked relieved. "Kakashi, you'll need to rely on yourself from now on." After that, the middle-aged man stabbed his own belly. "No." Kakashi rushed to Tsukumo's side, trying to block the sword. I caught it. Kakashi looks happy, but in the next second, the thing that terrifies him happens. It passed through. It passed through again. The white fang sword passed through Kakashi's palm without any hindrance and penetrated into Tsukumo's belly. The blood was flowing, and the little Kakashi, who was unconscious not far away, also woke up at this time, staring blankly at the scene before him. Kakashi hugged him head in pain and muttered, "Why? Why?" But all of this is just the beginning. The scene changed again. What appeared in front of Kakashi was a one-eyed boy whose half-body was crushed under a big boulder. "Kakashi, take care of Rin." Obito. Kakashi looks at this familiar scene in front of him, feeling a pain in his heart, and then the young Kakashi took Rin to leave that place, and the boulders start falling again. Everything seems to be a slow motion. The boulders start hitting the young man who knew he was going to die, but was still smiling. "Obito." Kakashi whispered softly, but this time he didn't stop the falling boulders, because he knew that he was just a passerby who can't change anything. The scene switches again. In the heavy rain, blue lighting flashed in front of him. That was a move that Kakashi couldn't be clearer with. Chidori. The silver white-haired teenager, holding the lighting, is stabbing a girl's chest. The girl only had time to say the last word in her life, which was also the name of the boy she loved the most in her life. Kadachi. The teenager's face was full of tears, and the scarlet Sharingan instantly changed, forming a daunting Mangekyō Sharingan. Rin. Kakashi feels a little numb, and these memories, which happened long ago, slowly climbed into his heart again. The pain that he had once starts to resurface. Unfortunately, the Genjutsu did not give Kakashi a chance to breathe. The scene changes again. There are crimson shadows all over the sky, and a nine-tailed fox appeared from the sky. Kurama. Summoning technique. A huge toad descended from the sky. Is it your turn now? Minato-sensei. Kakashi's figure stood alone in the huge graveyard and memorial stone. Look at the familiar name on the monument. Kakashi's eye was a little wet. It's really a miserable life. I'm lonely in all my life. Kakashi smirked and a millennium sword in his hand reappeared. The first half of my life has been so miserable, how can I repeat the same mistakes in the second half of my life? Millennium, are you willing to accompany me? The millennium sword seems to be responding to Kakashi's thought. Good. We fight side by side, block it. Cut it. Break it. Suddenly, a kind of enlightenment formed in Kakashi's heart. The belief of the sword that was mentioned by Mifune slowly became clear in Kakashi's heart. A smile formed at the corner of his mouth, and the pressure gathered on Millennium Sword became more and more terrifying. It turned out to be like that. Break. The Millennium Sword burst into an unprecedented blazing light. The Genjutsu in front of him was shattered like a mirror. In the end, it was nothing more than an empty one. Swordsmanship major mastery. After the White Fang, the bleak Hatake clan sword technique, once again exudes an extremely dazzling light in Kakashi's hands. At Uchiha clan's residence, everything that just happened was only in an instant. Kakashi's fallen body stood up again in the next second. Seeing this, Fugaku was very shocked. How is it possible? Prajna awakened all the most painful memories of the enemy's life, and kept repeating it until their spirit collapsed. And Kakashi had only experienced it once and already able to break this Genjutsu. Clan head Fugaku, thank you for the gift. I'll send you a big gift next. The corner of Kakashi's mouth is bleeding, but there is a smile that can't be concealed. Seeing those familiar faces again, Kakashi really felt grateful to Fugaku. The Millennium Sword is shining brighter and brighter in Kakashi's hands, and Fugaku realizes that there is something wrong at this moment. Hatake clan secret technique, Danku. The long sword stood above Kakashi's head, and the Millennium Sword seemed to have become a huge sword. Not good. Retreat quickly. Fugaku shouted towards the Uchiha clan's members in the back, but it was too late. Fall. The sharpness of the sword made Fugaku, who was a long distance away, felt pain on his cheek. Damn, if this sword falls down, the Uchiha clan's residence would be destroyed. Fugaku made a decisive decision, his eyes rotating frantically, and an orange skeleton formed instantly. Chapter 226 The plan unfolds. The orange chakra wrapped around Fugaku's body, and then condensed into a huge skeleton, looking hideous and terrifying. This is Susanoo. Did he finally use it? While Kakashi was thinking about this, the Millennium Sword was about to land. The terrifying sword shredded the ground, leaving a deep ravine. Fugaku's Susanoo was also full of cracks. What a terrifying destructive power. With only the first form of Susanoo, there was no way for Fugaku to resist. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted from Fugaku's mouth. He then half kneeling on the ground and his body became a lot weaker. With blood dripping from his eyes, the original and strange Mangekyō pattern disappears. Clan head. I am fine. Fugaku stood up on his own, looking at Kakashi with a little dread. The masked man in the distance was even more surprised. As Mangekyō Sharingan's strongest technique, Susanoo was actually destroyed by Kakashi. Even if it is just the first form of Susanoo, its defensive power is still very impressive. Kakashi, how strong are you now? The masked man's right hand was slightly clenched, but then he starts to calm down. Clan head Fugaku, we already know the outcome, will you still continue? Kakashi's voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Lost. They're completely defeated. The Uchiha clan was beaten by Kakashi Hatake alone. This is a huge blow for them. If they can't even defeat Kakashi, how could they have the power to do the coup? Their confidence that was originally high has vanished at this moment. At this time they all knew that the coup has failed. Hidden Leaf Village does not need to do anything, as long as Kakashi is here, it is enough. Fugaku smiled bitterly. Although he originally was not optimistic about the coup, he did not expect that the Uchiha clan would realize this in this way. He has to say that this is a huge irony. The atmosphere was somewhat weird for a while. The Uchiha clan's members look at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. Seeing that it is almost over, Kakashi said, Clan head Fugaku, can consider my suggestion now. Or, Clan head Fugaku wants to fight again? Just after Kakashi finished speaking, a formidable power was revealed, and Red's eyeshadow appeared on his eyes. Sage mode. Terrifying pressure was released at this moment. Everyone there was very shocked. It turned out that Kakashi was able to use Sage mode. The fight before is not his full strength. Fugaku's heart shuddered, knowing that the Uchiha clan had no chance of winning against Kakashi. After all, it is the power of a sage. Lord First Hokage was able to fight against Madara Uchiha's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan with his wood release and senjutsu. Although Kakashi doesn't have wood release, the strength he has shown has already made Fugaku feels fear. At this time, coupled with the sage mode, there is no need to guess about the outcome. Kakashi, if you can do what you said, I will lead the clan to abandon the decision of the coup. When Fugaku's words came out, the Uchiha clan's members did not object. In the face of that terrifying strength, they are not stupid, nor do they want to die. Don't worry, I have talked with Lord Third about this before, and everything I have said before will be realized. Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. In this way, it seems that the best solution has been found. Suddenly, Kakashi frowned and waved his right hand. Dozens of lighting needle was shot out. Chidori Senbon. Chidori Senbon fly toward the distance, and there are two people standing there. When Kakashi used the sage mode, the masked man secretly screamed to himself. From Zetsu's information, the masked man knows that Kakashi's sage mode will greatly enhance his perception. Therefore, as long as Kakashi uses the sage mode, he and Itachi would have nowhere to hide. Who is it? Kakashi shouted in a low voice. The Chidori Senbon have already flown out towards their location. Itachi made a decisive decision. He drew out his sword, and then swept all the Senbon down. Itachi? Fuyu was very surprised, and he even more surprised when he looked at the person next to Itachi. Itachi Uchiha, what are you doing here? And who is the person next to you? I don't remember Hidden Leaf Village having such a person. Kakashi's voice is low, and his eyes looked at Itachi and the masked man coldly. By the order of Lord Danzō, the Uchiha clan intends to rebel, and will all be beheaded. What? Itachi. You actually betrayed the clan. Uchiha elder said angrily as he pointed at Itachi. Itachi was unmoved and looked at everyone coldly. Itachi Uchiha, who is the person next to you? There is no such person in the route. Are you colluding with foreign enemies? Kakashi's voice became colder, like ice in a glacier. The man has a strange mask, flowing hair, and he also had a Sharingan in his right eye. Oh? It seems that you are very curious about me, Kakashi Hatake. The masked man said playfully with a sense of sarcasm. Since it has been discovered, there is no point in avoiding it. Itachi, give Kakashi to me, you can finish the others. Itachi nodded, and without saying anything, he rushed directly toward the Uchiha clan's members. Itachi, you dare. Itachi's speed was very fast, his hand lifted the sword and moved, and one person had fallen. Foolish people, the end of your lives have come. Itachi, what are you doing? At this moment, Fugaku rushed over and blocked Itachi. Father, this is it. Fugaku's heart was slightly shocked as their eyes met. Itachi, have you really decided? Itachi did not speak, and the only one who answered Fugaku was the blood-red Sharingan. On the other hand, Kakashi stands opposite the masked man. Kakashi Hatake, I really didn't expect that you grew up so fast. It's really surprising. You know me? Of course, the famous Kakashi Hatake, who does not know about you in the whole shinobi world. Kakashi frowned and said in a low voice, "What is the purpose of your visit to Hidden Leaf Village?" "My purpose? What if I said it was a whim?" "It's an interesting answer. I hope you will be able to answer like that in the interrogation room later." "Haha, you are very confident. Lord Fourth Hokage back then was not as confident as you." "Who are you?" "Me? I'm just a person who has forgotten the past." "Humphrey, pretend to be a ghost." As soon as he used flash steps, Kakashi waved the Millennium Sword and slashed at the masked man. "It's useless." Kakashi then saw that the Millennium Sword passed through the masked man unimpeded, as if he was air. Kakashi was slightly surprised, and then the masked man kicked him. Blocking the kick with both of his hands, Kakashi jumped out and landed in the distance. "Space-type ninjutsu? You're very keen, just like Lord Fourth Hokage back then." The masked man was about to say something, but suddenly his ears moved. "It seems that I can't play any more with you today. See you next time then." The masked man disappeared in front of Kakashi and then appeared again next to Itachi. "Itachi, let's go, there's no need to stay here any longer." Itachi nodded silently, and the masked man grabbed him. There was a wave of space fluctuations, and then the two of them disappeared from that place. Upon seeing this, Kakashi's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. Chapter 227 The Rebel Ninja, Itachi Uchiha. What the hell is going on? Why is Itachi with that weird guy? And that person's right eye seems to be a Sharingan. Could it be Shishui's right eye? Damn. That bastard Itachi. Sure enough, he is the one who killed Shishui. The Uchiha clan's members talked a lot, while Fugaku looked solemn. "Itachi, did you really choose this path?" Soon after Itachi and the masked man left, the barrier outside Uchiha clan's residence was shattered. Lord Third arrived as he led a group of Anbu. Looking at this place, he saw that this place was half destroyed. What is going on here? Seeing this place looks ruined, Lord Third's expression was extremely gloomy. "Lord Third!" Kakashi exclaimed respectfully. The eyeshadows on Kakashi's eyes had already faded at this time, and the Millennium Sword had also sealed on his wrist. "Kakashi? Why are you here? What happened here?" Seeing that Kakashi was also here, Lord Third felt strange and asked. "Lord Third, it is better to let clan head Fugaku to tell you about this matter." Kakashi did not explain it himself, but tell Lord Third that Fugaku is the one who will answer the question. From their plan, Fugaku should have obtained some answer from Itachi. When Lord Third heard this, Lord Third then looked at Fugaku. "Lord Third, Itachi Uchiha colluded with foreign enemies, intending to destroy the Uchiha clan. He was just blocked by us and has now seemed to have left the village." Lord Third was shocked, obviously unable to believe what Fugaku had just said. "Fugaku, are you sure about this? Itachi is your son." "I am sure about it. Lord Third, this is the truth, so please give an order to kill Itachi Uchiha." Lord Third took a deep look at Fugaku and immediately said, "Okay, I understand. What happened here?" An abrupt voice sounded, and a person with a bandage on his right hand and eye, and there was a cross scar on his chin came to this place. Shimura Danzō, the leader of Root. "Danzō. Hiruzen, what happened here?" Lord Third coldly snorted and said, "What happened? I am afraid that you already know the answer." "Oh? Hiruzen, I don't understand what you said." "Humphrey." Hearing this, Lord Third coldly snorted, and no longer speak to Danzo. He then said to Fugaku, "The Uchiha clan's residence was destroyed. You should all go back to the relief center first, and tomorrow we will start the planning of reconstruction." "Thank you, Lord Third." Fugaku said. "Danzo, come with me." Danzo and Lord Third then walked to a remote place. "Danzo, did you let Itachi perform the genocide mission?" "Yes, so what? The Uchiha clan is a scourge, but I didn't expect that Kakashi Hatake would happen to be here," Danzo said with a slightly cold tone. "Danzo, the Uchiha clan is a member of Hidden Leaf Village. So I don't allow you to attack the Uchiha clan again." Lord Third glared at Danzo, and there was a bit of a pressure coming from his body. Seeing this, Danzo was taken aback and stay silent. "Danzo, stop any activity at the root, and you should reflect on what you did." "Hiruzen, you. I am the Hokage." After Lord Third finished speaking, he left. Danzo watched as Lord Third leave, and his eye is full of grievances. But then, it turned to the blurry color and looked somewhat confused. Inside Hokage office, Lord Third is sitting on a chair, and Kakashi is standing opposite of him. "Kakashi, please tell me what happened tonight." "Yes, Lord Third. The truth is, Itachi came to me before and told me that the Uchiha clan has the intention to do the coup, and he hoped that I can help him, so I went to talk with clan head Fugaku, and finally negotiate with him about abandoning the coup. We fight for a while and then clan head Fugaku lost. After that, He agreed to abandon the coup, but his request is to restore the Uchiha clan's rights. Hearing this, Lord Third just nodded. He probably already guesses this. These are not my questions. What is going on with Itachi? Who is that mysterious person? I don't know. According to Itachi, it seems that mysterious man claims to be Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha. Lord Third was shocked. This ancient name, even to this day, is still daunting. Yes, but in the end, we still don't know his true identity, so I want to sneak into Itachi as a spy. According to what Itachi said, he seems to have created a strong organization named Akatsuki. So, is everything that happened tonight is for Itachi to sneak into this organization? Yes. Lord Third pondered for a moment, sighed, and then said, it's really hard for Itachi. It should have been Itachi who should have told you about this. But I'm afraid Itachi can't come here at this time. It's okay. Lord Third then stood up and said, in any case, the Uchiha clan's affairs are finally solved. Kakashi, what do you think of the Uchiha clan's new residence? Lord Third, this time the purpose I took the initiative to destroy the Uchiha clan's residence is to rebuild the Uchiha clan's residence. They have been isolated for too long, and cannot feel the warmth of the village, so we should move the Uchiha clan inside the village. Lord Third frowned slightly, and said, I am afraid this is not easy. Lord Third, this is not a problem. We just need to convince the other clan about this. Hearing this, Lord Third's eyes lit up and then he said, okay, let's just do as you said. When you are at the Jonin meeting tomorrow, you can tell this proposal to others. Okay, Lord Third. As the night darkened, Kakashi had already left the Hokage office. Lord Third is still inside the Hokage office. What happened tonight makes him feel that something was strange. It seems that things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. But he couldn't find anything wrong. In the end, Lord Third could only sigh and whispered, Kakashi, you must not let me down. Inside Hotake clan's residence, Kakashi was lying on the bed tiredly. Today's fight looked easy on the surface, but in reality it is far from that simple. What surprised Kakashi the most in his battle with Fugaku was the Genjutsu, Prajna. If it weren't for his breakthrough, he knows that even if he is able to get out of the Genjutsu, his mental power will be greatly affected, and the later things won't be like what happened. Fortunately, there is no danger. While Kakashi was resting on the bed, a figure appeared in front of the window. Kakashi didn't get up and said directly, Shisui, what's the situation on your side? The one who come here was Shisui. It's a success. Danzo has been controlled by Kotoa Mitsukami. That's good. The messenger of Daimyo will come over tomorrow and the remaining two elders will not be able to change anything. This matter can now be regarded as settled. Yeah, thank you, Kakashi. Kakashi smiled and said, why bother to say thanks between you and me? But you and I have been busy for more than a year today, and now I can finally catch my breath. Shisui also smiled relievedly and said, yes, this matter is finally solved. But it is a pity that Itachi lost his freedom. This is Itachi's choice. That person is too dangerous. We need the information provided by Itachi. Yeah, I know. It's just that Itachi is only 13 years old, and he already has to bear this responsibility. That's the fate of a shinobi. But don't worry, he will return to Hidden Leaf Village one day. Yeah, I also believe that there will be such a day. Right, Shisui, are you going back to the Uchiha clan? Originally, Kakashi thought that Shisui would nod his head, but Shisui shook his head and said, no, Kakashi. It's not the time yet. Why? Shisui Uchiha has already died at that time. Right now, I am just Shisui. If one day, you become Hokage, maybe I will be back. But now, I still prefer life in Hidden Tea Village. Kakashi looked at Shisui's relaxed look and couldn't help but smile. Well, that's okay too. Yeah, it's a promise. Under the moonlight, the two men's fists bump at each other. Chapter 228 Sasuke's decision. Uchiha Fugaku's house is the only surviving house in the Uchiha clan's residence after the fight. San. How could Big Brother betray the village and the clan? It must be wrong. No. I don't believe it. This is impossible. The childish voice was filled with unimaginable anger and doubt. In the room, a boy about 8 years old yelled hysterically. His face was sluggish, apparently suffering a huge blow. This boy is Sasuke. Today, Sasuke was going to school, and it was dark when he came back. After he stepped into the Uchiha clan's residence, he was shocked by everything in front of him. The ruined Uchiha clan's residence made Sasuke's heart tense, and it seemed that something important had disappeared. Sasuke, carrying a small school bag, ran all the way and returned to the home he most familiar with. Sasuke couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the familiar house. My house is still there, it should be okay, right? With this mentality, Sasuke ran back home quickly. Seeing his father and mother who were okay in front of him, Sasuke's tense heart starts to calm down. Only when Sasuke asked what was going on outside, Fugaku told Sasuke an answer that he couldn't accept at all. Itachi has defected. His gentle big brother actually defected? Also a lot of his clansmen were murdered? He ran away with a mysterious masked man? How is it possible? This is the only thought in Sasuke's mind. Sasuke, what your father said is true, Itachi. Mikoto Uchiha said as the corners of her eyes were already moist, and then she turned her body and started sobbing. Kasan. Seeing Mikoto said the same thing, Sasuke had to believe it even if he didn't want to. Sasuke, Itachi has already betrayed the village and the whole clan by colluding with foreign enemies. From now on, he is not my son, nor your brother. Fugaku looked at Sasuke with a serious face and his eyes were burning. Sasuke was startled, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. That look was originally the most enviable thing for Sasuke. Because that was Fugaku's gaze when he looked at Itachi, the kind of feeling that was full of expectation. Originally, this was what Sasuke wanted most, but now when it really happened, Sasuke found that he regretted it. He doesn't need this. All he wants is his big brother. San. What the hell is going on? Big brother. How could big brother betray our clan? Tell me, this is not true, right? This is a mission, right? Fugaku's eyes twitched, but he still said sharply, Sasuke, as I said, Itachi is no longer your brother, you don't have a brother, he is just a traitor. No. I don't believe it. Sasuke said, pushing Fugaku away and ran out of his house. 2 lines of tears sliding from the corner of Sasuke's eyes. Fugaku didn't stop Sasuke and just watched him leave. Fugaku, is Sasuke okay? It's okay, as the son of Uchiha Fugaku, how could he be so fragile? Futek, did Itachi really? Mikoto's look of expectation obviously also hopes that Futek can be. Tell him that this is just a task. The expression on Mikoto's face obviously shows that she hopes that Fugaku can tell her that this is just a mission. Fugaku sighed and said, Mikoto, from now on, we only have one son, Sasuke. Fugaku finished speaking, got up and left. Itachi. Mikoto murmured softly while looking out the window and her eyes are full of tears. Fugaku walked to a corner of the courtyard, still remembering what happened inside Itachi's tsukimi. Father, I'm sorry for this. It seems that there is no hope anymore. Itachi, you really arranged all of this? If what Kakashi said is true, then the Uchiha clan can be considered to be reintegrated to Hidden Leaf Village. But what are you doing now? Who is that masked man? Father, that masked man called himself Madara Uchiha. What? How could that be possible? That man is already dead. Father, I know that too, but that masked man is indeed very powerful. His space-type ninjutsu is probably stronger than Lord 4th Hokage's. Moreover, his eye is a Mangekyō Sharingan. What? Is it really him? Fugaku felt a huge shock in his heart, obviously unable to digest the news. Father, Kakashi-senpai's help this time is enough to destroy the rebellious thoughts in our clansmen's minds, but all of this is still not enough. Danzo still needs an explanation, and we also need a spy like me to monitor that masked man. He is too dangerous. Itachi. Are you? Fugaku looked at the teenager in front of him, as if he had never known him. Or in other words, his growth already exceeded Fugaku's expectations. Father, I have already decided. Fugaku sighed and said, Itachi, since you have decided, then do it. After all, you are my pride. Thank you, Father. Please take care of Sasuke. He has great potential. With time, he will definitely surpass me. I understand, don't worry. Thank you, Father. Don't tell others about me, including Mother. Fugaku squeezed out a smile and said, silly boy, your father is also a ninja, so he will definitely know how to keep it secret. Rest assured, complete the mission early, so you can come back early. Mikoto, Sasuke, and I will all be waiting for you to come back. Silent tears slid through Itachi's cheeks, and he finally only able to say 2 words. Thank you. In the courtyard, Fuiu sighed and murmured, Itachi, come home soon. Sasuke ran all the way to the 3rd training field where he used to train with Itachi. Such a long distance is still a bit difficult for Sasuke, who is only 8 years old. Panting heavily, Sasuke looked at the empty training field, feeling sad for no reason. Big brother. Did you really betray the clan? I don't believe, how could this be, you are so gentle. When Sasuke thought about it, he couldn't help but recall what happened when the clan's members came to question Itachi when Shizue died. Itachi's weird Sharingan, and that strange words. What the hell is truth? Sasuke knelt helplessly on the ground, his bangs became messy. Big brother. I need you. How could you leave? Sasuke lay on the ground, and a light rain began to fall from the sky. The rain fell on Sasuke's thin body. Sasuke didn't get up, but was still lying on the ground. It seemed that this was the only way to make him feel better. No. Big Brother must not be doing this voluntarily. Yes, Big Brother must be forced. It was the foreign enemy that San had said, he must have forced Big Brother. I must save Big Brother. I must. It seems that after he found the root of the matter, Sasuke's eyes became very firm, and a flash of blood flashed across his dark pupils. Chapter 229 Jonin meeting. It was sunny after the rain, and the sun hung in the sky early the next morning. The Uchiha clan's residence is also being cleaned up. Facing the shocking scene, the cleanup staffs were a bit shocked. What kind of ninjutsu that is capable to destroy this entire Uchiha clan's residence? It's just that no matter how confused they are, there are some things they can't say. Hokage office building, meeting room. There are 20 Jonin gathered here. These people are the top strengths of Hidden Leaf Village. The Jonin meeting, including Hokage and the elders, involved a total of 20 people. It is a meeting that will only be initiated when a major decision-making event occurs in Hidden Leaf Village. The last Jonin meeting was held after the Kurama's attack 8 years ago, about the reconstruction of the village. Kakashi sat in the forefront, and next to him was the leader of the Jonin squad, Nara Shikaku, who was also the village's advisor. The Nara clan has existed as Hokage's advisors throughout for generations. In every battle in Shinobi world, the Nara clan's contribution to the plan was always important. Therefore, although the Nara clan's combat power is not strong, the attention they receive inside the village is no less than that of any of the big clan. At the same time, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan and the Akimaki clan have been friendly for generations, and these three clans can be regarded as one family, which further aggravates their status. Therefore, even when it comes to recommending a Hokage candidate, the Nara clan has a certain right to speak. Shikaku-senpai, long time no see. Kakashi greeted respectfully. Shikaku is a person from the same generation as Minato, a senior of Kakashi, and one of the persons who got Kakashi's admiration. Kakashi, it turns out that you have come back. How is it? The outside world is wonderful, right? Yeah, it's wonderful. I'm more and more envious of Lord Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya. He really is free. I can't do it anymore, I have to work on a lot of things. Shikaku complained. Kakashi smiled and said nothing. As the leader of the Jonin squad, Shikaku does have a lot of things to do. Kakashi, long time no see. A sudden voice sounded, and Kakashi turned his head to see that it was Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi-senpai. Hayashi nodded, and did not continue to speak. Lord Third come in, and the meeting room has become quiet. It didn't take long for the 20 seats to be filled. Lord Third, Danzō, Hamura Mikado, and Koharu Udatain sat in a row, sitting at the front, facing every Jonin. Sitting across from Kakashi was Fugaku. The two looked at each other, but they didn't speak. I believe everyone knows that the Uchiha clan's member, Itachi Uchiha, has colluded with a mysterious man yesterday in an attempt to destroy the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, Kakashi Hatake arrived in time to minimize the loss. Everyone didn't have any surprised expressions when they heard this. They were all extremely powerful and prestigious people in Hidden Leaf Village, and naturally, they would not be ignorant of this matter. Itachi Uchiha will be listed as an S-rank rebel ninja, and from now on, we dispatch Anbu to pursue him. Secondly, the Uchiha clan's residence was destroyed and needs to be rebuilt, but the original location of the Uchiha clan's residence was too remote. Therefore, it was decided to relocate the Uchiha clan to the center of the village. Did anyone have opinion about this? Hearing this, Hamura Mikado and Udatain Koharu were both taken aback. Obviously, they did not expect that the Lord Third would make such an arrangement. Danzo, on the other hand, stayed silent and didn't say anything or showing angry expression at all. Seeing this, the Jonin are even more shocked. And Fugaku's face showed a hint of joy. The tension between the Uchiha clan and Hidden Leaf Village is something everyone knows. The decision of Lord Third is to lift this tension between them. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but think about the pros and cons of this relocation. At this moment, Udatain Koharu said, Hiruzen, don't you need to think about this again? It's too sudden. No, I have already considered it. This is a good opportunity, isn't it? Hiruzen. Okay, no need to say that. Did any of you have opinions about this? Everyone looked at each other, and no one had any objections. At this moment, the door of the conference room was knocked. Lord Hokage, the messenger of the daimyo is here. Huh? The messenger of the daimyo? Ask him to come in. Yes. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a kimono walked in. Lord Hokage, this is the secret letter from Lord Daimyo, please check it out. Lord Third took it and opened it directly to read the content. The contents of the secret letter were reflected in his eyes, and his face could not help but change. You should go to the inn to rest first, and I will give you an answer tomorrow. Okay, thank you Lord Hokage. The messenger left after hearing Lord Third's answer. Lord Third lowered their heads in thought for a while, and then raised his heads to look at Uchiha Fugaku. Feeling Lord Third's gaze, Fugaku was a bit tense. The content of the letter is that because of an incident, only 2 people are left from the 12 guardian shinobi, and these 2 decided to retire, so the daimyo Hope Hidden Leaf Village sent some of their shinobi to be the 12 guardian shinobi. At the same time, the daimyo asked that the people should be from the Uchiha clan. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The 12 guardian shinobi, although it seems to be an insignificant position, it is an excellent position to have a good relationship with a daimyo. If it can be handled properly, fame or anything will not be a problem. Fugaku was even more ecstatic when he heard this. After all, the status of Uchiha clan would be more stable with this. Kakashi was not surprised and his expression was plain. This matter was originally planned by him and Shizui. The purpose is simply to increase the value of the Uchiha clan, and at the same time to make Hidden Leaf Village as top executives to pay attention to the Uchiha clan. Of course, it is also possible to cause high-level fears. But this matter, on the whole, the benefits still outweigh the disadvantages. Apart from other things, if there is no messenger from the daimyo to come today, the matter of the Uchiha clan's residence will not be solved so easily. Utain Koharu and Hamura Midokado obviously still have prejudice against the Uchiha clan. The request from daimyo cannot be rejected without a specific reason, even if it was the Hokage. In that case, Fugaku, could you send 12 shinobi to follow the messenger to the City of Fire? Fugaku got up and said, I understand. Okay, this matter is decided. At the same time, regarding Uchiha clan's residence relocation, if everyone has no opinion, it will be settled. Yes. Okay, then the meeting ends here. Not long after, there were only Lord Third, Danzō, Utain Koharu and Hamura Midokado left inside the meeting room. Hiruzen, how can you let Uchiha relocated into the center of the village? Their coup intentions have not been investigated yet. Hamura Midokado said angrily. Relax, the Uchiha clan has given up the idea of the coup. Letting them relocate to the center of the village this time is also a policy of cherishing them, allowing them to let go of their previous prejudices. But the Kurama's attack has not been ascertained yet. I have obtained reliable information about the Kurama's attack. The person who was with Itachi yesterday should be the man behind that incident. What? How did you know? That is not important. Now Itachi, as Hidden Leaf Village's spy, will continue to monitor that man. Therefore, the Uchiha clan must be treated preferentially. What's more, the Uchiha clan is innocent. We have misunderstood them before. But Hamura Midokado didn't know what to say for a while. Utain Koharu looked at Danzō, who had been silent, and said, Danzō, what do you think? This old man has no opinion about this. Just do as the Hiruzen said. This old man is tired, so goodbye. Danzō finished speaking and left the meeting room. Danzō. Utain Koharu apparently did not expect Danzō to have such an attitude. He knows that Danzō was the person who was most concerned about Uchiha clan in the past, and his attitude today is a bit abnormal. And Lord Third also frowned, feeling that Danzō is indeed a bit strange. Is it because he told him to stop the Roots activity? How could it be possible? Danzō is not a little kid, so he won't be cranky about that. Since Danzō has no opinion, then I have no opinion about this either. Let's just follow what Hiruzen said, Hamura Midokado said. I have no objection, said Utain Koharu. Okay, then we should go ahead with that plan. Chapter 230. All done. Hotake clan's residence, cherry blossoms fly all over the place. A handsome young man who was in the courtyard drew his sword and stood up as he starts dancing with the wind. The pink cherry blossoms fell on him, but they seemed to be bounced away by some invisible force. It was like a gust of wind sweeping through the sky, blocking the cherry blossoms. Suddenly, the young man stood still like a 10,000-year-old boulder. Between the movement and the silence, there is a sense of contradictory beauty. The young man closed his eyes slightly, and the long sword in his hand disappeared. Not long after, the young man opened his eyes and a slight smile appeared on his face. Is this what Hotake clan sword technique feels like? It's really terrifying. No wonder father's swordsmanship was unstoppable. Looking at the cherry blossom petals scattered in the courtyard, Kakashi touched his silver white hair, feeling helpless, but as he didn't like the idea of cleaning. It actually looks pretty, isn't it? More than a month has passed since the Uchiha incident, and the storm has disappeared. The Uchiha clan sent 12 shinobi to the City of Fire, to become the new 12 guardian shinobi after Asuma and Shiriko retired. The strength of these 12 people is not necessarily the strongest among the Uchiha, but they are stronger than average. After sending these 12 shinobi all at once, even the Uchiha clan was a little bit weakened, but with the corresponding benefit, this temporary loss was nothing. Moreover, Lord Third also relaxed about the Uchiha clan's requirement for entering Anbu. Following Shizui and Itachi, Uchiha clan's outstanding younger generation has also entered Anbu. Although Kakashi didn't know if there was something that still happened in the background, at least on the surface it seems that the Uchiha clan and the Hidden Leaf Village's top executives have reconciled. The Uchiha clan got the rights they deserved, and coupled with Kakashi's previous threats, the thoughts for coup have faded. Except for a few people, no one wants to start the war. After all, enjoying peace is not a bad thing. At least most Uchiha clan's members will never choose war if they have a choice. In the past, Madara Uchiha couldn't make the Uchiha clan give up their peaceful life. One can imagine the Uchiha clan's attitude toward peace. Kakashi is also very busy this month. After leaving for more than a year, naturally there will be many duties that Kakashi have accumulated. In addition, Kakashi was also responsible for arranging the Uchiha clan's members to enter the Anbu, which added to Kakashi's burden. Fortunately, Kakashi was very familiar with these duties before. He was busy, but it has not yet reached the point where he can't handle it. It's just that he need to sleep in Anbu's base for a month to do all of these. After everything was dealt with, Kakashi finally got a rare vacation. Although it is only for 2 short days, it is still a rare opportunity for Kakashi. I really miss the days when I was traveling before. But Kakashi also knew that such days would not belong to him as he still has a lot to do. After taking a shower and changing into casual clothes, Kakashi left the Hatake clan's residence and went to a Kairaku ramen. It may be strange to say, but Kakashi also seems to like the unique taste of ramen from this place. It's still early, so there are not many people eating at a Kairaku ramen. Kakashi easily takes a seat before starts ordering. Tuki-san, please give me a bowl of seafood ramen. Okay, hey, is it you, Kakashi? When did you get back? Tuki quickly recognized Kakashi, and he was a little surprised. Faced with this special frequent visitor, Tuki's impression is still very deep. I just came back a few days ago, and I missed your ramen. Kakashi had a gentle smile on his face, which made people feel like a spring breeze was blowing. Hearing this, Tuki laughed and said, "Of course, my ramen is the most delicious ramen in this world. Wait for a moment, I will make your order immediately." Okay. Tuki then picked up the dough and both of his hands start to dance. Under Tuki's skilled hands, the dough quickly turned into noodles, which looked like it was dancing beautifully in Tuki's hands. Immediately, Tuki take the ladle from the soup pot. The movement was just right, and the soup splashed into the bowl. When Kakashi saw this, he couldn't help but gave a secret compliment. This strength and angle were almost perfect. Practice makes perfect, there are no other way. Soon, the seafood ramen was placed in front of Kakashi. Smelling the familiar scent, Kakashi's index finger couldn't help but twitch a little. Well, I should start then. Kakashi then started to eat the ramen, and his face showed satisfied expression. Tuki showed a happy smile after seeing Kakashi's satisfied expression. After all, for the chef, the customer's satisfied expression is their greatest encouragement. In the 7th training field, 3 children are practicing shurikens throwing technique with their hands. Zayu zayu zayu. The shuriken keeps thrown into the air, but it rarely hits the target. The yellow-haired boy seems to be somewhat uncomfortable. Arg. How could it be so difficult? It looks so simple when Sasuke did it. Naruto, Sasuke is a genius so it's easy for him. You are so stupid, so you need to work hard. The red-haired girl said as she threw the shuriken. 3 shurikens fly along the arcs, all hitting the heart of the target. The girl smiled and said, "Oh, I am also genius." Ah. Karen, you need to teach me how to be that good. All of your shurikens hit the bull's eye. Ha ha ha, you need to beg me. Karen said playfully. Naruto showed a pitiful appearance, and then said, "Please." Jugo, who was on the side, couldn't help but smile when he saw Naruto and Karen's exchange, and then he threw 3 shurikens casually, and without exception it all hit the target not far away. Ah. How can Jugo do it too? God, why can't I do it? Naruto said. His whole body turned gray, and he seemed to have doubts about life. Karen and Jugo smiled at each other. Looking at Naruto's appearance, they felt that it was indeed a bit funny. Naruto, you use too much strength of your arm when you throw your shuriken. You should focus on using your wrist strength to increase accuracy. Oh, so that's how it is. Naruto said as his right fist tapped the palm of his left hand. But he suddenly realized something, and immediately reacted. This familiar voice is. Karen and Jugo also looked at the source of the voice. The silver-white hair, the black trench coat, the lazy smile on his face. Big brother Kakashi. The three cried out in unison, and with joy on their faces, they turned towards Kakashi and then jumped at him at the same time. Ouch! The three of them didn't have much strength, but they slammed Kakashi to the ground. Naruto and Karen lay on Kakashi's body, while Jago stood aside and smiled. The breeze feels calm, it is a good day for reunion. Chapter 231 News Hotake Clan's residence, the underground of the residence's hall. Under the dim light, two scrolls were placed in front of Kakashi, one with the word 9 written on it, and the other with snake written on it. These are the Kurama's chakra and the Richie Cave's Senjutsu chakra. Kakashi obtained the Kurama's chakra from Sora a year ago.